The goddess, with a noble and confident look, looks at the students, addressing them as chosen heroes. She sees them not just as lost travelers, but as significant characters on the great journey. She announces to all present that they have arrived in a fantasy world, which hints at the beginning of an incredible adventure and implies a rethinking of their roles and destinies. Surprised by this sudden event, the students look puzzled and bewildered. They can't figure out if it's really happening or if it's just a joke. One of the girls, confused, tries to figure out the phone that doesn't work, which only adds to the questions and creates an atmosphere of confusion among the students. The question of the reality of what is happening becomes even more acute when they notice that the floor is covered in clouds. This suggests that they are in a place different from their normal world, which causes them to experience a mixture of elation and disbelief at their sensations. The students look around for answers. The light disperses the shadows, and the goddess explains the reason for their sudden summons. An uprising of powerful demons threatens the very existence of the fantasy world. The students face a task no less than saving an entire dimension. Anxiety and determination are intertwined on the faces of the young heroes when the goddess, with eyes closed, gently says, "My children, my fighters." Her trust and faith in their strength give confidence to the students, though they do not yet fully realize the greatness of their destiny. The goddess, with a soft expression, opens her eyes filled with tenderness and sadness and speaks, "My precious fighters." These words waft warmth and protection, and though they are whispered, each student hears them in their heart as a call of home, a call of adventure. They feel the weight of her trust, and it strengthens their spirits in the face of the unknown that lies ahead. Whispers and doubts begin to break out among the students. Called to another world? Is this for real? They cannot believe that a fantasy, seemingly a figment of their imagination, is now a reality. Their eyes reflect a mixture of fear and insight as they begin to realize that they have become part of something great. The goddess promises that they will soon be transported to the Temple of Fantasy, the place where their true test will begin. A majestic building, as if taken from the architect's most audacious dreams, rises before them. The students, now more than students, stand on the threshold of their greatest adventure. In the glowing light of the temple stands a statue of a warrior, majestic and unwavering, like a guardian of ancient laws and truths. The goddess promises that the saint, the embodiment of her prophecy, will meet them there to provide support in the coming battle for fantasy. With a warm and peaceful face, she assures them of her full support, both emotional and material, to enable them to overcome the challenges ahead. The students absorb these words, feeling in them the weight and strength of their new purpose. The voice of one of the students, sincere and full of hope, rang out, "Goddess, may I ask a question?" His question, naive and honest, cuts through the silence. Are there levels, status windows, skills, and monsters here like in the games? It reminds everyone that despite the magic of the moment, they are still young and full of childlike curiosity. The goddess treats the students' questions with grace and tolerance, acknowledging their inquisitiveness. "Yes, of course," she answers a question about the mechanics of this new game-like world. That word, "great," hangs in the air, easing the tension of the moment. Another student, excited about the possibility of adventure, asks about princes and dragons, taverns, and epic quests. Her questions are confirmed with one word: there is. And that confirmation brings smiles and hope. A world full of wonder awaits them. The student, with delight in his eyes, imagines all the fun to be had. "It will be fun then, won't it?" he says, and the goddess, with warmth in her voice, accepts his remark. She is open to their questions, willing to guide their curiosity on a path of heroism and discovery. The students gather around, each with their own questions, their own doubts. One of them, with shining eyes, asks if the one who stands out among the rest will be a hero. The goddess, lofty and wise, gives him a simple answer: no. She explains that heroes are all of them, despite their differences in strength and ability. That word, no, was not a rejection, but a recognition of each of them, a recognition of their own greatness and potential. There is a growing realization among the students that while not everyone is endowed with equal strength, everyone can be a hero. With this knowledge, they look at each other with new eyes, recognizing in everyone a potential hero. The goddess continues, pointing the way to true heroism. Only by being recognized and blessed by the gods can you return as true heroes. These words carry the promise of future trials and triumphs. The student thanks the goddess for her answers, their eyes reflecting respect and awe at the sacred knowledge they now possess. The goddess, with a smile on her face and tenderness in her voice, assures the students of their heroism, prophesying great achievements in their upcoming adventure. She looks forward to seeing what heights they will be able to conquer. A joking discontent emerges among the students. One guy whispers to another that even a goddess can like pretty faces, eliciting laughter and winks. Another student asks permission to ask his question, and the goddess, with all her infinite tolerance, nods in agreement. Of course, her willingness to listen and answer questions is unflagging. Finally, the girl everyone knows as class president is about to speak. She stands with determination in her eyes, ready to take on a leadership role in this new and uncharted world. Her words are imbued with determination and strength, foreshadowing that she will stand on the front lines of whatever battle lies ahead of them. The goddess, with kindness in her heart and wisdom embodied in her smile, asks the students a question, testing their readiness for the roles they are to play. What is the hero's question to the gods? The class president, a girl with a look of determination on her face, speaks of the gravity of the situation. This world is in crisis and desperately needs our help. She pauses, concern in her eyes. But because we were uprooted so suddenly, I'm afraid our families and teachers are worried, she continues. Her words reflect a natural concern for those left behind in their original world. Will we be able to contact them? She asks, hoping that even in this new dimension they will be able to provide comfort to their loved ones. The goddess listens intently to the student's question, and her face reflects understanding and sympathy. She pauses, and in that silence the importance of the moment is felt. Seriously, but with hope in her voice, the goddess admits that communication with their homeworld would be problematic. She is reluctant to make false promises, instead offering honesty. The student, with concern in her voice, asks, when can we go back? This question affects everyone, and a sense of uncertainty hovers around. The goddess, with a slight smile, comforts them, promising that if they defeat the great demon lord, the gods who bestowed their blessings will grant them their wishes. This promise inspires confidence and purpose, motivating them to strive for victory. A storm of questions rises around her from the rest of the students, each hungry for answers, and each wanting to assert their place in this new reality. Goddess, I have a question too, they exclaim, their voices intertwined in a chorus of irrepressible curiosity and determination. The excited voices of the students, each eager for answers, merge into a single wave. I too have something to ask, they exclaim, hands pointing toward the sky, seeking the attention of the goddess. The goddess, radiant with light and favor, looks upon her young heroes with respect. She understands their thirst for knowledge and their need for reassurance, and though the questions become more and more pressing, she answers with the patience and wisdom that comes from long years of divine existence. However, as the day deepens, the answers become less certain. Her words begin to hint at the difficult challenges that await them and the unpredictability of their path ahead. The student raises his hand in embarrassment, his face reflecting hesitation and politeness. I apologize. His voice is quiet amidst the din of other inquiries, but it carries a weight and seriousness that demands attention. He senses the importance of his question and waits for his moment to be heard. A student stands before the goddess, his stride resolute, his gaze serious. It's not a question, it's a request. His words are desperate. Please send me back to Earth. His plea resonates among the stars, embodying dreams of home. The goddess looks at him with understanding, her voice soft but with a note of firmness in it. Have I explained this to you before? She reminds him that their return is only possible after defeating the great demon lord, which puts their desires on a scale with their duty to this world. Confusion freezes on the young man's face. He admits he has no interest in becoming a hero. And I say I want to go back to Earth. His words are an echo of the fears and hopes of everyone who finds themselves here, everyone who wishes to return home, to familiar lives and favorite faces. The student stands before the goddess, his face contorted with despair. Don't tell me it's impossible to return to Earth. His voice trembles with fear of the unknown. It's definitely possible. He searches her answer for hope, for the possibility of returning home, to a familiar life. The goddess, meanwhile, reminds them of the greatness of the task before them, a world where countless lives are on the verge of collapse. Her words about the grim reality of their new location are echoed in the lightning cutting through the sky. So why do you turn a blind eye to adversity? She asks a question that sounds like a challenge, a call to the students to realize the importance of their mission and the impact they can have. This moment is a test of their resolve and willingness to become the heroes the gods have asked them to be. The student utters the bitter truth with a tremor in his voice. Will he who makes his family worry save the world? His words reflect a deep inner struggle, a dilemma between the call of duty and the love of family. He looks at the goddess, his gaze full of determination, and asks about her name. I am Kan Hansu. He introduces himself, a name given to him by his parents, full of love and hope. The student pleads with the goddess, "Please tell me now." He seeks comfort in her words, hope that his desire to return home will be heard. The goddess looks at him with understanding and says, "Someone who isn't interested in becoming a hero, just like him." Her voice is full of regret, but also respect for his honesty. "I won't push you." Her answer frees him from the expectation of becoming someone he doesn't want to be, giving him the freedom to choose his path. A young man stands before a portal that twinkles like a star in the night sky. His face reflects a mixture of determination and fear. No one? He can't believe that his request to return to Earth could be denied. Really? His question hangs in the air, filled with despair. The goddess, soft but firm, reminds him of the explanation given earlier. She points out the path he must take for his wish to become a reality. "If you defeat the great demon lord, your wishes will come true." "But since he begins, and his words are drowned out by the buzzing voices of his fellow students around him. His plea is interrupted by an explosion of emotion from the other students who also wish to go home. "Hansu! Mine too!" they shout, excited at the prospect of seeing their families again. The portal pulses, ready to transport them back to Earth. The young man turns around and promises, "We'll be back soon." His words are a promise to both himself and his companions that they will all return together to be disciples, sons and daughters again. "Understood, I'll tell them all, you are terrible sons and daughters." He stands on the threshold of the shimmering portal, his silhouette cutting off the light. "I will go first," he declares with a determination found only in those who face the unknown. His figure hides in the glow of the portal, and he steps into the unknown. A moment later, he finds himself in a world quite unlike his school classroom. The stars overhead shine brighter than ever. "Earth, huh? Looks like I've been thrown far away from school." His words are full of bewilderment. A path illuminated by moonlight opens before him, and he begins to walk along it. Suddenly, he encounters an unexpected spectator, a tourist lost in this new reality. "Excuse me, can you help me?" He turns to the stranger for help. This moment becomes the beginning of a new journey for the young man. A journey that will perhaps lead him back home or to new incredible adventures in this strange and wonderful world. Suddenly, the silence of the night forest is broken. A student who has just asked to return to Earth is confronted with unexpected danger. He turns around to see monsters representing his worst nightmares come to life. "What the? Damn goddess!" His voice is embittered and full of terror in the face of the beasts that clearly do not wish him well. Adrenaline awakens an unexpected courage in him. Meet with short ears this time." He didn't think he would ever utter such words, especially in a situation like this. The gnashing of the monster's teeth and their savage gazes cause him to cry out in despair, "Ah!" A young man who seemed so determined and calm not so long ago now has to fight for his life in a world that is clearly not as friendly as it seemed at first glance. Young people dressed in school uniforms stand together, united not only by their recent adventure, but also by a shared sense of awe and anticipation. Their faces reflect emotions ranging from confusion to joy in anticipation of the new, uncharted world that has just unfolded before them. In the center stands the goddess, welcoming those who have arrived in the dimension of fantasy. Her posture reeks of majesty and dignity, and her presence is perceived as something sacred and sublime. A young lady with noble features surrounded by knights in armor. Her gaze is soft and pensive, as if she is pondering her place in this story. Goddess. Another beauty. Could she be a saint? One of the teachers ponders, marveling at her beauty and the grace she exudes. Suddenly, a blond man with aristocratic facial features comes into view of a group of students. "Look over there, so handsome. Is he a prince?" None other than the young nobleman elicits cheers and whispers among the female students. In a luxurious cloak and with a sword at her hip. "I am a saint of the great temple. A midnight prophecy from the goddess. I was looking forward to our meeting. And this man," says the mysterious woman beside him. Her voice is full of majesty and mystery. He introduces himself. "It is truly an honor to welcome the legendary heroes. I am Albus, Swordmaster, recognized by the Kingdom of Swordmasters as the hero's hunter instructor." His eyes sparkle with confidence and strength, and he stands before them as a symbol of courage and chivalry. The students can't hide their admiration. "Wow, a real prince," they exclaim with one voice, immersing themselves even deeper into the magical atmosphere of this new world that will now be their home and field of exploits. stunned by the appearance of a blonde-haired girl dressed in luxurious, bright pink robes. She seems to be an important person, perhaps even an aristocrat or member of the royal family, given her appearance and the way she speaks of a princess who is late for her business. Entering the room through a collapsed wall, her grand entrance is accompanied by words of apology for having had too much to drink the night before. She apologizes for her oversight with expressive facial expressions and gesticulation, making her figure even more dramatic and prominent. A girl who makes a remark about honesty, considering it both a strength and a weakness. This shows her wisdom and possibly high standing in society. Her words seem to have weight and significance to the people around her who listen to her carefully. The princess in pink continues to apologize, explaining that she shouldn't have been late, and realizes that she should act more responsibly, especially given her status. Princess Athena the Archmage, the embodiment of greatness and mercy, was once again the center of attention. Her sudden appearance in the courtroom caused confusion among the servants, but her carefree laughter and relaxed demeanor immediately dispelled any confusion. Despite her high position, Athena had a rare ability to remain close to people, her accessibility and sincerity winning hearts. Two figures stood beside her, one marked by an aura of authority, the other by nobility and warriorly article. The boy whose attention was drawn to them was puzzled but also delighted. In this magical world where he had been thrown by chance, every new acquaintance seemed to be a herald of unknown adventures. Suddenly, a status window appeared in front of the boy, a bright indicator of his new reality, an embodiment of how the fantasy world was intertwined with elements familiar to games. Lines and numbers floated beneath his astonished gaze, denoting his level, characteristics, skills. It was a new way of seeing the world and himself in it, something he couldn't help but enjoy despite all the trials that were already ahead of him. What will be his role in the world? Would he be the hero of his own story or a mere observer of others' exploits? Time, that incorruptible judge, had to give the answer. The guy who was pointing his finger at the table that was showing him the stats. It shows various characteristics. The man seems to be trying to figure out a complex equation related to the hero's levels and blessings. The guy looks at the reader in wonder, holding his hand near his face. He seems to have just come to an important realization or discovery related to the section on blessings. Also written was where it is explained that the racial language associated with heroes will be automatically translated. Experience gained in battles and achievements will be greatly increased. The character is apparently pondering the usefulness of automatic translation and how much it will increase his experience. The guy is looking straight ahead, his face expressing skepticism or contemplation. He ponders potential limitations or conditions that might make this transfer offer even more valuable, suggesting that there is some penalty effect. On one side, cut off from the world, stands a young man, addressing a tableau that hovers above him like a beacon in an ocean of uncertainty. Too many competitors have received the same blessing, he ponders, mulling over his words before continuing. Goddess, I have a question. In response, the goddess, who seems to be the very embodiment of nobility and majesty, addresses him. Her voice is overflowing with warmth, but it also carries the weight of responsibility. Brave hero, to receive the blessing, you must condescend to the favor of the god. Her words are simple and clear, but there is a deep meaning hidden in them that the young seeker has yet to decipher. Suddenly, the space around the students begins to vibrate with an invisible force, filling with strange symbols and signs. They are like frozen pieces of the night sky, and each one radiates a different mystery, causing wonder and excitement among those present. All eyes were fixed on the incomprehensible messages that hovered in the air like pages of windows. Some god gladly observes. Some god rejoices in progress. Some gods, such phrases are in the air. And every word, every phrase seems to be a riddle that the students are eager to solve. On one side, cut off from the world, stands a young man, addressing the light that hovers above him like a beacon in an ocean of uncertainty. Too many competitors have received the same blessing, he ponders, mulling over his words before continuing. Light, I have a question. In response, the goddess, who seems to be the very embodiment of nobility and majesty, addresses him. Her voice is overflowing with warmth, but it also carries the weight of responsibility. Brave hero, to receive the blessing, you must condescend to the favor of the god. Her words are simple and clear, but there is a deep meaning hidden in them that the young seeker has yet to decipher. Suddenly, the space around the students begins to vibrate with an invisible force, filling with strange symbols and signs. They are like frozen pieces of the night sky, and each one radiates a different mystery, causing wonder and excitement among those present. All eyes are fixed on the incomprehensible messages that hang in the air like pages from a forgotten book. Some god observes with joy. Some god rejoices in progress. Some gods. Such phrases are in the air, and every word, every phrase seems to be a riddle that the students are eager to solve. This interaction with the divine is not simply an exchange of questions and answers. Rather, it is a journey through a labyrinth of metaphors and symbols, a journey each must take to find their truth and their place in this mysterious one. To which the saint smilingly asked him, should she be worried about such garbage? Well, all in a fantasy world filled with hopes and dreams and adventure has begun. And meanwhile, the kid who was sent to the woods kept running away from the monsters. But finally stopping near one of the trees because of his shortness of breath, he just thought that if he had known this was going to happen, he would have done a little weightlifting. But when the guy literally stopped for a breath, the arrow flew into the tree near where the guy was standing. Turning around, he saw the monsters already approaching, telling the meat and their lunch to stop. Because it didn't take a genius to realize that monsters like this don't exist on Earth. So somehow the special called goddess I tricked him and she wasn't going to send them back. But while the guy was just running, he thought, what if this is a real fantasy world and maybe there's some magic here, asking please. In front of the boy appeared a scoreboard with characteristics from what he was shocked because he did not understand, looked at such an indicator as a curse, and did not understand why the hero is listed in the category of curse. And also it was written there that the curse of the hero language is once hostile, and to heroes will be automatically translated. Experience gained from hunting and achievements will be greatly reduced. That the guy didn't realize that the goddess must have done it to get rid of him, but he couldn't believe about such a punishment in a world where the level can only be increased by using the game system. Hearing the monsters talk about how they want meat, say they are sitting him, he began to realize that the automatic transfer of times hostile to him means that he may be able to communicate with them. And since the guy didn't run away, he turned away and asked the monsters if they wanted to talk. To which the monsters in surprise literally staggered from not understanding what had happened, to which our hero, I just thought that maybe it worked. But then the kid heard about their dinner talking meat and realized it was futile to try to get in touch with them. And at some point the guy realized he couldn't hurt anymore because he was tired enough, saying only lastly that he'd be gone before his mom and dad, and he only apologized saying it was because of that goddamn goddess. But at that moment, suddenly the guy got an arrow right in his leg. Turning around, he didn't realize what had happened. The boy looked up and saw the elves sitting in the trees with their bows drawn toward the boy. But one of the elven girls saw the kid and didn't understand why he was there. And that's a look the guy could see without realizing what was going on around him. But then suddenly the monsters turned around and saw the elves as the meat attracted them more than the guy saying that this is their new non-dinner. And at this point, the boy began to realize that it seems that between the fantasy barbarians, a battle has broken out, and he must take advantage of this to escape. Thus he began to literally try to crawl away from both the monsters and the elves. And already behind one of the trees, Guy did not understand what to do. Now pray to God is not an option because in all this is to blame the goddess. And at that moment he realized that he would probably die faster than pray to such a god. But at that moment something strange appeared while the boy was thinking, is there no other choice but to die like this? And not a sourpuss literally peeping, which is exactly what the plaque tells us that a certain god was peeping. The guy still thought about whether he should pray to God, but at some point he realized that it was because of the goddess that he was in this position. Then the only question was why he should pray at all. And the kid, instead of praying to God, he chose to accept his doom, for meanwhile, God was peeping on the kid. To which the guy immediately said he didn't know what it was, but he was the only one who tried to say, "Save me." The boy literally cried and only said thank you over and over again, because his body reacted faster than his mind to that unfamiliar voice. But suddenly God asked the guy why he was alone, and he said the reason he was alone is that, but I'm the goddess who abducted his civilized man from Earth. But he also knew he couldn't say that, since the guy thought that if this voice unknown to me belongs to a god, he might turn out to be a friend of that goddess. So the only decision he made was that he'd ask to be rescued first because he was dying. Meanwhile, a certain god was confused, at which the boy asked, is there another god who can help him? And at this time, a certain god was puzzled as he muttered that there were no other gods. And also God liked the lack of other gods here, to which the guy immediately exhaled, saying, maybe he was an outsider. That some god asked the guy what the term meant, which the guy unknowingly realized that it had slipped out of his tongue, saying that it meant outsider. Outsider is slang for people who are outside of a social group, but until the boy said so, he thought that if he got the strange curse again, if he explained it as it was, remembering that he was already cursed, and thus the experience of hunting and accomplishment he had is greatly diminished, thinking about whether there is any way to turn it to his advantage. To which the guy decided to say that the underdog is the lone wolf running wild. Thereby a certain god was pleased with the meaning of such a word, and the lad exhaled thinking of what had brought it after all. But then a certain god confirms the fact that he's an outsider, and asks if that's a good thing. To which the guy smiled, only asking that he would please save him anyway. And a certain god asked the guy if he was an outsider too. But the guy didn't know what he was talking about or why he had to be him, realizing that he only ended up that way because his classmates were terrible sons and daughters to their parents, and he's clearly an insider, the complete opposite of an outsider. But the guy decided to lie a little bit and smiled and said that yes, he was an outsider too. But at the same time, that's why his friends were drafted into the temple, and he's here to survive and get revenge. He has to give up his pride and identity. But that meanwhile, a certain god was pondering whether to help him to be an outsider, and also a certain god had conflicting feelings remembering the bitter past. To which the kid apologized. They say it's okay for an outsider to help another outsider, and I guess that doesn't apply to him because he's God. The guy also realized that he'd said such nonsense in a hurry, as if to be considered an outsider. And those who had friends who could help him? But at the same time, some god said that all outsiders are the same. To which he immediately began to use his power, because a certain god had decided to help the poor loner. And at that moment, the guy realized that the arrow began to disappear, literally dissolving, realizing that the pain that seemed about to destroy him suddenly disappeared, realizing that it was really God. The guy, as soon as he got up, said thank you so much for saving him, as his body felt much better, but still a certain god looked proudly at the healed outsider. And after a while, there was a rank F outsider next to the blessing, and the guy didn't understand why it said outsider next to the blessing. Outsider, all statuses except death for outsiders will be reset. Something terrible will happen if Lone Wolf leaves the wilderness. But still it looked like it had been done hastily, thinking Lone Wolf, but they understood what it all meant. Thinking that if he stops being an outsider and becomes an insider, will he get divine retribution? But a certain god will only help the outsider. And the kid started running away from the tree, away from the monsters, realizing he didn't really have a claim. Since first of all, he wouldn't be able to talk to them, since even if he couldn't understand the words of these monsters thanks to the hero's curse. But still the guy realized when he was running away from the monster that he was destined to be an outsider anyway. But the guy was treated like an outsider and told that all statuses other than death for outsiders would be reset. Well, at some point, the guy felt God's isolation, and in addition, he felt how disappears not only injuries but also remains, because even if he continues to run at full speed, he will not get tired. But the monsters chasing the guy were getting tired as he realized they couldn't even keep up with him. And at some point, the monsters started using their weapons, shooting at the guy not only with arrows and throwing swords, but also with stones. One of the rocks I hit right in the back of the guy's head, and a certain god watched the guy anxiously. The monsters barely even thought about the fact that they'd managed to catch the guy after all. But at this point, the guy only began to run much faster, saying that they had a chance of catching him, but that the monsters realized that the meat was strange since it didn't die at all. The guy turned to God, saying that it's amazing because it's not just empty words, and he's serious about it because in this situation, not only does the fatigue and trauma disappear, but his mind remains calm. But also the guy thought if he got caught, should he just bite his tongue? But also he really didn't know if he could do it with his approach to things. But not God, he told the guy that he wouldn't die from it. To which the guy said he was about grateful for such terrible advice, remembering that all statuses except death would be reset. I understand that this means that until he is not destroyed with one blow, even critical wounds will disappear. But then suddenly the guy ran up to the cliff, not understanding what it is and what he should do. Ask God if he can survive, but that he replied that he congratulates him because he will not survive jumping from such a height. But what guy just thought about what a heartless god, and couldn't he give him wings or something like that? But in the meantime, while he was dealing with this weird, stingy god, the rock was in front of the guy and the monsters behind him, and it was time to make a decision. He turned to the monsters and said that he had a suggestion that could help them all. They say there's a lot of hungry mouths out there, but there's something special they say about whoever catches it first gets to give away the tastiest parts. To which the guy reiterated that instead of sharing it, they could make things much simpler and much more efficient, telling the monsters that whoever catches it first will give up their tastiest parts. Of course, the monsters immediately rejoiced at this, and their eyes literally lit up and drooled. They all jumped on the guy, trying to get him as fast as they could, to which even some of the monsters started arguing amongst themselves about who grabbed first, which the guy immediately began to realize was the fact that these monsters were obsessed with his meat, and also the obsession these guys had with me was to his advantage. So the guy literally took a step backwards and started flying into the cliffs, where one of the monsters thought he'd lost his mind. And already some monsters, when flying down, realized that the guy built it all on purpose to throw them down from the cliff, that the guy only smiled and laughed. And just seconds later, the guy together with a lot of monsters landed on the ground, from which they in turn shook, because of such a large number was such a feeling that literally inside something exploded. As soon as the guy opened his eyes and looked around, he thought about the fact that he wasn't dead after all, but he felt like he was smashed to bits. I think that probably it all just seems to him, But nevertheless, a certain god admired the survival skills of a loner, to which the boy stood up and said that there was nothing special about it. But suddenly one of the monsters pointed its dagger at him, only repeating the meat, but that the kid would be surprised since he didn't understand why this monster is still alive. But when he looked at it, he got a sign and a mini level of blessing as well as curse. His level was 3rd. But what the guy was surprised because now he realized that he could see the status windows of other users, realized that his name sounds pretty poetic, and the level is much higher than the guy. Wondering if he survived a fall from such a height without a pool just by being high. In fantasy RPG worlds, levels are often raised based on his experience, and this meant opponents are superior in strength, and having a higher level would necessarily give much more experience. And level and blessings are the two things that can allow everyone to become stronger than they were before. Either by leveling up, gaining experience from destroying monsters possessing status windows, or receiving a blessing from God. To receive the God's blessing, they must do certain things. But then suddenly one of the guys and I just yawned and thought what a waste of time they had ahead of them. Which in turn, the other guy was just thinking about how God Almighty might be giving him his isolation because he thought he was the talented being he'd been looking for so long. But also the Holy One remarked that getting was with the apparition. It doesn't mean that everything will end here, as the gods will always watch over them. The girl raised her hand and asked the Holy One as she had a question for her. And then the girl asked if this meant that the gods would be watching over them all this time, to which the saint replied that this was correct, but that the girl clarified whether this meant that they would also review for them during the soul or natural urges, to which the saint also replied that this was without exception. Compliments the fact that the heroes are not human. They say to please don't judge the gods based on group of human standards. And thus the girls also began to gods to speak about not paying attention to them, and also a certain god said that they are not interested in vulgarity. Various winds insisted that for them it is no different from the air, to which the girl immediately thought that it looked as if the gods would at least give their blessing to those in whom they were more interested. Thus a certain vicious god praised the girl, raising his thumb up well, and the wind god highly appreciated her clear judgment, to which the girl only smiled in response. And also suddenly something began to happen to her. The girl didn't realize what it was yet, but then she saw that she had been blessed with a F-rank charm. Well, that of course the girl very much rejoiced at such a fact. Her joy had no limit. But some people wondered what this skill had to do with the demon lord's root. Not that they cared, but they did not understand what kind of smell began to float in the air near the girl. It was the very effect of charm. Her body will always study the charming smell, and the chances of conquest and win the hearts of the opposite sex greatly increased from what guys immediately, literally, began to fall in love with the girl. To which the saint asked the girl to stop using her blessing charm, to which the girl replied that she was sorry for. But what should she do if she didn't know how to stop it? But not those innocents. The goddess doesn't like foul play, and the saint began to realize it was too late, and it wouldn't end that easily. To which the girl asked who were the men who had completely succumbed to her charms. The saint only asked the girl to take another look at her window status, and as soon as the girl looked, she didn't understand what about her window status. And as soon as she saw the curse appear near the voyage from below, she didn't understand what kind of punishment the saint had. Aren't they heroes after all? Why was she cursed with a punishment? Maybe it's the devil or something. To which the saint replied that theology is not the only thing the gods can grant here to everyone. They can also put a curse on heroes they don't like too, which the girl replied that she had never heard of it. And saint also pointed out that of course she hadn't heard it because she was just about to explain it to all the heroes present. And at some point the girl started feeling a lot of pain talking about it and not realizing what was going on. It was a punishment. All the damage and criticism that she gets is greatly increased, and it's like she's getting a terrible punishment every time she tries to commit a foul deed, to which the girl said that she was wrong and she wants it to stop right now. But still, some fight not so much as watched, and some whistled, but someone already started looking for another person. And the saint spoke as soon as she received a curse or salting, it would not disappear until her death, and the higher the rank of the curse or statement, the stronger the effect. And once the rank is raised, it can never be lowered. But the girl asked her to wait because even F-rank curses cause such insane pain. So it's the end, and the other girl asked her not to give up. The princess immediately began to say that the curse could be compensated for by staying, and the pain would also decrease once her body and mind became stronger due to the level increase. The princess only smiled again and said to Tane to give up so easily and keep her hands up. Meanwhile, the guy would be a little surprised because he did not understand why his level does not change, since he had cut off the lives of many monsters that were above his level, thinking that maybe it's the hero's curse or that leveling up is hard to do. But also the guy turned to God akin to lone wolves. Is there any useful information for him on what some god asked him to address him by the term outsider? To which the boy immediately turned to the god of the outsider, asking, is there any useful information? To which the latter in turn informed him that this could not be said because it is really a useless god excluding the isolation, but he will keep it with him all such. Thanks to him, he has a great advantage. And also at some point, a certain god began to grumble because he thought that just running around is quite boring to what the guy I thought so too. Although he had already been running in the forest for several hours. But to his great surprise, he did not have a single feeling such as hunger or thirst. Well, and of course fatigue on what a certain god and him tried to do something else. And the guy thought, what if he found a man? Because even a rock full of people trying to do what a certain god hoped a powerless outsider would quietly perish, to which the guy said he would have hit that codger if he'd been near him. But in a moment, as soon as the guy raised his dagger and the monsters that were nearby began to smell the odor and literally began to search. And the guy was just wiping his cheek hearing about how monsters talk about how it's a delightful smell. The guy only thought because he would at least get out of the forest and find a human village, but he did not understand yet on what path he should go, and the monsters that were on the way who were looking for human. Since looking out from under the tree, the guy only noticed a large cluster of monstrosities who were apparently looking for him because they smelled the odor. However, it is very strong now. Well, to top it off, he was holding a trophy from one of the monsters, and it looks like it was only used for stabbing, but its blade is sharpened enough to nickname the former owner of the dagger a butcher. At which point a certain god began praying for the outsider's soul, to which the guy just said that he wasn't going to die at all. Because the guy realized that just because he was in a fantasy world, it didn't mean that he had to do only fantasy activities. A certain god was watching the guy with bored eyes, thinking for example, fencing or magic. To which the kid asked God if he knows about a term like centrifugal force. For I was going to show the fantasy monster the power of science in the idea of wood. He was literally spinning his contraption in front of them. But at some point, the guy realized that it was harder than he thought, because if with his stamina to swing more than once or twice, he would be dragged by inertia and lose his balance, however. At some point, it was made to work all statuses except death for the outsider will be reset, and something terrible will happen if the lone wolf leaves the wilderness. And whenever the blessing starts working, his legs stop shaking and his breathing stabilizes. And what guy doesn't get a lot more confident? And the guy with every moment there understood more and more how to use the blessing of the outsider, as now he doesn't have to pay attention to minor injuries and fatigue. But to put it another way, if he just avoids death, everything else will be taken care of by the saltiness of some god. And the guy literally began to scatter monsters one by one with his device, and all he has to do is fight hard and avoid getting killed. Though at the same time, the monsters looked at the guy and thought that maybe he would soon get tired and stop fighting them, and they could get what they wanted. Because he thought they decided to stall for time by using long-range attacks and wait for Guy to tire, realizing they were smarter than they looked. And as soon as the guy was distracted, the monsters immediately attacked him. But then all of a sudden the guy smiled and said they were falling for such cheap tricks. And he immediately began to attack the monsters that were close enough to attack him, because he realized that he was responding in the same way as them. And already at some point the guy was left standing on his feet, and many monsters that attacked him were destroyed, and a certain god slightly raised his grade on what the guy said that he was quite stingy. But still one of the monsters managed to survive, and the guy ordered him not to move, saying that if he does not want to get any more, as he was wondering where people live, because maybe it is a meaningless question because monsters can easily lie. But at some point Monster immediately pointed her hand in the direction saying that humans lived there, but still the guy realized that it was much simpler since he could just catch other monsters and make sure that the information was correct. So he immediately went on to say that he had another question, what species he belonged to which Monster only I replied that he was stupid me. And the guy pointed out that if he didn't want him to smash his head in, he should just answer the question. To which the monster replied that he was a knoll, asked the guy to let him go since he answered all the questions. On whatcom, of course, the kid smiled, thanking me for the rather valuable information for him. At which the guy immediately destroyed the monster, saying that he said that if he answered honestly would not hurt him too much, but never said to spare him. But at that moment a certain god informs the incredulous outsider that this creature is a knoll, which actually the guy has already figured out for himself. Though he also realized that these monsters he had seen in games were much cuter. The knoll, a half-human, half-monster character that often appears in fantasy games and stories in Target, they usually resemble hyenas. And maybe it's because of the difference in 2D and 3D you made the knoll more commercially appealing, or maybe it's the sense of realism of his attempted destruction that played into it. And also a certain god had pointed out the fact that the young gnolls were very cute, to which the guy just exhaled his thanks for the useless information. But still, he didn't understand why he was still on the same level after destroying so many of them. Talking about starting full-scale training tomorrow. To which the prince said that he would teach in swordsmanship, and also pointing at the princess saying that the girl would teach them magic. saying that the heroes are free to choose which of the two skills they want to learn. To which one of the guys I immediately raised my hand and asked if they could attend both classes at once, to which I got the answer, sure, because if they suddenly become too difficult, they can quit one of them. To which the guy immediately said that this would not happen as he would try to attend both classes and excel in them. But suddenly one of the heroes asked if they could not study at all, to which the prince replied that if they thought he did not need lessons from the greatest swordsman and magician, it was not their choice. Well, the guy also asked me if he could leave the temple in his free time, to which I immediately received the answer that of course he can if he has more questions, to which the guy replied, no. But thereby at this moment some immature god was taking a great interest, eh? Well, the guy was just thinking about training because this kind of thing is only for statisticians who don't have skills in, and heal the key. And also the main character has his own rules of thumb slash, thinking that they guys can train as much as they want and keep digging, and in the meantime the guy's gonna be the main character of this fantasy world, and he's gonna go explore the ruins and the labyrinths with his cute and adorable friends. To which the prince already immediately said that the next morning heroes who want to follow the path of the night should follow him right now. If they don't match his abilities, they can change the election at any time, so they don't have to worry about it very much slash. And one of the boys, I asked the prince how about a magic lesson where they'd learn it, because he said it looked like the princess had too much to drink the night before. And she's also quite a hard worker, so she'll be here soon, no doubt. And also those who want to learn magic, they need to wait here for a while for the princess. I asked them if they slept well that night, but they just kept talking about how they could never get used to that bad potty night, and how they felt bad because there was no shampoo or conditioner. Meanwhile, the guy who refused to train was just looking at his stats, and what he saw amazed him a little bit, because in the blessing line he also saw special, which meant that he was the most special protagonist in the whole world, and only he could see and feel this special relaxation, realizing that he got it after all. Since he still got the answer he needed, looking at Kangmin, just thinking about how he doesn't know anything, thinking about how he's the best, trying his best to show it, and thinking that if useless brats like him work hard enough, may not be able to rise to the position of a ranked opponent of the protagonist. And meanwhile, the town square is laid out by the city of the Great Temple. The kid walking by thought he'd come to the right place after all. A fantasy story is bound to start right here, right now. Walking into one of the rooms, the kid's video is a big cluster of characters. But what many have welcomed is a newcomer who seems to be entering this room for the first time for them. So the girl immediately turned to the guy and asking what brought him to the mercenary guild, to which the guy just told her he came here to register as a mercenary, as it was the standard route of any protagonist of the fantasy genre, is a must for anyone who wants to get involved in other adventures. But then the guy overheard him being told that this was no place for a rookie like him, if he can't wait to die, to which the guy just replied that this is exactly the way things are going. But in front of the guy stood a girl, said the only thing is that he should stop talking such nonsense and go home now, saying that she had seen many such impulsive guys who quickly died after becoming mercenaries. But at some point, something happened because the effect is to put a buff on the main character. The guy just kept looking at the girl, and the girl just kept asking if he was listening or not. Because this beautiful woman with a curious disposition is definitely a disguised princess or a noble of high status. To which the guy immediately smiled and said that this is the fate of the main character because it is certainly the effect of a special blessing, telling the girl that if he does not want to return, then if she is so worried, why not keep him company? I noticed the fact that they're good at judging him by his skin because that's what it looks like to him. To which the guy also told the girl that she was also experiencing the same thing many times, asking if he was right or wrong, but that the girl immediately looked at the guy with a hard stare with a little smile. She said that's where he got her. And the guy just got excited enough to think he was really special in this world. And he also immediately told the girl that he couldn't tell her much about it all right now, but he's the chosen one I am, to which the girl was surprised, because it would be more difficult for a guy to talk calmly with such a beauty on earth, but here he thought he was a hero who would save the world on what he is some immature main god, just fell with laughter. But also the girl was wondering what is the so-called ability of the chosen, but that the guy only laughs would say that he learns the power of the main character's Bafa. To what the girl who asked just a couple minutes ago from the guy what he is alive was also surprised to hear about the main character's Bafa. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to the forest to the guy who questioned the monster, who in turn asked that he did not touch him. But still the guy didn't promise to spare them, but at the same time it was very unexpected for him that the monsters were honest with him since they are so primitive that they can immediately notice when they are lying. Realized that the human village is to the west and he doesn't know the exact distance, but he confirmed it by asking a bunch of monsters. So there can be no mistake, remembering that his desperate battle with monsters had turned into a purity, not a semblance of a hunt as he had destroyed most and their kin overnight. He had transformed from a victim to a skilled hunter. thinking only that maybe it was some hidden talent, but he didn't fully understand what was going on and how, and a certain god kept watching the boy. Well, the guy also realized that he had suffered many grievous wounds while learning to hunt, and would never have learned to fight so quickly without his outsider's detachment. For he was also pleased that it also allowed him to keep his composure. So how long would it take to get to the village? He has to meet the natives of this fantastic world. But at the same time, a certain god grumbled, looking at the guy expressing his deep displeasure. To which the guy asked if he wanted him to die, to which a certain god said that he didn't care about what was happening, and the guy didn't realize how cold-blooded though it was he who gave him the blessing. But then all of a sudden the guy felt something. He turned around and saw it, how one of the monsters managed to survive the fight and immediately pounced. But no sooner had the guy pulled out his dagger than something simply destroyed the monster in one blow. When the guy turned around and saw that two people were already standing in front of him, he only asked them to wait, because he was just looking for the village. But then the kid realized they couldn't understand each other, but there's nothing he could do about it. He realized they were the first people he'd met here. He immediately decided that for now he would put his dagger far behind his back so as not to provoke aggression towards himself. And after a moment, the guy kneeled down and said that he was giving up because he was against violence. But of course nothing had changed, because they still couldn't talk to each other. But he also realized that people communicate not only with words, body language that shows unwillingness to conflict and fight, a calm voice that doesn't alarm the interlocutor. But the guy also realized they couldn't have a hard-to-understand conversation like that, but at least it could be reported. Because he was still looking at these people, I didn't know what they were talking about. And already at some point, one of the girls sharply raised her crossbow and pointed it towards the guy. To which he shouted sharply for her to wait, "For you are the foreigner does not bite. He is a nice inhabitant of another world." And a short time later, the guys who found the kid were heading towards town with the kid. But then the unexpected girl mouthed the guy's name and something else that the guy only realized was his name, since he was the one who told them about it. He heard some guys call his name and keep saying something, but what they were saying and so far the guy didn't understand. He certainly told them his name by sign language, but apart from him he couldn't understand a single thing they said, and in the end it was the foreign language grade that lowered his GPA, because it was a relief for the guy that he could meet friendly humans. At least they didn't shoot at the first meeting unlike the elves, and plus, he doesn't have to worry about fighting monsters. Well, also the guy realizes that he can't see their status windows, but he was sure that fully equipped mercenaries would be stronger than level 1. But meanwhile, God kept watching the guy, and also some god emphasized that he wasn't acting like an outsider. And also, a certain god complained to the guy that he shouldn't talk to him indifferently, to which the guy emphasized that it's okay to talk informally when they're getting closer. So a certain god told him to stop acting like they're close. But also the guy realized that he had met people, and was only talking to God, but thanks to the use of body language, he was at least able to learn their names. The old man's name was Gary, and the guy thought that he, the leader of this group, Henry carried this outrageously large sword behind his back without showing the slightest hint of fatigue, and whether he too should acquire such a weapon to fight big monsters, since in any case it is a fantasy template. And also when the kid looked at the guy's biceps, she didn't realize how strong he was, to which a certain god immediately snorted. And the guy spoke out because of course he didn't read compared to a god like him, but after all, they are only human. But suddenly one of the guys who was also in the squad of people who took the guy with them turned around. Because this young man's name is Cole, he laughs a lot and he may be smaller than Gary, but he's got a very strong body. And he's got a long ball on each side of his belt, and he's using double swords because it was a fantasy. And also the girl who said something to the guy that he immediately said that he couldn't believe what she just said was. Misa attacking this team at long range, she uses a huge steel crossbow, and judging by the size doesn't think the guy thinks he's being used to fight people. But also the girl turned around and pointed her finger to one side, which the guy seemed to realize she wanted him to look over there. But in the distance, the guy saw some smoke. I'm thinking that if it's not a forest fire, it must be a chimney in something at home. The guy was very happy because finally there is a place where people live, and a certain god was silent at first, and then remarked that the kid wasn't acting like an outsider, to which the kid just said yes a few times, to which a certain god looked with displeasure at the insolent outsider. But at the same time, the guy was just pretending that they'd been screwing me, because he needed to get out of the woods as soon as possible, which he knew he couldn't do. But all of a sudden, the guys who picked up the kid heard something literally coming from behind them. Turning around, they saw a very large number of monsters that literally ran in their direction, and apparently they were not very friendly mood. The guys immediately said something and started pulling out their weapons such as balls, but the girl arrows her crossbow. Well, even the guy was surprised to hear about the guys talking about something guy only in Rio, that there are quite a few of them. Because it's the first time he's seen so many monsters since the incident at the cliff, I realize it may have been an ambush. But the guys had already prepared to repel the attack of the monsters, From what the guy felt awkward because of them. He apparently very much stood out as the size of the dimensions and the physique, as well as most likely skills to destroy monsters. Genry immediately tried to reach the monsters with his big sword, but he couldn't do it in one swing because the monsters had moved far enough away to avoid being hit by the sword. To which the monsters immediately began to say that this is very tough meat and very dangerous to mess with, deciding that they should scatter when at the same time the guy with the two swords had already literally jumped up trying to attack. But at some point the monsters realized that they had to tire as fast as possible so they would destroy them trying to catch the tired one themselves, and also realizing that they need to attack when they get close, but they have to wait a little while to do it. And at that moment a guy was standing with a girl. I was looking at her. He saw her looking so very intently at the monsters loading her arrow. And as soon as she charged, she immediately raised her crossbows to aim at one of the monsters to destroy it. She certainly managed to hit the exact target for where she had it, but still the monsters were many realizing also that they were being attacked from afar, and for them it was very dangerous. But after the girl shot, she had to reload the arrows for further attacks, which is what she started to do. But here, the girl heard a growl behind her and also the voice of the boy who had just spoken her name. Why did the girl immediately turn around? And at that moment, when she turned her gaze a bit, the girl saw a monster that was already close enough approaching her eye with quite evil intentions. The guy also noticed it apparently started screaming about the dangers behind her and that they couldn't help her. But then suddenly there was a guy who literally defended the girl attack the monster without letting it get close enough to attack. And meanwhile, the god who was watching the boy felt uncomfortable, but that boy immediately turned to the dear outsider. God asking him to please help, saying that man is a social creature, he really needs his help. But the monster wasn't going to wait the slightest second. He continued to attack, at which the guy deftly dodged one of the attacks to grab himself. On what a certain god said that it is not his business, but the guy only Japan that it is also true understand that he managed to dodge one monster, but several others began to literally approach him. And he realized that all the monsters were starting to congregate around the first level. That is, around the guy, and in just a moment the guys were able to defeat all the monsters that were attacking them, realizing that everyone seemed to be safe. But they abruptly turned around looking at the guy with a very hard stare, and apparently not with good intentions. The boy only said that if it wasn't for them, he would have been destroyed already, and he didn't need any trouble in this situation. But at this moment, the guy did not understand what was going on because the girl raised the windows and began to say something, and the man with the biggest sword also said something. But that the boy immediately asked the girl perhaps she was joking such an action raising his crossbow, say that he covered her so that the monsters could not approach her. To make an attack. Well, that girl did not become ceremonious and immediately released one of the arrows that were already prepared in the crossbow that hit the chest of the guy. The guy immediately collapsed on the grass, did not understand what just happened, and the girl continued to say something, although the guy does not understand at all what it is about thinking that this is a very bad fantasy world. To which the company immediately went over to the guy looking at him and thinking, because they were talking to the girl, not just her, about how it was a good job because of those monsters, their plan failed. And the girl said it was for the best. Say that with these monsters, they were able to find out how dangerous and unpredictable he is. It seemed to me that he was weak, because he looked rather thin and very shabby. Except for the fact that the kid kept talking in a language they didn't know, he behaved better than expected. You realize it would be very dangerous to stick to the original plan. But on the other hand, it was a little frustrating, but there's nothing you can do about it, because they thought this guy would volunteer to be their subject. Well, one of the guys offered to take the dagger he was using, for which the other I asked why, since it was probably just a cheap dagger. Although on the other hand, since they had already sold it, they should take everything they could. Although on the other hand, Henry just started talking about who knows what, because maybe it's more valuable than they think, pointing at the dagger, thinking that they don't trust him since he videoed it earlier. Talking about the jewelry on the dagger looks like it belongs to the royal family of elves. On that, there is one guy I approached, asked if it is true, because the magic artifact of the elves is very valuable, because even if it is a fake, it can still be worth not a small amount, saying that he should hurry up because the monster may come again, and they are all tired so they can no longer fight. To which the guy approached only and said, just look at this guy. He even after his death did not let go of his gun, to which others told him not to lose vigilance because the girl shot him in the chest, but in the heart did not hit, realizing the fact that he might still be alive and to be careful with him. But the guy, hearing that he might still be alive, decided to end it once and for all by pulling out his dagger and swinging it around, saying that it was so far away, it was easily fixable. But then suddenly looking at the guy, he got a characterization window where he could see his name level as well as blessings or curses. Because there are two ways to see the status windows already. Either someone shared it themselves, or they have a special resumption. And at that moment, the guy immediately froze and realized what was going on. as it was also a necessary requirement for the window to be visible. Because to see that window, the target must be alive, which is why the kid jumped up with a single punch, from which the others were very shocked, not realizing what had just happened and how such a thing was possible. For in a moment, the only one who stood there was this fellow with an arrow in his breast and also with his dagger in his hand. They don't understand what happened and what's wrong with this guy, thinking that maybe he's a demon. Genry also realized that he could not raise his sword as he was too tired from the recent battle, but then the girl began to warn that there was danger ahead. Because this was a guy who had gotten pretty close to Henry, and he looked pretty sure of himself destroying everything in his path. But as soon as his strike reached its target, he stopped and turned around. A second arrow also hit the guy, to which he only turned around looking at the girl and smiled and took the arrow in his hand. But the girl was really scared of it. She just kept apologizing, saying she made a mistake. And as soon as the guy got too close to the girl, she just kept apologizing, saying to please don't touch her. And at some point, the girl fell down asking him to forgive her and spare her without destroying her. To which the guy immediately began to turn to the girl to say something to her, but she did not understand because of what he said, because she only asked him to spare her. But at some point, the guy realized that it can hurt like hell, because he could not believe that she was shooting something on the table deadly at another person, thinking that the outfit fits him. Although he is not very comfortable in it, probably because of the fact that it is a woman's size, was on what a certain God A also broke out laughing and saying that he respects the outsider's hobby. To which the guy immediately said that this is not a hobby, understand that only that girl had the right size because the armor that the other two used is too bulky and heavy. And also the guy picked up the girl's crossbow thinking that maybe he could use it, decided to take it with me. But I don't think the guy ever found out why they attacked him, but at the last second he was able to see their status windows. I realized that the girl had a blessing even though she wasn't a hero, and that was surprising because getting God's blessing is a pretty common occurrence. After all, she had a composition of accuracy. This greatly increases the chance of hitting a target in any way, while greatly decreasing the chance that the target in any way will move. To which a certain god ignored the question. But the only thing he asked the guy was what was going to happen next. He said he was going to go to the village as planned. Well, also about those guys, the guy got compensated enough, and maybe even if he understands speech can do something with that amount. Is it true on that some god is reminding of what happened, and when he will try to stop being a loner? Meanwhile, the princess began to tell her students what she had to say about the concept itself, saying that in the distant past, there was no magic at all on the continent of fantasy. To which some guys began to squint among themselves. I talk about that. It's all about practical use, since he read about it. Naval apply mathematical calculations, you can become an archmage. To which one of the girls immediately started laughing, saying that magic is chemistry, and she would show them the first atomic bomb magic in fantasy history. But the other girl immediately asked them all to be quiet, saying that they were distracting people who were trying to actually focus on the lesson, to which the guy remarked that she didn't seem to know fantasy at all since she was listening so intently to the theory that you can't become an archmage just by knowing the history of magic. To which the princess also commented that it's for sure because mine is a talent and they must be close to mom. And also the princess noted that she also does not like unnecessary theories because talent is really quite a significant thing. And since talent is important when it comes to magic, the explanation about the founder of magic was... But then some students began to whisper saying that she might be the founder of magic and that she had mentioned it, but some at the same time had not heard. But what about the talent? To which the princess also pointed out and reminded them again, magic is a field that talent is more important than anything else. And what defines talent is more clearly innate lineage and the acquisition of an academic connection. So the princess asked them not to forget about it, showing their ability to summon fire literally from their hands. The princess also said that the most important thing in magic is talent. It is determined by innate lineage and acquired academic connections, introducing herself by saying that she is Athena the Archmage, a direct descendant of Sion the Archmage, who is the founder's 12th apprentice and her third husband. It was also possible to say that she had both a bloodline and an academic connection, but the boys also asked what about them, to which the princess replied that everyone here would maintain an academic connection with her, making her a student they heroes could reach high potential. But then one of the girls raised her hand to the princess, apologizing for interrupting her important explanation. But she had a question for her, to which the princess said she could ask. And the girl began to speak, for lineage and academic connection. Is it possible for a person without both to become a wizard? Though on the other hand, does it really matter since in the end they will all start with a good academic connection? To which the princess immediately looked at the girl with joy and said that it was possible. The princess immediately approached the girl and said that she would explain later, but first she had something to do, asking if she was Bora, to which the girl immediately said yes. And the princess also began to say that from that moment on, she was establishing a master-apprentice relationship with the hero Bora. And in a moment, something began to happen as the princess created literally 2 seals, saying that she recognized her as Atina's first apprentice archmage. And some of the guys were a little shocked because they didn't understand what was going on. And the princess also asked the girl to make an oath using magic. That as soon as the girl said she was swearing, something else started happening. But after a moment, the princess turned to the girl, saying that she congratulated her for being a full-fledged wizard from today. The girl also didn't understand what was going on, as she had a lot of questions she wanted to ask the princess. And also the princess said that she forgot to mention the fact that whoever becomes an apprentice before the others gets more inherited talent. The girl looked at her chart and realized that as soon as she became a student of her new teacher, she had a blessing from the rank, and realized that it might be the talent she had mentioned earlier, since she had the magic to give hopes and dreams to the most precious thing in the world. And she could pass her hopes and dreams to her descendant or student if she had parents or magic teachers. Even with hard work, she could become a wizard. And that the princess asked the girl, now it is clear to her why talent is so important, to what the girl in turn immediately replied that yes, because now it is clear to her. Immediately said that she would now return to the first question, talking about the founder who became the god of magic and left behind a blessing to make it easier for her descendants to learn magic. A normal magician calmly and effortlessly uses magic with recovery, and it's called white magic. But then suddenly the princess raised another hand, and turning around, the fire energy she had released earlier began to concentrate in her right hand, but in her left hand, which she had only recently raised, purple energy began to appear. And in a moment, as soon as the energy increased and intensified, the princess's glove literally burst apart just like her hand. All the students looking at what was happening saw the princess's hand burn out without realizing what it was and what was happening. To which the princess immediately replied that they were asking, is talent always necessary for magic? Saying that in the right hand is white magic that uses through blessing, but in the left hand is black magic using without it. But then abruptly to the princess came a girl turned to her. I immediately grabbed, saying that she completely forgot that she is strictly forbidden to use black magic. To which the princess immediately said she only did it to make it easier for the heroes to understand. To which the girl said she would report it to the queen somehow and said so. At which the princess immediately asked please that she would not tell her majesty anything, when at the same time one of the little ones was healing the princess's hand with magic. The girl immediately turned to the princess, saying that she was sorry because she shouldn't have asked that question, and the princess replied that it's okay, it's not her fault. The princess also spoke of how happy she was to know that now they all understood the dangers of black magic, to which some are left asking, what is black magic? Perhaps it is an evil force. Although the point is not that black magic is evil, unlike the blessing of magic sent down by the founder. Black magic is a form of nature possessing magical power. Meanwhile, the guy has already approached the gate, talking to one of the guards on what he realizes is that they need dry fuel to start a fire, saying that his left hand just acted as fuel. But the guard didn't know what he was talking about and held out his hand. And the guy actually thought he roughly understood what he meant, threw in a few coins to the guard on his arm. To what the guy passing just looked around, realizing that there are a lot of armed people walking around because this town is in the middle of a forest with monsters. But at the same time, as he approached one of the signs, he noticed the very building he had been told about at the entrance to the town, for it was a good thing that the store had a sign and a drawing. And in just a few hours, the kid realized that in the end, money is the best thing that can be, since anyone can make friends with anyone. Even if he cannot talk to him, it is considered a guardian of the owner of the living room, and in general, everyone. And at the same time, a certain god was inconvenienced, to which the guy asked in surprise, is he really that inconvenienced? Well, and also the guy said that he is also uncomfortable because he takes in the bathroom. But in addition, he wondered what sex is he, god, single, male, or female, or perhaps neutral? To which no god becomes even more uncomfortable. That's the kind of question. To what the boy said that he will now think of him as a man to protect his dignity. But when the guy was washing up, he noticed a stain on his shoulder, but for some reason it wouldn't come off at all. But that some god was concerned, and he immediately talked about it being a secret and hiding it in his heart, to which the guy didn't understand what he was worried about, saying that there might be enough secrets already. Asking about that room, he said so, which is not far from the guy, because behind this door, there was a conversation between people who thanked for the return to their business, saying that as mayor they would take care of it. But the kid didn't understand what was going on there and what they were talking about. The only thing the guy thought was that they were going to go out and chase the guy away, to which the guy ranted about how he was still bathing, they should wait another minute. To which they were surprised outside the door because they thought he can't speak their language. And just moments later, the kid came out of the bathroom and I started putting on my clothes. But at some point, the guy grabbed his dagger, realizing that the person he can communicate with is standing right behind that door. But in addition, the fact that they can't understand each other means only one thing. Since Curse of the Hero, the language of once hostile heroes will be automatically translated, and the experience gained from hunting and achievements will be greatly reduced, which means that the man behind the door was not of the human race, but of a hostile race. But still, the lad realized that the man at the door was a member of a hostile race he should be very careful of, because he's probably some kind of monster like a gnoll or a demon. But still the boy got ready with his hand behind his back, for there was a dagger behind it, and a certain god looked at the boy and said that the man who stood behind the door could come in. To which the doors immediately began to open, and a voice was heard apologizing for the intrusion. But the guy wouldn't stop taking his eyes away from the door, crystallizingly watching to see who would walk into the room he was in. Because the guy, I still did not understand what kind of monster will appear now in front of him as an enemy of the hero or not. It does not matter at all, elves. Humans and monsters in the same world are a great danger to him. But the only thing that mattered was whether they could have meaningful conversations between each other. To which the guy immediately asked what was wrong, and the man said not to worry because he was the headman of the village. And he received a report that prompted him to decide to check out this traveler speaking another language himself. The boy only replied that he understood, but he still wondered if this was a normal person or just a person masquerading as one, because he was too young to be old. But as soon as the man spoke, the guy's name, saying that it is very strange on what the guy thought so, because he can see his status window, and he felt uncomfortable when viewed his personal information. To which the man immediately told the guy that he should hide the status windows better, because it really wouldn't help if he ran into someone who had the blessing of surveillance. But the guy was surprised because he didn't know that he could hide it, because the man also said that he really didn't know anything. The man also said that he thought he saw an elf sneaking in here, but apparently he's just a stranger from afar. To which the guy smilingly remarked that the man started to look very disappointed, and the man asked if it was noticeable that much, saying that this village has bad memories of elves, as monsters who had lost their territories to the greed of the elves began to invade human lands. And probably one of the saddest things is that quite a few villagers have lost their families, and the village was built by someone who is hungry for payback. This I explained the presence of so many mercenaries, because there are not many left who remember the events of the past on what is not God. Apparently Sucha looked very upset, as well as the rest of those who came here as gaining experience. The man also turned to the guy, saying that before he left he could ask him one last question, to which the guy kindly said that he could certainly do so, because it's been a long time since he slipped some kind of medicine into his dinner. It was a paralytic drug, but the man didn't understand why there was still no effect. But apparently the guy was really pissed off and didn't know what was going on, so he grabbed his dagger and lunged at the man, who didn't even flinch. But the man just looked at me and said he was impressed. And in the meantime, the kid stopped and not realizing what was going on and why he froze. And the man went on to say that elves have a high resistance to potions, and he had specially prepared it for such cases. And at this point, the man took the dagger from the guy's hands, telling him to just give up, since resistance can't be broken by invisible rope, saying it's not his fault because he's just unlucky in the situation. That a certain god spoke to the guy, saying that he was trying to warn him, but the guy realized that now he was in a bad situation. But on the other hand, people are angry at the monsters because they have seen them destroy their families and take away their homes, but he knows the truth. Monsters were just as much victims as regular people, since the real culprit started the conflict by taking land from the monsters, saying that the elves are their truest enemies. They have been and of course will be. The man also asked the guy to look at his window status while saying that this is the price to be paid by the one who knows the truth. And the guy in the video that the man's level was 16th, and just as he had the blessing of madness, he also had the curse of the elves, and now he is a sworn enemy of the elves. His lifespan and youth has been reduced, damage and critical points received from the elves will be greatly increased. On what the guy immediately asked if the curse is the work of the goddess, this is what the man answered, that no, because of incompetent offenses of the elves whom he destroyed an honorable scar. At which the boy also laughed, thinking that it turns out that not only evil gods can cast a curse. Does this mean that each curse has its own conditions? As he immediately said that he does not belong to the race of elves, which he dislikes so much, and also, he did not think that this is something that can be said to a random person. But what the man in turn said about how he didn't really plan on telling so much as presenting a dagger to the guy. But also the man said that as soon as he saw his dagger, he immediately changed his mind, asking the guy where he got it. But the guy immediately began to hesitate, since he knew it was the weapon of a monster named Azure Moon Butcher. But the guy also knew he wasn't stupid enough to say it because he knew he had to survive. The guy decided to tell the man that he had gotten it after destroying an elf, who had fired an arrow at him for no reason, saying that he thought they had a common enemy. To which the man immediately said that he was surprised that with such skills as he had, he was able to destroy a royal elf. The boy asked if he was a member of the royal family, to which the man only laughed, saying that he didn't seem to know. And the man also said that he was having a lot of trouble and that it was getting harder and harder for him to destroy the guy. The man immediately asked to be spared if he had to talk like this. The man immediately began to say that it was a shame because he had seen his status window, so now he should know that he was a Mac without magical separation. But the guy only asked again because he didn't understand what he was talking about. And the man also asked the guy, doesn't he know what's going on? Well, the guy immediately began to think because he didn't have a man or a god who could kindly explain the rules of this world. So he immediately said that everything is because he is an outsider. The man turned around as soon as he heard such a word as outsider since he didn't understand, and the guy explained that it meant he was a lone wolf wandering the wilderness, to which the man immediately said, what a great word. However, now he would no longer be able to roam the wilderness, and the guy didn't understand. Why is that? That even a certain god started praying for his good luck in the afterlife, and the guy didn't understand why they act like that. And in a moment the man was lighting candles, but they weren't red flames. Why are you green? To which the man took one of the candles and said that he was a dark magician, and he should bring himself to increase his lifespan, saying that the curse of the elves is eating away at him, but he can fight them forever, extending his life. And as a reward for being an over-royal elf, he will be destroyed in an instant. And what the guy just smiled said about the man being very generous, and it's a little awkward on his part. But the guy also began to think because maybe he just got dumped by a spoiled god. But that's not the worst of it, because he is sure that he can find a way out of this situation by responding to the man. He turned around. Thank you for what he needed, immediately saying that if he was going to beg him, he shouldn't do it. The guy immediately smiled and said that he was certainly not going to do that. It's not about that at all. To which the man, after a little thought, said that he could talk. After all, at least he could listen to the last request of the one who would soon be destroyed. But at some point, the man noticed voices saying that the bugs were making a lot of noise. And what he did next shocked the kid because he didn't understand why he showed it to him, as the man's actions were immoral because he wanted to be recognized as just. But the guy immediately started saying that it must be hard to go down a path that no one recognizes. And the man apparently didn't expect it because he was very surprised. Thank you. Does he understand it? To which the kid immediately laughed and said he only understands because he's an outsider. To which the man immediately got upset and asked that he not say it was a lone wolf wandering the wilderness. But that man was a little hesitant to ask his boyfriend if that means he's an outsider too. As soon as the man asked that, a certain god emphasized that it was not so, and the guy also understood that he did not think so, because he was wondering whether it was possible to evoke at least a drop of sympathy from him. To which the man immediately said that he really liked him. But also the man said he was an outsider, and he should continue to be a lone wolf. From what the guy didn't realize, this is such zoology since first he said to destroy. His eyes are a bad maiden, and now says he's going to destroy him to remain an outsider himself. That at the same time, a certain god started laughing his ass off, which made the guy mad, and he told him there was nothing to laugh about. And the man began to talk about how today is a really great day, because he finally met someone who understands his grateful work, turning to the guy as his favorite comrade told him to just stay there. To which the guy was well aware of the fact that he had gotten himself into literally the worst situations possible on this trip. But then the man turned around abruptly and said the only thing he needs to do is look closely. Walking up to one of the guys, he asked, should he pick the one who is not in the best condition right now? But then the man said it wouldn't work because his girlfriend had to stay to entertain him. So he immediately dropped the guy looking at him. To which the man said that they could start action right now talking about the mother of the life of the Fate Lords to let him live out the rest of this elf. And the kid was shocked to see the magic circle shining. In the meantime, the man continued to do what he had intended to do before and had apparently done before. He also approached the guy to authorize whatever was going on here, saying that if he does, the man promises to send his girlfriend back immediately, and also saying that because of what he has seen before, he must know the cost of refusing his mercy, which the guy didn't agree to, so the man immediately said the contract was done. And the kid still didn't understand what was going on with the old stand after all. Is he getting as young as the amount he took from the elf? But then as soon as the guy looked up, he didn't realize what had happened and thought his act had failed. To which the man immediately said that everything went well, but the boy did not understand, saying that he did not become younger at all. And the man also pointed out because he is not a human being. The man went on to tell the kid about how the elves weren't sacrificed just to prolong his life. And all the while being in this village, does he know how many elves and travelers he has taken away since the fairy's curse has only the name left? Well, boy, I just thought it was commendable that he didn't overcome it without succumbing to it, even though he doesn't agree with this method. The man continued to speak, for as soon as he received the fairy curse, being human in an instant, became sickly and old. If he hadn't been living in the village at the time, the traveling magician suggested I do the experiment with him. While the man was telling his story, the guy didn't realize what he was doing, as he saw that the man began to literally show his torso. But the fact that the video guy very much struck me in shock as he realized what it was gnoll literally in his chest, to which the man replied that that was correct, telling a guy he's not a gnoll. And it was only now that the guy was shocked to realize it was a hybrid creature. And also the man went on to say, asked guys, isn't it wonderful after all to unite the two nephews of the Zobin of the elves? Now that he possesses that gnoll and the wisdom of men, his revenge is no longer some distant dream. To which the man also said that it is more sufficient since his dark magic is better, and hunting elves with their own power doesn't seem like the perfect revenge to him. To which the guy immediately said about how he's not even an elf, and the man only asked him not to worry about the little things. But what the guy only thought, is it a little thing? Because he told him about the outsiders, he was able to realize who he was as a true outsider. A lone gnoll wandering the wilderness, telling the guy that they will never forget him, and in gratitude use his life to his advantage. To which the guy asked me back if he was still going to do what he wanted to do. To which the man cheerfully replied that of course it was because he was an outsider. But only now has the boy learned that serious outsiders are very dangerous, not just in this world but in all others. And in another part of this fantasy world, Princess Athena Archimage, she was dubbed the genius of the magical kingdom of Archimages. She has always admired the hard work of people, and being a princess took up most of her time. But thanks to her amazing talent, she never had to put in much effort. One of the princess's students asked about her, saying that magic is only created by their imagination, and there is no more effective way. And even after hearing the explanation that the skill of magic is determined by their bloodline and academic affiliation, the girl tries her best to please the princess, and that's why she decided to make her first apprentice. The princess immediately told the girl that this is a very good question, because if she wants to strengthen her magic, then she will have to imitate the magic of your teacher or parents. But she will also have to do something else besides that. But suddenly the princess had something literally in her hands to show the guys, which actually shocked them a lot because they knew what it was. And some thought it might be new magic, to which the girl immediately thought it might be ice magic, as he inherits some of the talents of his ancestors thanks to the patronage of the royal family of Archimachus. It is because of this that they are able to utilize the tribe's outstanding magic for generations. And on the other hand, it's an ice bunny created by her own magic, asking if the guys want to try to create something like that. On that, one of the girls who became the first student and princess immediately began to try to make the same ice bunny, but at some point the girl realized that it does not work. And the princess smilingly said she had a long way to go as a teacher. After all, when her skill increases, the girl as well as her apprentice will also be able to do it easily. At something bowed to the princess, thanking her for her kind explanation, at which the princess said it was nothing to her. But then suddenly there was a voice of another girl who asked to wait for the princess, to which she kindly only said yes. The girl immediately asked what about the person who didn't have a vote like her, to what other guys also began to say that it is right, because they also have no time base, and they also very much want it and consider it unfair as a princess should not single out someone, and they ask for equal treatment. To which the princess immediately said that they could then decide who would be her second apprentice. But then suddenly everyone started shouting that one of them should be the second apprentice, but some of them thought that if they said it first, they should be the second apprentice, because everyone in unison started begging the princess to make them the second apprentice because of one single phrase of the princess. The alliance collapsed, and now they started to fight among themselves. To what the princess, I'm watching them argue with each other over who will be the student, and she also asked me to tell her when they decide. That the girl who became the first student princess asked her if she did it on purpose. But the princess didn't understand what she was talking about and what she meant. So as soon as the girl said it was nothing, the princess immediately asked if they could continue the lesson. And also the princess began to say that they stopped at the ice bunny, and their own magic can be acquired by trial and error and endless practice, to which the student immediately asked that it is like black magic. But the princess immediately stopped literally in a stupor with her speech, not even knowing what to say, which is exactly what the girl saw. She asked the princess if something was wrong. Did she ask something wrong? And princess, let go in her eyes, said that black magic is very different from white magic because it cannot be mastered on your own, saying that black magic requires sacrifice in every use, and once he got involved with this lunatic. But then the man abruptly asked the guy if he'd confirm what he was bequeathing to him. And the kid started thinking because it seems like consent is very important in black magic. Well, the man goes on to say that even if he can't move, it doesn't mean he belongs to him, to which he same spilled. Said that enough talk. It's about time he said what he's being asked to say. He asked the man to wait for a minute and said that he had a favor to ask before he did so. Well, the man got angry, of course, but he asked what he wanted. And the guy said he wanted to see Misa one last time before he took a decent death. Misu, apparently the man knew, said immediately that he was most likely talking to a female mercenary using a large crossbow, to which the guy confirmed that he was well aware, but the man was also wondering why he was looking for this particular woman. to which the kid smilingly said he was Misa's boyfriend. The man at the same time started saying that it's nonsense because he is the village head and he knows everything that happens in the village. Also, the man started telling the guy that he thought he didn't know Misa's boyfriend's name was Cole. I mean, he shouldn't even try to pull something like that using his penchant for him. To which the boy also began to think, because he thought he was crazy. But it seems that his obligation to the headman is fulfilled as it should be. But this way it was even easier for him. So the guy also said he was right. Cole, Misa's ex-boyfriend. To which the man asked if he wanted to say she was Misa's new boyfriend. But what about proof? To which the guy immediately asked him to sniff it and he'd know right away. The man also said he had no doubt it's Misa's scent. If it wasn't his lover, it couldn't possibly come from his body. So the guy just started talking as the man hesitated. Because if Misa goes missing, Henry and Cole will get suspicious. And that the guy was surprised because he couldn't believe that he was considering kidnapping the girl so he could just meet her. I am, after all, terrible and amazing. Well, also, the man asked if he had any other desire. The guy, of course, replied that if he survived this, the man should let him go free until he met the girl. And the man also continued to say that even though life is short, has lost its duration, there is not much left, but he could not think of anything else. So the man just said he gave him his word that he would, and the guy also gave the man the same promise. And the man immediately blurted out that the deal was done. And in a moment, the curse of rustic old age will be destroyed uselessly, for it hurts so much. The man also told the guy that he would inform on the girl that he had traveled far away, because that would make it much easier for him. But the guy I'm the only one who noticed that this would be problematic for him since the girl left first. But the man immediately noticed the guy was looking for something without realizing what it was. And already at this time, the boy was able to get out of the invisible ropes that had held him back all this time. Swinging his fist, he was fiercely determined to destroy the man who had held him back all this time. So the first blow went straight to the target, and what was actually no wonder a guy can easily strike a man. And the man immediately told the guy that he was a punk for just cheating on him. But the guy thought it was his line, because what about his words about useless death? Because he'd almost go crazy from the pain, saying that this would turn even your best friend into your worst enemy. But the man couldn't believe his eyes because I don't know how he's still alive after what he did to him. And the boy, smiling ready, only said the only thing he would know when he herself went to the other world. Meanwhile, the magic restriction was lifted. The guy also realized that a certain god under a new name is an outsider. Gave him the pickling of an outsider, restored even his shortened lifespan. But also the man still didn't understand, saying that he was just a rookie, and he had only survived by sheer luck. The guy told the man not to forget his promise he made earlier. Didn't he say he'd let him go if he survived? And the guy didn't pull out his dagger, just mouthed that it was time for Japan to hold up its end of the bargain. And the guy turned around and saw the girls and said it was his prize. Well, the guy immediately swung his sword towards one of the girls. And made his blow, he literally broke the chains that held the girl's arms back. To which I immediately went over to her and took her hand, and he started to lift it up, saying that now he had a witness who could confirm everything. And then the kid's got the movie girl on his shoulders, saying she looks like she can't walk, so he's got no other choice. The door that led to the exit, he immediately rushed in with the girl. A man, as soon as he saw a guy running away with a girl, I immediately responded to wait for him and asked him where he was going. The guy kept running, at which the man immediately yelled at him about not being allowed out the door. To which the boy immediately turned around and told the old man that perhaps he had already forgotten about his promises, since he would not do anything to him until he met with the girl. Only to meet with the one who has already been destroyed is impossible. Apparently the man was very angry at this promise. But then abruptly the man said something about maybe among, but not if he let go of what he took and got from the guy. Literally with his black magic, man began to envelope a lot of guys, not letting it pass. And it's only now, boy, that I'm starting to realize it wasn't all a bluff. But also, the man began to address the guy, saying that he was very disappointed in him, and he would have to give up the idea of destroying him painlessly. Which the kid laughed too, saying how he thought it was too soon to give up. To which the man kept thinking he had some bullshit, I don't know what's going on. But then suddenly something strange began to happen to the man. And then he felt unbearable pain. I realized that his strength is disappearing. To which the kid surprisingly asked the man what happened to him. Because maybe his power is leaving him. Since he was exposed to black magic, he felt as if his eyes had been opened to new sensations. But men at the same time couldn't believe it, since no man would remain unharmed after taking so much life force. Saying that he's probably a vampire with a finite lifespan or something like that, turning to the guy and asking what his real identity is. And a certain god scolded the guy because he was trying to be important, and the guy just thought that God was so annoying. But he made the right decision for himself. To which the kid immediately said he was an apostle of the outsider. At which at the same time a certain god was struggling with his embarrassment, and the guy was glad that God finally looked happy. Well, the guy also began to wonder. After all, if he eliminated a level 13 headman, he was going to gain a lot of experience. But he decided that he would focus on escaping first, turning around to tell the man that they would meet later. But then abruptly the man told the guy that he wasn't asking him to, and the guy turned around and looked at the man in surprise. And the monster that was sitting in his chest literally burst out of the man and started screaming that he was going to destroy him because he had destroyed his dream. So the man concentrated all his energy that he had left and decided to attack the guy who, when she saw it, immediately threw the girl away and took a full blow to her chest area. And the man started asking the guy if he was surprised, thinking that he should be very surprised indeed, saying it's because his power is called the Sword of Knoll, and he takes it to hunt elves, but because of him he wasted it on a punk. Then suddenly the man saw how the boy literally stood up and on his chest remained only a torn t-shirt, but there was no blow, and the man did not understand how such a thing is possible because it was definitely the strongest blow on what the guy only told her that it was quite risky. And the man knew it would end badly for him because he'd already used up all his power. To which he immediately turned around and asked me to wait for the guy immediately tried to run. But suddenly someone grabbed his leg, and the man didn't realize what was happening, and he lowered his head and couldn't believe his eyes. Because it was the same girl the kid was trying to save, because she just grabbed his leg so he wouldn't run away, which the kid swung at and decided to completely destroy the man, who in turn just screamed at him to let him go. Well, the guy actually finished what she had planned, but he realized that it was not enough to destroy him, so she still had one head left on which the girl who held the man was watching very closely. And the boy had already drawn his sword for the final blow. The monster only said that he was sorry to hear about the mage's power. Turning to his daughter, they talk about how daddy couldn't get his revenge, he was sorry. And once the deed was done, God talked about how sad he was that the guy just went along with it. But then the guy realized that now he should continue. But suddenly he heard a voice he didn't understand. It was the elves captured by the man. I immediately began to help each other free from the chains. Since the guy let all the elves go and called the villagers, even the guards came to deal with the situation. And the guy thought it was totally over. But suddenly the guy heard a voice and turned around. He didn't know what was going on, because at this time everyone was looking at him and staring at him, not realizing what was going on. Well, the guy at least thought it was over until recently, because just a few minutes later the guy was standing near the cliff, not understanding what those elves had just told him. But the guy turned around and made the only right decision for himself, saying they'd see what happens. Jump off the cliff down for the guy just shouted near the cloud of arrows that were aimed at him, but unfortunately did not hit the fact that he does not want to be in this fantasy world. And at the same time, there was a childish quarrel in the temple over a discipleship issue. But with the appearance of a crowd of mages willing to become mentors became much more, and the situation was quickly resolved in a good way as the mentor of the hero. Ma wanted to get this honorary title was a pond, and each of them chose his teenager and dedicated his disciples. And Princess still continued to teach the young heroes that they must visualize the image of magic in their heads. And it must be a very important concentration, and in just a moment the students began to get the magic out literally in their hands. But then, one of the students turned to the princess and asked where mathematical formulas could be applied, to which the princess, hearing such a word as math, asked if he was talking about a subject usually studied by merchants, even if it would reduce efficiency. To which the boy remarked that he was asking about mathematical formulas necessary for magic, such as using calculations for simplification, to which the princess immediately replied that nothing like magic exists. In a moment of insight, the young hero, dressed in his school uniform, stands surrounded by the light of knowledge, as if gathering wisdom around him with the palms of his hands. Hero, didn't they specify when creating the goddess's Kallis the need to use addition or subtraction? He asks, reflecting the basics of knowledge passed down to him by his mentor, the math master of the appraised orb. His surprise is even more palpable when he continues, I thought I could easily become an archmage with modern knowledge. His words are both hopeful and doubtful, forming a dialogue between the new and the ancient, between the scientific and the mystical. Next to him, the princess, bright and full of determination, points out the error in explanation, bringing courage and clarity to the conversation. Princess Atella, it seems you made a mistake in your explanation. Her words sound like a reminder that even in magic, mathematical formulas apply. Self-confidence and lightness slip into the hero's reply, I knew it, I knew it. He realizes that even in this fantastic world, where goddesses and magic coexist with everyday life, logic and knowledge are bridges that connect worlds and open doors to new discoveries. In the shadowy robe of a sage whose face is illuminated by the glow of magical fire, the old man with the staff confidently continues his explanation. Since this is about the appraised orb, I will continue his explanation. His voice is confident and calm, the depth of knowledge forged over centuries resounding in it. His next words are a confession. The princess has only studied the theory, so she may not know. but we've devised mathematical formulas to make magic more effective. Implicit in this revelation is the recognition that even in the world of magic there is a place for precision and calculation, that knowledge is a power that transcends even the traditional boundaries of magic. Then magical symbols float in the air like signs, mysterious and majestic, emphasizing the sage's words, "Since on the wave we need to avoid unnecessary waste of mental energy." These words reflect not only wisdom but also economy, a practicality that even the greatest magicians recognize. And the old man emphasizes, to shoot a fireball over a great distance, the degree of angle is important. He reminds us that both the direction and strength of the wind must be considered. It is a reminder that in magic, as in life, every detail matters, and that success depends not only on power but also on the ability to control that power with intelligence and calculation. In the hall where magic and knowledge merge, there is the rumble of a powerful explosion. Fiery symbols tear the air, defying gravity and reality. Magical fire, like a confirmation of the theories learned by the students, erupts, declaring itself majestic and irrefutable. The sage, dressed in a robe of knowledge and experience, addresses his disciple. "The hero struck, you asked about that, didn't you?" His voice sounds both challenging and encouraging. He invites the student to active participation, to put theory into practice. "Is it okay if this old man offers to help?" He offers, his words showing an openness to new experiences and a willingness to share his knowledge. In doing so, he doesn't forget about the princess, offering her the opportunity to learn the practical application of magic, showing that learning is a path available to anyone who is willing to learn and grow. The princess, a little embarrassed but grateful for the offered help, utters a quiet, "Ah, please." Her gaze and gestures reflect a willingness to admit mistakes and to learn, showing that even in the role of heroes and rulers, there is always room for learning and self-improvement. In a world where practical magic and overbearing magic collide, the heroes find themselves facing real challenges. Perhaps it's learning in the classroom or preparing for a real battle, where every spell and every calculation can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Surrounded by guided and commanding mentors, the students learn magic quickly, their eyes full of determination and focus. On the steps leading up to the magnificent building, a certain god of law can be seen watching his students with satisfaction. In his gaze is the approval of the efforts and accomplishments of his charges, who are now ready to put their knowledge into practice. In another, more private place, a quieter and more intimate scene takes place, a caring treatment. "Anointed, please bear with me a little longer. Are you feeling better now?" asks one persona, providing care to another. It is a reminder that behind every great battle is not only teaching and preparation, but also care, healing, and support. Espresso, the elf princess's maid, opens her mouth in surprise. "Do I look like I do?" Her sudden realization and eventual epiphany may have to do with the lecture she has just listened to, or with her own experience that opens her mind to new horizons. This is the moment when theory meets reality, and the student begins to see deeper than ordinary perception. The goddess in her snow-white attire stands facing the shadows, pondering the limits of her divine abilities. The only thing she could do for him was to take the pain with medication, she acknowledges gravely, sensing the limits of her magic and power that proved powerless before simple human suffering. The goddess reveals the miracle to a simple elf who, despite her modesty and lack of royal blood, becomes the object of divine attention. This gesture emphasizes that the gifts of the gods can touch anyone, regardless of origin or status. "We will surely catch this man, so please rest easy." The promise of safety and care comes to the fore here, demonstrating that even in a world where magic exists, there is a sense of responsibility and protection, which may point to an act of old age by the Karmazin, indicating a possible perpetrator of the suffering. Suspicion also falls on the villagers who may be complicit. This is a reminder that every community has its secrets, and that sometimes evil can be hidden among those who appear to be mere observers. Concern and determination are evident on the face of Espresso, the elf princess's maid, as she clenches her fists and speaks of the need to inform the kingdom of what is happening in the village. The words, "When I return to the kingdom, I will need to report this village at once," express her sense of duty and urgency. A knock on the door triggers the question, "Who's there?" and a moment of tension. The reply comes from Espresso, calling for action. "Espresso, it's me, come in." This invitation opens the next step in their story. When Espresso enters, she finds that the message has already been received. "We have received word that the mercenaries have lost track of him." This news adds complexity to the current situation, suggesting that there is deep intrigue behind the actions in the village, and that betrayal may be closer than it seems. Espresso expresses her bewilderment and frustration, doubting the importance of the information she has received. Well, why do I need this information? She questions the significance of human issues in the context of her own life and responsibilities, perhaps feeling the weight of the responsibility that rests on her shoulders. Espresso's interlocutor, with confidence and calm, recalls a profound act of salvation that was stronger than any worst-case scenario, including old age. But he saved us from the worst, from old age. Her words are meant to comfort and remind us that even in dark times there is a light of hope and gratitude. Espresso, still trying to make sense of the situation, remembers the princess's book, which was in the possession of the mercenary who lost track of her, and questions her role in the story. Her actions and questions emphasize that the intrigue is growing thicker and the truth more and more confusing. In response to her questions, she receives the affirmation, "Espresso, he really did save us." This affirmation may give her some comfort, and the realization that despite all the problems and difficulties going on around her, there are those who act for the good of others, even in the darkest of circumstances. Espresso, confused and outraged, doesn't hide her feelings. It's not like we said he should be killed, just animal chopping. Her words reflect an internal conflict between the cruelty she witnessed and the moral principles she may be trying to follow. Espresso's interlocutor, with surprise in his voice, remarks, "Calling them beasts." Her reaction emphasizes the shock of what is happening and how easily one can cross the boundaries that separate humans from beasts in the eyes of others. The situation escalates when a third character, Elder Celebes, appears, full of determination and persistence. "Espresso, what's this all about?" His questions and tone indicate that he is looking for answers and is willing to act to make sense of the situation. As Espresso stands in front of the door, determined to answer the elder's questions, the situation escalates. "Are you okay? Answer my question already." Ugh. Her impatience and anxiety loom large on her face as she tries to find the words to explain the chaos that has developed. Reveals a new facet of the story. A royal elven woman, whose name means sacred son in the ancient language, demonstrates her magic. She was of royal descent, but because of eternal life. These words make one think about how eternity can affect existence and perception, and how long immortality can change one's perspective on life and death. We are faced with a difficult scene. The character is entangled in chains, symbolizing her suffering and perhaps her struggle with her own demons or external forces. Became a toy especially cherished by the headman of the Karmazin. These words suggest that she has been manipulated, and perhaps she is the one who has been held captive for the longest time, which only adds to her tragedy. Emphasizes the hopelessness of her situation, where a voice states, "Calm down, elder. Once the kingdom dies, it's all over." These words create a sense of urgency and despair, and at the same time carry a sense of mystery, leaving the question, what does "everything is over" mean? The answer to that question comes immediately. Nothing is over yet, nothing. Words full of despair and hope, perhaps indicating that the character has a plan or intention to change the course of events. Espresso, visibly shaken, confesses, "Even though I could have run away myself, he set me free." Her words reflect gratitude and amazement in the face of self-sacrifice. She then says with passion and determination, "I bet he was after your eternal life," expressing her assumption about the motives of the one who saved her and emphasizing the importance of life, especially eternal life. Finally, Espresso asks a question that raises the theme of moral ambiguity. Did you know that our Savior used a pact of dark magic? It makes you think about the nature of salvation and how sometimes good deeds can have dark roots. The characters share their experiences and discoveries. Kang Hansu, who has become a plaything in Elder Karmazin's games, is weighed on the scales of fate and understanding, raising questions of justice and guilt. Elder Karmazin did not appreciate Kang Hansu's longevity and self-destructed, which emphasizes the theme of sacrifice and possibly a clash between personal interests and the common good. Espresso reminisces about her days in the royal court and how those memories continue to haunt her despite all the changes. Her words, now a relic of the past, reflect a deep reflection on time, change, and the memories that define our identity. Espresso also speaks of the pain and humiliation she has experienced, sharing her personal story of suffering and overcoming, making her a character with a deep biography and complex emotional history. These moments reveal the complexity of the world in which the characters live, where every choice and every action carries multifaceted consequences. In a dimly lit room, Espresso, depressed but determined, explains her need to act. "Sure, I'm not you, but I have to find him." This statement emphasizes her difference from her interlocutor and her willingness to take responsibility despite the possible risks. Her interlocutor, apparently more experienced and concerned, tries to stop her. "Elder, you're in no condition right now." His words reflect concern and an understanding that she may not be ready for the challenges ahead. With reproach and authority in his voice, Espresso declares emphatically, "If we meet again, don't call me an elder." Her words reflect a desire to assert her individuality and perhaps begin a new chapter in her life. With him sitting on the floor in deep contemplation, too loud a title for a deceased maiden who is easily deranged. It is a recognition that behind the facade of might and power lies human vulnerability and feelings. In a gloomy atmosphere surrounded by mist and obscurity, Guy lies on the ground, pressed by a heavy invisible burden. "Can't you see for yourself?" sounds a rhetorical question, full of despair and doom, hinting at an invisible struggle or inner suffering. The group is faced with an important choice, where a voice suggests, "Heroes who wish to be sacrificers, please advance here." It's a call to sacrifice, to act for a greater purpose, perhaps in the context of a battle or a more global mission. Among the group, faces express various emotions ranging from admiration to doubt and bewilderment. "Wow, what is this?" They do not fully understand the implications of the upcoming choice. Their reactions are varied and human. Then the attention shifts to the setting, seemingly casual and calm with a cup of tea on the table. Shouldn't we be swinging swords on the training ground in something? The question brings up the reality of military training versus everyday life, the contrast between expectations and the reality of preparing for battle. The banquet hall glows with a solemn atmosphere. Ringing voices herald the beginning of the feast, where each participant, marked as a hero, prepares to receive the deserved honors. A toast in honor of the heroes who have chosen the path of sacrifice, praises the noble lord, raising his goblet in respect for courage and self-sacrifice. Energetic yet melancholy shouts of cheers fill the air, reflecting the mixed feelings of pride and anxiety that accompany such moments of greatness. But away from the noise of celebration, a quiet voice of reflection and self-reflection surfaces, when one of the participants remarked in surprise, "I was surprised to hear what kind of talk is going on in your ranks." In that moment, the cautious confusion is momentarily replaced by a sudden demonstration, emphasizing that the art of sword-wielding is more than just physical skill. It is an art that requires mind and soul. Addresses Captain Richard, inviting him to join in the sparring. "Captain Richard, would you care to spar?" This offer shows not only respect for his skills, but also a spirit of friendly competition and brotherhood among the warriors. In an atmosphere full of anticipation and admiration, a voice is heard in the banquet hall. "First, I'm going to show you guys the fencing you're thinking about." This statement promises to turn the introduction to fencing into more than just a fight. A young and confident gentleman addresses the captain. "Captain, demonstrate your swordsmanship." His request carries confidence and a desire to see skill in action. The action moves to a demonstration where two characters engage in an elegant contest of skill and strategy. Their movements are so graceful and precise that the audience can't help but cheer. "Amazing! No matter how you look at it, is this the art of fencing?" exclaims one of them, emphasizing that what they are observing is indeed an art form that requires both physical fitness and intellectual prowess. Majestically and with confidence, the golden-haired commander addresses his opponent with a challenge. "That was a good sword dance, Commander. You give it to me, sir." His words and posture reflect his skill and willingness to take the lead, as well as his respect for his opponent. He continues, addressing the audience. "So, heroes, I will now show you the true art of swordsmanship that you will be learning." He prepares them for a demonstration of skill that is expected to exceed their previous expectations. With charisma and confidence, he orders, "Captain, this time I want you to head towards me with all your might." This statement not only shows his bravery, but also gives the captain the opportunity to show his strength without restraint. Tension builds as the captain, gathering his wits, prepares to strike back. "With great honor," he shouts, determined and ready to prove his ability. This moment underscores his attitude to the duel, not as a mere demonstration, but as a test of honor and valor. The golden-haired commander, clad in glittering light, swings his sword, creating dazzling patterns in the air. He stands as the epitome of grace and power, gathering the gazes of the admiring audience on his glowing blade. The next shot captures the moment the two warriors clash. Their silhouettes confront each other in bright light, their swords meeting with such force that the light from the clash fills the entire hall, leaving the audience awaiting the outcome of the duel. The defeated captain realizes the outcome of the fight, uttering, "I lost." His face expresses respect and recognition of his opponent's skills, demonstrating a spirit of fair play and sportsmanship. In response to his recognition, the golden-haired commander modestly replies, "Captain, your swordsmanship has gotten much better. Thank you, sir." This is an exchange of respect and recognition between two swordmasters who share a common understanding and respect for the art of swordsmanship. Surprise and bewilderment are reflected on the faces of those present as they exchange glances, searching for an answer to the question asked by one of the participants, "What happened?" Bewilderment hangs in the air as palpable as the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The commander, radiant with confidence and joy, shares his thoughts on the sword arts. His eyes sparkle as he speaks of the power that destroys any obstacle and the importance of the art of swordsmanship, which above all else must strive for efficiency. The enthusiasm of his words seems to awaken his listeners. The atmosphere seems more relaxed, with one of the interlocutors agreeing with the commander, emphasizing the value of swordsmanship and striving for maximum effectiveness. His face reflects approval, and he seems determined to learn and improve. The commander addresses his subordinates with an offer of instruction. His manner of speech is polite and gallant, as are his gestures when he asks his students for tea before the lesson begins. His actions and words are filled with the spirit of a mentor who wants to pass on his knowledge. A boy sipping his coffee thoughtfully. He is immersed in his own thoughts, perhaps inspired by the commander's words or pondering his upcoming training, exclaims with a look on his face, "Boo!" while the woman hiding her face with her hand makes sounds of disappointment. What a taste! The emotions on their faces convey a variety of reactions to their recent experience. The commander, radiant with confidence, holds up a cup as if offering a toast. His words about the blessing of warfare are filled with promises of the wisdom and power offered by this ancient art. He confidently asserts that the medicine will allow his students to receive the blessing quickly and safely, and his smile seems infectious. May have had a bad taste of the very same medicine. Their facial expressions and gestures indicate that the ordeal was not easy, but at the same time, their demeanor shows sincerity and camaraderie. A man with a serious and determined expression clenched his fist in front of him, shouting, "One more!" His determination and willpower loom large in this gesture. He is ready to overcome any difficulty on the road to mastery. A commander with a cup in hand and a cookie nearby advises the students, "You will feel better if you eat some cookies." With his words, he hints that the path of learning may be difficult, but small pleasures will help make it more enjoyable. The guy with a focused gaze and a face slightly distorted with displeasure makes a sound of disgust. Despite his reaction, he seems ready to continue, confirming his resolve by saying, "Yes, of course, sir." Next, we see a young man sitting on a tree branch in a dark and mystical forest. His posture is relaxed, but his eyes are alert. He recounts his dangerous adventure, how he managed to survive thanks to his stealthy agility and his ability to hide behind a rock slope. The next image shows a man running through a dark space, evading pursuit. There is a sense of urgency in his movements and the look of determination in the eyes of his pursuing hireling. The scene is filled with a sense of tension and danger. We are transported to the moment when the protagonist is confronted by a guard who seems to be unexpectedly in the path of the fugitive. The guard looks puzzled and a little lost, his facial expression expressing confusion at the sudden threat before him. Finally, we see a man standing on a branch high above the ground, preparing to jump. Down below, predatory beasts of prey await him, ready to attack. The moment is filled with a sense of urgency and determination, emphasized by the cry, "Meat in the tree." The beasts in the forest, caught up in the excitement of the hunt, roar, announcing their intentions. Their eyes light up in anticipation of easy prey, their powerful bodies tense for the spurt. Their cries are not only hungry, but also threatening. Meanwhile, a man with a sword and an enigmatic gaze meets his pursuers with ironic calm. He recognizes the advantage of human ingenuity over animal instinct, even in the face of ferocious predators, shows his rise to the action of attack as he frees himself from earthly bonds and strives for new horizons of knowledge. His figure, soaring through the air, symbolizes the will to learn and grow even in the most difficult circumstances. Finally, we are greeted by the face of the beast, illuminated by a crimson light. Its menacing visage and broad grin reveal primitive pleasure and savage determination, the embodiment of the hunter's animal instinct and unbridled fury. In a forest procession where every shadow can become an enemy, our hero performs an act of mastery. With ease and grace, he avoids collisions with predatory beasts, their falls looking like a dance under the dim forest light. Turning around, he easily comments on his superiority coming from confidence and skill, calmly noting that 3 opponents are no challenge for him. The next moment reveals his reflections on his inner sensations. his perception of the world, and how his body responds to the changes. He feels that he has become different, that his view of the world has changed, and perhaps even been blessed. And now he is pondering the new information, trying to understand the changes that have taken place with his abilities. The world around him seems to have remained the same, but something inside has changed, awakening new facets of his being. The dialogue between the young hero and the mysterious creature clad in the cloak of night unfolds before us. He addresses him with a question that sounds like a riddle, emphasizing their shared mystery and ignorance. The sharpness of the character's mind shines through his words as he asks questions he doesn't know the answer to, showing a thirst for knowledge and understanding of his new world. The next picture shows us his confidence as he meets the direct gaze of fate, ready to take on the new challenges and riddles that life presents him. And so, the encounter with the predator turns on an unexpected exchange. The hero asks a question concerning his own transformation, exploring the boundaries of his new self. The final turn of events introduces us to the beast, who appears to share some secret with the hero, connected to a dark force they both understand and respect. A powerful man epitomizes the art of wielding the sword Flame of Wrath, while his companion, our hero, observes the action with respect and observes that even such power can be vulnerable, that the perfect weapon does not always guarantee victory. Beauty and power are concentrated in the face of the goddess, who recognizes with self-critical sadness her current limitations despite her achievements and increased power. The character reflects on strength and weakness, strategy and disguise, how appearances can be misleading, and how it is sometimes important to hide one's true abilities in order to maintain the element of surprise. And now the encounter with the predator takes a new turn. Cunning and the ability to communicate with such creatures become important, and the hero tries to find common ground using his wit and observation. Reflects the complexity of a world in which the hero has to maneuver between strength and intelligence, between struggle and diplomacy, in order to succeed and survive. In a game of dialogue, where every exchange of words is a step on the fine line of understanding and misunderstanding, the hero and the predator exchange lines full of understatement. The predator, glowing with his primal confidence and thirst, tirelessly repeats his one-word desire for meat, demonstrating his simple but powerful instincts. The hero, for his part, explores the limits of this communication, seeking to understand what actions lie behind these simple requests. He asks questions in an attempt to find a path to a deeper understanding of the essence of his interlocutor. As a researcher, he realizes that he will need more information, more observations, to further understand the world of the gnolls and their interactions with other creatures. His gaze is drawn to the depths of the mystery he intends to unravel. He calculates his chances and possibilities, seeing the predator not only as a threat, but also as a source of knowledge. Perhaps he will see the world through the eyes of a predator, allowing him to better understand the complex ecosystem in which he is forced to survive. In the hall, where the echo of footsteps mingles with the voices of discourse, there are words about magic and talent, about the fact that mastering magic requires not only innate abilities, but also resources, time, and money. This statement emphasizes that mastery is not only a gift, but the result of hard work and investment. The discussion around the table is revitalized when one person in the conversation brings up an addition, that the art of sword wielding comes from soul and practice, not just wealth. Amidst the noise of the dining hall, one voice stands out with its insistence, asking for more, as if to emphasize that there is no limit to the desire to learn and improve, even if it involves something as simple as a cup of tea. And then suddenly a lesson pops up. The hero learns that even rocks can be a barrier to those who consume too much, reminding us that all our actions have consequences and that moderation should be known in everything, including pleasure. A young man, gripped by determination, faces an obstacle, but perseveres, saying that he intends to become stronger no matter what. His determination is not dampened even by encountering adversity, and he strives to be different from those who give up in the face of adversity. The advice about the benefits of honey tea sounds like a reminder that small problems can be solved with the simple pleasures of life. The hero accepts this advice, seeing it as a chance to improve his situation. Then the focus shifts to the importance of consistency and moderation. The statement that 1 cup of tea a day is the norm emphasizes the importance of a moderate approach to any pleasure or practice. The hero, upon hearing this, enthusiastically decides to follow this principle, finding in it encouragement and an opportunity for personal growth. Moment emphasizes that the true skill and blessing of a warrior is a journey that takes time and patience, reminding us that no meaningful success is achieved overnight, just as a child does not become an adult overnight. These words serve as a reminder that greatness is achieved slowly through consistency and hard work. In a saga of growth and self-improvement, our hero faces the dilemma of waiting a long time to achieve his goals. He expresses dissatisfaction with how long the journey may take, but at the same time, he realizes that individual differences are important and that with continued determination, the goal can be reached more quickly than it seems. Shifting from doubt to determination, he turns to the mystical text, seeking further understanding and direction. This moment of revelation, when knowledge becomes available, fills him with a sense of wonder and possibility. The wise mentor recognizes the hero's efforts, and his congratulations act as a blessing, giving the hero additional inspiration and confirmation of his aspirations. Finally, the hero's self-confidence is strengthened. He is determined to move forward, regardless of the difficulties he faces. This is a reflection of inner growth and development, backed by the knowledge and support of those around him. In the next chapter of his journey, our hero faces a new challenge. His mentor, noble and confident, promises to teach him how to hide his true abilities, a key skill for anyone aspiring to greatness. This lesson emphasizes the importance of strategy and finesse in the art of war. After days of following a gnome in pursuit of the power of meat, the hero is confronted with an unexpected reality. It may not be what he expected, but each experience teaches him something valuable. When he meets a powerful enemy, his reaction is a mixture of horror and admiration. Perhaps he begins to realize that meat power has a deeper meaning than just physical might. It's also about strength of character and will. The art of combat is not just the wielding of weapons, it is the art of controlling oneself, one's fears and desires. And our hero, though stunned, continues to learn and grow in the face of these lessons. The hero of our story, endowed with new insight and determination, faces a stern test. He attempts to use his skills against a powerful opponent, but finds that the battle is more difficult than he anticipated. He assesses his opponent and is surprised to note that despite his imposing appearance, his opponent seems surprisingly weak. This deceptive moment causes the hero to rethink his ideas about strength and power. He begins to realize that outward appearances can be deceptive and that true power may lie within. Stunned but not broken, the hero asks the decisive question, questioning the level of his opponent. He seeks confirmation of what he sees before him, and perhaps looks for a weakness that will allow him to gain the upper hand. Despite the unexpectedness and uncertainty of the situation, our hero retains clarity of mind and is ready to continue the fight using new knowledge and strategies. This journey becomes another step towards mastery and understanding of the underlying laws that govern the world in which he is forced to survive. The battle continues, and our hero shows his determination and courage. The encounter with the giant opponent becomes a test not only of his fighting skills, but also of his spirit. The opponent, despite his impressive strength, seems puzzled and finds no answer to the hero's provocative questions. The hero, in turn, tries to understand how such a giant can be so weak, and ponders that real strength may not lie in physical data, but in the ability to use his abilities effectively. With each page, he delves deeper into the mysteries of this world, realizing that every creature, every enemy can teach him something new. He learns to read between the lines, realizing that even enemies can teach valuable lessons. And when he faces another challenge, he is no longer the same person he was before. He's grown, stronger, and wiser, and now he's ready to be the one to overcome any obstacle in his way. The hero is confronted with an unknown danger. Following his own thoughts on the enemy's characteristics and various pieces of information, he looks in the enemy's direction and asks, "What's out there?" In response, the enemy shouts that it is elven meat, lots of it, tons, denoting the abundance of prey and his greed. The hero shares his knowledge of his opponent's origins with confidence and steadfastness. "Oh yeah? I learned the location of the village from which the elves who ambushed me came." His words express a deep understanding of the situation and confirmation of the truth he has learned, perhaps through his past battle or inferences. The moment of climax of the creature's anger when it claims its meat and is bad, perhaps indicating betrayal by or on the part of the elves, causing it to rage and seek revenge. A character who seems to pensively note that rabbit meat tastes good, which may indicate his attitude toward what's going on around him or his strategic thinking about how to use that information in battle. And the potential transformation or strengthening of the enemy when the hero notices how the power in the gnome's stomach begins to grow every time he eats something. It's a moment of revelation that can change the course of the battle and open a new chapter in their confrontation. The hero, with a smile on his lips and illuminated by inner insight, says to his opponent, "It was much simpler and easier compared to the old man who used black magic to beautify the life essence, although the efficiency was inferior back then. Are you fed up now?" He stands calmly in front of the mighty enemy, who only hesitantly makes a sound. Grrrr. He is answered by the roar of the enemy, filled with renewed vigor and lust for battle. Fed up, feeling so good. His voice echoes through the neighborhood, reflecting the sudden burst of energy and perhaps the new abilities he has gained. Moves to an explosion of rage as the creature screams, "Meat! I need more meat! Much more meat!" Its hunger is unstoppable, and it seems it will not stop until it has quenched its thirst for power. The climax of this drama awaits us. The enemy, filled with rage and power, shouts, "My meat!" His eyes glow and he looks more powerful and dangerous than ever. The hero, though seemingly overwhelmed, still maintains his composure and willingness to act despite the increased power of the enemy. The hero, possessing coolness and clarity of mind, expresses his gratitude to his opponent by saying, "Thank you very much. Thanks to you, I found out why. It's called meat power, unmistakably." His face reflects confidence and contentment, while he holds the glittering stones that exude a mysterious light. While the hero holds his stones tightly, his opponent in the background loses strength and falls to the ground, confirming the hero's words about the power of meat. The discovery that the hero has made seems to turn even the mightiest of foes to flight. Of a defeated enemy who utters, "L's speaking meat is weak. How?" His disappointment and bewilderment at being weaker than he expected makes him vulnerable and exposes his supposed invulnerability. The hero, standing with stones in his hands, glows with confidence and strength. He recalls his recent past with the enemy, recognizing that despite the hardships, the ordeal was extremely rewarding for him. His eyes glow red, showing his determination and ability to use his new knowledge to his advantage. "It is thanks to you, fang broken by an arrow." Standing over a defeated enemy, the hero majestically pronounces, "Talking meat is also thin." His figure looms against the fading gloom, and in his hands the mysterious stones continue to sparkle, as if symbolizing his power and newfound knowledge. He turns his gaze somewhere in the distance and calmly states, "No, I'm human." His red eyes pulse as if reflecting his inner fire and determination, standing in contrast to the cold calm of his show of strength. Reflecting on what is happening, the hero concludes, something like a chemical reaction that occurs because of this blue emotion. Amazing. His words reflect a deep understanding of the nature of the power he now wields. With a hint of further developments, he adds, moreover, leaving a sense of unsolved mystery and anticipation of future discoveries. At the end, a mysterious character appears, hidden in the shadows, pondering a legend that says that a certain god has railed against the outsider's change and that it is the power of meat. The character responds to this with confidence. I don't think anyone can take advantage of that. His self-confidence suggests that he feels invincible because of his newfound abilities and knowledge. The hero, immersed in reflection, recognizes the importance of the moment when he used the power from depleted life energy, giving him the opportunity to survive. If I didn't have the blessing of an outsider, wouldn't I have died the moment I used the power from the depleted life energy? His face expresses deep thoughtfulness and realization that it seems the dwarves are always filling him with meat. The next moment reveals a vivid picture. Blessing the outsider before he runs out of energy allows him to shed fatigue and be reborn, creating an endless cycle of recovery. He chuckles as he ponders the possibilities of this new power. Could this be even cooler? His wit and lightness of mood do not diminish even in the face of the mysterious silhouette, who notices that the hero is acting very childish. A mysterious silhouette representing some sort of god claims that the hero is underestimating his new abilities, but the hero meets this challenge with ease and daring, ready for new adventures and challenges to overcome. Amidst a shadowy forest, the creatures discuss the pledge of their power, where one of them says with astonishment, "The smell of meat. Meat? Where?" This shows their simplicity and yet dependence on this element for survival. The situation quickly moves into a more dynamic phase as the hero sparks with lightning-fast determination. "Get out of my way!" His energy and willpower are reflected in his every movement, while he pushes back his enemies, leaving them no chance. The mysterious silhouette reappears, watching the development of events, and despite being satisfied with what is happening, makes a remark about the hero's naivety, which the latter takes as an additional incentive for action. The hero, despite the mockery of his invisible mentor, is confident in his path and recognizes that although he has become stronger, happiness remains elusive for him. This is a reflection of the inner conflict between power and personal happiness. He recalls the need to use a smartphone under a blanket as a symbol of his former habits and secluded comfort, contrasting this with the current dangers and challenges he faces in the real world. The hero continues on his path, striving forward despite the difficulties, emphasizing his determination and willingness to overcome any obstacles on the way to his goal, even if it means fighting an entire forest of arsonist monsters. Under the gaze of the heavenly guide who points out the direction, the hero responds gratefully, "Oh, thank you." His faraway gaze reflects his willingness to follow the path. Then he, pondering his next steps, decides, with irony in his voice, "All right now, shall I go and punish these fantastic barbarians by the power of imagination?" Reflecting on his new adventures gives him confidence in his abilities. Moving on, the hero admits that his attempt to pass unnoticed was not as successful as he had hoped. "I was going to pass unnoticed, but the guards are better than I expected." This shows that his plans need to be adjusted to fit the new circumstances. Fortunately, he has the necessary knowledge and training, noting, "It's good that I memorized the village layout in advance." This emphasizes his strategic approach and ability to adapt to changing situations. The hero's gait is confident and determined as he moves through the night, aware of his every step in this mission full of uncertainties and possible dangers. The mysterious figure points the way again, this time more insistently. "A certain god urges you to go now." The hero, with irony in his voice, replies, "Ha-ah." His reaction reflects his surprise and perhaps bewilderment at the unexpected turn. The surprise continues when the same figure declares, "A certain god insists it's time to move out." The hero sarcastically asks a question that reflects his skepticism. Why is he suddenly trying to be helpful? I really don't understand what's on his mind, but this shows that despite his power, he is still searching for direction and meaning in his adventures. The character is willing to follow his instincts, as his thought confirms, "My instincts say the same thing." This emphasizes that he trusts his inner voice to guide his actions. Boldly accepting the challenge, he asks himself, "Can I do it?" before resolutely declaring, "This is my chance." His determination and willingness to take action are the epitome of his character. He is ready to face any challenge and overcome any obstacle in his way. The hero raises his head to a mysterious figure floating in the air that seems to be pointing his way. His response of, "Huh?" sounds like a mixture of amazement and mild annoyance. He clearly didn't expect such a turn. Then, standing on the ground, he hears the same god say that it is time to set out on his journey. The hero comments on this thoughtfully, doubting the intentions of his invisible mentor. The next moment, he stealthily sneaks past the guards, wondering about the quality of their service. "Phew, there's no one on guard here. I'm lucky," he says, sighing in relief. The mysterious mentor reappears, reminding us to thank him, to which the hero ironically replies, "Ah, yes, thank you. I'm eternally grateful." His tone seems flippant, but deep down he appreciates the clue. The next shot shows the hero seemingly ready for action, but his face expresses pensiveness. Well then, standing astonished, the helmeted guard opens his eyes wide, as if something has caused him to suddenly freeze with terror. Unexpectedly, he discovers a stealthy attacker whose bright red eyes glitter in the shadows, hinting at hidden power and danger. The sudden attack robs him of the ability to even scream. The hero's piercing red eyes, now blazing even brighter. His movements are quick and precise, and his face is contorted in a predatory smile. The tension of the moment is almost palpable, and there is a sense of imminent collision in the air. The hero stands over the defeated enemy, his silhouette looming against the dim city light. "It's a little bitter that I can't feel the difference between a human and a gnoll." He ponders aloud, and his words are filled with regret and contemplation of the meaning of the deed. The final image shows the hero moving on ruthlessly, leaving behind the bodies of the defeated. These people may have those who would mourn them, but his words are cut short, and we are left to guess at the continuation of his thoughts as he continues his journey into the darkness. In the semi-darkness, against the god-forsaken columns, stands a cloaked figure, its head hidden in a deep hood. "And because of you guys, I almost died without seeing her again," he remarks bitterly, looking at the lifeless body beneath his feet. The words, penetrating through the mask of indifference, reflect an underlying pain and a determination to let no obstacles stand in his way. Shows us a stunned hero who looks up at his mysterious mentor, surrounded by a luminous halo. "Some god looks at you defiantly," he says, as if a challenge has been issued to fate itself, and his gaze is determined and defiant of the unknown. Where shadow mingles with light, the hero ponders the consequences of his actions. If so many people died, didn't anyone notice? Too quiet. His words are filled with doubt and a sense of unease as he stands over the body of an enemy who has lost all value. Finally, he looks over his shoulder, his face expressing bewilderment and concern. Sneaking in here was too exciting, but I've only seen hints. How will I start a villain? Pondering the morality and consequences of his actions stays with him as he prepares for his next steps into the uncharted darkness. In the twilight of uncertain space, under the weight of an overhanging luminous halo, a mysterious figure stares down at the young hero from its lofty position. "A certain god looks down on you," the inscription reads, like a sublime reminder that fate and the gods are not always on the side of mortals. The hero, puzzled and a little lost, faces a reality where villains can hide even in the bathroom, raising questions about the nature of evil and where it can take refuge. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure continues to hover over the hero, as if her presence penetrates every corner of his mind. "Don't be mean," she warns. And in her voice, one hears an echo of wisdom and a warning of the moral choices that lie ahead for the hero. Somewhere else, in a world where torchlight burns brightly in the darkness, three travelers stand side by side, their faces tense in anticipation. They don't say a word, but their looks and postures say more than any words could express. And so our hero looks over his shoulder again, his gaze puzzled and full of thought. Interesting turn of events. His words hover in the air, foreshadowing new challenges and the inevitable changes that will inevitably come with each step he takes forward. In a room shrouded in gloom, a lone figure lies on a bed, her body half hidden by shadows. The sounds of the night are barely discernible in this quiet setting. Her peace is suddenly shattered when an unexpected guest approaches, his hand sliding toward her, causing anxiety and fear. The figure's face on the bed, her eyes wide with terror, and she lets out only a quiet moan as a stranger's hand clamps over her mouth. This moment captures the tension and terror she feels. We see a male figure in a wide cloak. His eyes widened with shock or perhaps anger, and he abruptly orders silence, which adds to the intensity of the situation. A woman with a bag over her head is shown sitting on a bed, surrounded by two figures. She appears puzzled and a little frightened. One of them points to a scar on her arm and warns her to be careful, adding a sense of urgency and danger to the conversation. And we see three characters standing at the door of the room, preparing for further action. "It's time to go," says one of them, as if summarizing the current moment and setting them up for the next stage of their journey, which promises to be full of danger and unexpected twists and turns. A sudden sharp call interrupts the silence. "Take your time." These words are addressed to the figure with the bag on his head, as if a warning or belated advice. The characters' gazes meet, full of questions about past decisions and their consequences. Were the other villains also led away in this way? The question is asked, carrying the weight of past deeds and sacrifices. The confident face of the character whose words reveal the inner conflict between morality and survival. Karmazin believed we were ignorant, but we turned a blind eye as we wanted to protect our new way of life. These words carry a reflection on the difficulty of choosing between what is considered right and what is necessary for survival. With exasperation, that voice, that healer? Surprise and disbelief are filled with a premonition of deception or the discovery of unexpected truth. The gathering of figures with bags on their heads creates an atmosphere of anticipation and tension. "This is your retribution." Words full of the promise of retribution for past sins hang in the air. And the final scene offers a view of a group united by a common goal, but each standing alone before the struggle ahead. "For allowing our dear friend to fight alone." These are words of accusation, words that foreshadow an imminent battle in which each will fight not only external enemies, but also his own conscience. Passions are running high among the characters. One of the figures, agitated, speaks out sharply. "I heard it in the dining room. These villains are against the people." Her words reflect fear and determination to face the threat, while another character holds her firmly by the shoulders, urging determination and action. "If we let them live, they will take our homes and families again." His words emphasize the urgency of the situation and the unwillingness to allow the past to repeat itself. The figure of a man with a powerful gaze and a solid expression appears. He gives the command to stay inside, warning that something is happening in the village. His warning hints at impending danger that requires vigilance and caution. A woman with blue hair, her face shrouded in shadow and her eyes full of heavy thoughts. She says, "Let's get started." Words that could mean starting a plan or gathering before an important event. We see two characters dressed for battle. Weapons in hand, they seem determined and wary. "In the name of Karmazin, our fallen comrade." These words express their decision to seek revenge and protect what they hold dear, even if it means going into battle. We are faced with a scene full of tension and emotion. One character, overwhelmed with despair, exclaims, "Now, there's only one left." His words echo in a space full of defeated bodies, while a comrade standing next to him looks on, his gaze full of seriousness and concentration, and in the background a woman holds a sword ready for further combat. A woman chained and seated on a throne, which creates an atmosphere of hopelessness and suffering. Her calm question, "What should we do?" contrasts with her vulnerable position, suggesting the deep moral dilemmas facing the characters. Moment shows her face filled with determination and the question, "Like the others?" These are words that perhaps raise the question of whether to follow the path of her predecessors or choose a different path. Finally, we see two characters discussing a plan of action. One of them recounts how he caught a woman trying to leave the village. He touches his head as if trying to collect his thoughts, while his interlocutor remarks that she is quite high up in the hierarchy and expresses doubt as to how they will be able to free her. It is a dialogue full of doubt and calculation. With an understanding gaze, the silver-haired character confesses empathy, as if sharing the weight of unspoken feelings, claiming to understand the emotions of another. Her words carry the weight of trust and comfort, offering a shoulder to lean on for support in an unspoken struggle. The young man, whose smile conceals more than any gesture can express, turns around, preparing for a new chapter of his story. His face is lit with warmth and hope, anticipation of meeting the unknown that lies ahead. In the next moment, the drama builds as the silver-haired character expresses her intention to protect a secret she holds dear. Her determination pierces the silence as she faces the reality of betrayal and deception. The tension reaches a climax when the captive woman, eyes full of desperation and defiance, turns to her captor. She plays on the strings of trust, offering silence in exchange for freedom, while her gaze slides over her opponent's face, looking for signs of doubt in his decision. In a tense atmosphere filled with foreboding of impending conflict, a courageous young man with a worried face appeals to the elder's discretion, offering the possibility of escape in exchange for remaining silent about the events he has witnessed. His words hang in the air, embodying courage and determination, while the tension grows with each passing second. The green-haired woman, her face contorted with despair, responds by boldly declaring that lies and deceit are not enough to save herself from her impending fate. Her eyes sparkle with determination, and in her voice you can hear not only fear, but also an unwavering confidence in her words. When the tense silence is broken by the promise of safety, the masked man, his stride firm and confident, utters words that sound like a verdict. His decision is final, and there is no room for doubt in his manner. And suddenly the drama reaches a climax when the sinister warrior, armed to the teeth, aims his blade at the defenseless victim. His actions are determined to carry out his plan, and his every move demonstrates his willingness to see it through no matter what the consequences. On a stage where every whisper and movement is brimming with significance, the image of the woman with green hair, her eyes closed and the slight trembling of her eyelids, reveal the depth of her inner conflict. The fleeting sounds that break the silence cause her to take a deep breath, preparing herself for the unknown that she is about to face. Depressed and bound, she sits alone in a dimly lit cell, her face filled with fear and her eyes widened in anticipation of the inevitable. She tries to maintain her dignity in the face of the danger that reaches out to her in the form of shadows of the past. The tears on her face and her disheveled hair speak of her suffering. She looks puzzled, as if she cannot believe what is happening. Her word, "how," hangs in the air, full of despair and disbelief. Suddenly, the sword-wielding figure turns his back to her, creating a sense of betrayal and impending disaster. His posture is menacing, and he seems ready to act without hesitation, his resolve as firm as the cold blade of his weapon. In a gloomy hall where every shadow can hide a fate or a threat, a young hero with blood-red eyes bears his sword, his gaze full of determination and power. The power that lurks in his gaze portends great deeds or terrible destruction. The woman, whose face is scratched, looks at him with concern and bewilderment. Her gaze is a plea for mercy and an attempt to find answers to unspoken questions. The young warrior's words hang in the air, his sudden appearance and laconic, "It seems we have met again," bringing an element of uncertainty and tense anticipation to an already charged atmosphere. The action cuts off abruptly at the clash scene where every warrior is ready for battle. The young protagonist seems to ponder the fate of his opponents, remaining on the edge between cold calculation and a sense of duty to those in distress. In an instant, as a storm of emotion plays out all around, the young red-eyed warrior bursts into battle, his determination and strength breaking through the shock and terror of his opponents. Like a tornado, he moves without regard for their malice or the lives behind those faces. From the side, terrified and desperate, the woman watches the sudden violence, her hands covering her mouth in shock and her eyes widened at the horror she sees before her. Her trembling voice, filled with terror, pleads for rescue while she faces the reality of a ruthless world where every second could turn out to be her last. But the young warrior, as if understanding the unspoken cry, reacts instantly, his judgment returning as he hears the familiar words. His eyes narrow questioningly, pondering the consequences of his actions and words. And the moment his attention is diverted, the woman, still consumed by fear, searches for a way to escape, screaming for help in what can only prove to be an echo in the emptiness of the abandoned cell. In a dungeon where every sound and shadow can be a harbinger of death or salvation, a young warrior stands over a defeated enemy, his silhouette carved against the cold stone walls. He sighs as if realizing the weight of his actions. Victory has come, but it is not satisfying. Words he hadn't expected to hear hovered over the body of the defeated. It was more than he could have imagined. His contemplation of where to begin his journey was cut short by an unexpected turn. The woman's eyes, full of fear and questions, meet his gaze. Her face shows signs of struggle and pain, and there's a spark of hope in her eyes that perhaps all is not lost, that her pleas have been heard. In a maze of events where each choice leads to new forks of fate, a young warrior with blood-red eyes faces a dilemma reflected in his questioning gaze. What is she saying? His bewilderment breaks the silence of the gloomy room as he tries to decipher the words that carry a hidden meaning. Before him, the image of the woman, framed by the mystical symbols of her status, reveals the depth of her character, the level and accomplishments that have been hidden until this moment. Her status hangs in the air like an open book, inviting him to learn more. He considers the data thoughtfully, realizing it carries more information than he expected, and wonders about her intentions. His own status, one blessing, stands in contrast to her three, causing him to question his previous assumptions. A series of revelations leads him to reflect on his path and what it means to be an outsider in this world. He realizes that every decision and every action has consequences, and that he can choose which path to follow. When he speaks to the woman, her response is full of vitality and emotion. There is an echo of joy and relief in her voice. Her smile blossoms in the darkness, and she calls him by name, establishing a bond between them. He weighs his words, touching his chin thoughtfully. There's only one reason to open your status window anyway, he ponders, immersed in his musings and searching the depths of his mind for answers. The young warrior turns to the woman, confidence in his voice. Your name is Celebes? She confirms her name with relief and joy, the hope on her face coming alive as she reveals her identity. Their gazes meet, and in that moment time seems to slow down. Perhaps I feel nothing for the blessing of an outsider, but... His words melt into the air, leaving the inevitable questions and innuendos hanging in the air. The imaginary god explores who he is in the story, emphasizing his outsider status, which adds to the mystery and versatility of his character. With a casual laugh and ease, he accepts the thought of his possible punishment for refusing to follow the path of an outsider. His attitude toward his position in the world seems frivolous, but deep down he realizes the gravity of the situation. Her gaze reflects a deep sadness, as if the depths into which she is immersed are bottomless. What a lucky elf, she whispers faintly, as if her soul is echoing. Meanwhile, his profile is consumed by heavy reflection, a shadow of the past. Even though I wanted all of them, he begins, you can feel the weight he carries in his heart in his tone. His gaze is fixed on the surface of the water, as if searching it for a reflection of his thoughts. Because she experienced what I did, to survive. His words sink into the water, leaving only circles on the water. Their faces filled with confidence and strength. I have told my name, to the natives of this world, though it was naive. His memories fill the space as if they were the actors of this scene themselves. Surrounded by the watery silence, he ponders the consequences of his actions, the fact that if he destroys everyone here, he will be no better than those he considers enemies. His inner struggle between the desire to follow his code and the realization that such a choice could lead him to lose himself can be heard in these words. The girl, seized by genuine terror, spews out a scream full of fear and despair. Her hair flies around as if trying to escape from the reality that surrounds her. And now he is closing in on her, his gaze shrewd and determined. His words, "This sort of thing annoys me," reveal his displeasure at the way the world around him affects his companion, causing her fear and suffering. When he hears her voice full of hope and recognition when she says his name, this name, which sounds to her like a symbol of hope, strengthens the bond between them, offering the possibility of understanding and being together. Finally, they stand together in silence, contrasting how many lives have been lost. Why is it so quiet here? His question carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, exploring the depth of the tragedy that has enveloped their world. In the final shot, they are confronted by a figure in a somber cloak who seems to be evading answers. "Dear God, outsider, what do you think is the reason?" He seeks answers to the questions that plague his soul, which the figure suggests they are not ready to discuss aloud. A young man with dark hair and an incredulous expression is in dialogue with a pale girl with snow-white hair and elf ears. He seems to assert something strongly, saying, "Ah, all right." His interlocutor, with a sad yet surprised look, seems unaware of the action to come. They are both standing in the background of the manor where the elven woman shares her concerns, stating that she can't trust anyone in this village and that the forest is full of dwarves. She looks worried and confused. A glimpse of the village at night, the silhouettes of houses and fences looming against a night sky with 2 moons. The words, "First, let's get out of here," surround the scene, creating a foreboding sense of imminent escape. The boy carries the elf in his arms, quickening his stride. They rush through the night, their bodies blurred by movement. The energy and urgency of the moment is captured breathtakingly in this shot. The guy holds the elf girl tightly. She, with visible fear in her eyes, shouts something that sounds like "Kanhansu," while he seems preoccupied and focused, asking, "What's the matter?" This image emphasizes the tension and uncertainty of their situation. In the next image, the elven girl seems surprised but also determined. Her finger is pointing upward and her eyes read persistence. She is saying something, perhaps suggesting a plan or pointing out a danger from above. Next, we see them in the night. Fire erupts at the bottom of the frame, and the guy carrying the elf girl in his arms looks up, where the source of the flames can be seen. He questions, "From above?" as if trying to figure out where the threat came from. Anxiety rises when a figure resembling a huge phoenix soars into the night sky. The man is shocked, and the elven woman looks at him with bewilderment, and he exclaims, "A phoenix!" expressing his amazement and fear in the face of the mythical entity. Shows them in a blazing halo of flames. The boy holds the girl tightly, trying to protect her from the sudden danger, while the fire around them grows brighter and brighter, creating a dramatic and dangerous atmosphere around them. They both seem calmer and more collected, despite the dangers around them. The man stares intently into the distance, pondering his next steps, while the elfin woman, with relief and hope in her eyes, seems to have found comfort in his protection. He reflects on his teacher and fate, remembering words of gratitude despite the looming threat. The elven girl with blonde hair looks confused and worried at the same time, mouthing slurred words as if trying to say something or understand what is going on around her. Her gestures and facial expressions convey a mix of feelings as she faces a situation beyond the ordinary. The man, with a warm light flooding his face, looks friendly and supportive as he addresses the girl. He asks her a question that sounds like a call for determination and self-determination, as if he is offering her a choice that could determine their shared future. After that moment, their attention is drawn to the huge, fiery bird that roars through the air, illuminating the night with its fierce light. They stand stunned and mesmerized by the sight, while the fiery creature seems both menacing and majestic. The girl, with a smile and lightness in her eyes, says something that perhaps suggests gratitude or recognition, implying that she has found something positive in this moment, despite all the dangers of their journey. The man looks directly at the viewer, his face lit by the glow of the flames, and the words he speaks seem full of determination and understanding, suggesting that he is ready to face any obstacles in their path. An elven girl stands in front of a flaming phoenix figure, her face illuminated by the warm light of the fire. She looks calm and confident, her eyes filled with anticipation, and she utters words that seem key to the moment. The pixie looks over her shoulder, glimmers of light reflected in her eyes. She speaks words that seem to be filled with warmth and gratitude, a peacefulness in her voice. Then we see her and the man standing in the background of the scene, where the flaming bird continues its majestic flight. He looks at her with astonishment, as if he cannot believe the words she is saying, and a note of surprise and bewilderment can be heard in his voice. Suddenly, the setting changes as the man is shocked by the unexpected situation. His face is contorted with horror, and chaos seems to be unfolding around them. The elven woman, for her part, looks confused by this sudden turn of events. However, she smiles again, her smile glowing in the warm colors of the rising sun, and she seems full of hope and joy despite all the trials they've been through. The man and the pixie stand side by side in the bright firelight, surrounded by the swirl of flame and energy that swirls around them. He holds her hand tightly, determination in his voice as he asks the question, "What's going on?" The man looks up at the phoenix, a mysterious figure of fire that rises before them, Its silhouette looms against the magical light, creating an impression of deep thoughtfulness and admiration for this majestic sight. The elfess, the light of her hair merging with the flames of the phoenix, smiles and says something that seems key to understanding the moment, mingling with the joy and peace she has found in this unusual event. We see a phoenix soaring into the night sky, its flight leaving traces of flame that illuminate the celestial space, creating pictures of fire. The man stares off into the distance against the darkening sky and the distant light of the phoenix, his silhouette reflecting the silence and depth of the moment as he seems to ponder the meaning of the events that have just transpired. A guy is in a situation of shock and confusion when he experiences something that disturbs his peace of mind, and a figure filled with sinister intentions descends on him from above. The man seems stunned and indignant. He has his hand over his mouth, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. His thoughts revolve around the unexpectedness of what is happening. He cannot believe the reality of the situation. The boy is in a calmer state of mind as he gazes intently at the figure appearing before him. Surrounded by light and color, he experiences a moment of revelation, his face lit up with a smile and delight at the blessing and recognition he has received. The man exclaims with enthusiasm and a broad smile on his face in surprise and joy. His look of anticipation and delight reflects the sudden appearance of a new blessing or opportunity that appears to be of great importance to him. The emotion he is experiencing literally glows on his face, heralding the beginning of a new chapter in his life. In an above-ground glow surrounded by mysterious radiance and color. Her expression is impenetrable, but there is an aura of importance and power around her. His face reflects peace and acceptance. Perhaps he has accepted the unexpected turn of events as part of the larger picture of life. His thoughts read philosophical restraint and a willingness to continue the journey, whatever it may be. A mysterious message is felt in the air. A certain god is feeling very uncomfortable. Below, a young man in a cloak with a meaningful gaze ponders the situation as a mysterious figure in the shadows watches him, as if awaiting his decision. The hero, smiling and full of determination, holds a token of power or magic with ease. The placards surrounding him with the inscriptions, "Life expectancy and youth increased," and "Looks like the blessing of Austalder," hint at favorable changes, perhaps related to his decisions. The emotional upheaval is palpable when we hear, "A certain god says you are too joyful." The cloaked figure standing against the night sky is imbued with the energy of discontent, while the hero, on the contrary, radiates confidence and calmness. Seriousness and determination are read in the young man's eyes as he says, "The reason I am happy is because our paths have parted with the elf in question." This revelation shows the depth of his feelings and perhaps foreshadows new twists in their fate. We see a young man with a confident smile standing in front of us, while a mysterious cloaked figure can be seen behind him, as if enjoying an improvement in his mood. The caption in the cloud above reads, "The condition of a certain god has greatly improved," plunges us into a dark, foggy atmosphere where the hero and his mysterious companion face the unknown. The hero pensively addresses his silent companion, "Here's the Austalder. Should we try to go a little farther this time?" Radiates tension and delight. Our hero, radiant with smugness, stands beside the majestic beast, and the question hangs in the air. How are you? Is this a moment of triumph or a new alliance? The scene of a gathering unfolds before us, a group of people of different ages and backgrounds gathered in the forest. One of the characters standing in front of the group remarks, "It's been 3 days since you've been here." Anticipation and a hint of a prolonged stay in this place hangs in the air. In a gathering where everyone is waiting for a new day to begin, a knight addresses the crowd with a noble air, promising to raise the levels after meditation. His confident gesticulation is accompanied by the gentle attention of his pink-haired companion, who makes no secret of her delight at the prospect of renewal. "Don't worry too much," he cautions, taking the edge off their anticipation. A scene change brings us to a group of people facing a responsible mission. The seriousness of the moment is emphasized by the words of one of the women. "For your first hunt, the knightly order will gather monsters here." The anticipation of battle and adventure makes our hearts clench with excitement. The pink-haired girl reappears before us, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she exclaims, "Yes, Mage's blessings are absolutely necessary." Her optimism is infectious, and her words seem to carry us to the heights of achievement and possibility. In an atmosphere of lively anticipation, a group of young men in business suits react enthusiastically to the announcement of a hunt where each of them has the opportunity to improve their skills and increase their personal ranking. "Level up! It's fantasy hunt time!" they exclaim, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. Among the participants, 3 girls in red blazers share their secrets to success, assuring each other that improving one's appearance goes hand in hand with leveling up. "I hear your skin improves when you level up," whispers one, while another adds excitedly, "The figure too." Moment shows the group in the woods, where they encounter an unexpected encounter. "Eh?" expresses surprise, one of them, noticing a cute green creature looking at them with genuine curiosity. Suddenly there is a moment of confusion in the dark forest. "It's slime!" exclaimed one of the hunters, pointing to a glistening green creature that appeared out of nowhere. Nearby, another young man wondered, desperately trying to figure out what was in front of him. "Molem? What? Where?" A sharp transition to bright light, where the prince and princess are shocked at what's happening, their faces contorted by a shriek. "Don't choke!" Is this a warning, or perhaps a call for vigilance in the face of unknown danger? Once again in the forest, the situation escalates. A young man with a sword in his hand faces an unpredictable turn of events. His face expresses surprise and bewilderment, and the creature in front of him makes sounds that only increase the mystery. In the tense atmosphere of the forest, the noble-looking knight eases the mounting tension by clearing up misconceptions about the mystical creature before them. "Like you said, it's a slime," he begins, acknowledging the presence of the mysterious creature. "It's a useful creature that doesn't harm humans." His words carry the weight of knowledge, enlightening those around him about unexpected aspects of their world. One of the hunters, doubting the knight's words, involuntarily releases his experience, as if experiencing a crisis of faith in his beliefs. "Useful? Slime? My experience?" His words are drowned in the doubt caused by the unexpected turn of events. Then the pink-haired girl, as if the embodiment of innocence and kindness, embraces the slime with tenderness and care. "You must never attack a slime," she says, reflecting the light of her heart onto the creature that many thought was just a punching bag. As she continues, her words become stern, and she warns of the consequences for those who trespass on the harmless creature. "Even if you are heroes, you will be judged," she declares, turning their mistakes into lessons in compassion and understanding. She convinces them that greatness is not in battles, but in preserving life, and that their actions must conform to the laws of nature and mercy. "Even if you are heroes, you will be condemned." Her words sound a warning filled with deep meaning. As a sign of brotherhood and solidarity, the knight draws attention to the giant beast, reminding them that the hunter's target is a fourth-level dwarf, not the harmless creatures of the forest. He emphasizes that they should not give in to fear, for their task requires courage and foresight. In the corridors of uncertainty, two girls face a choice full of doubt and apprehension. One, with hope in her eyes, seeks comfort from her companion, wondering about the safety of their next move. "Level 4? But we only have the first." Her words are filled with anxiety. "Isn't it dangerous?" she continues, while the other, trying to bolster their spirits, reassures, "Don't worry." In a forest where mysticism envelops every tree, the princess raises her voice as a messenger of justice. She warns of the consequences of even the noblest deeds if they lead to the death of the innocent. "On our side of the world, even if you die, you will be resurrected," she announces with an authority that allows no objection. Her words sound like a charge of magic in the darkness, driving away the fears of her comrades. Against the bright background of the forest clearing, the blonde knight smiles proudly and confidently as he makes an encouraging remark to the pink-haired princess, who is watching the slime curiously. His words are filled with confidence. "With the people gathered here today, we can handle even level 6 orcs." It ignites their overall determination and self-belief. Suddenly, the action shifts to an ominous howl, and two mighty beasts appear on stage, their eyes burning with a fiery light and a menacing roar erupting from their jaws. Their powerful figures and wild appearance embody the true menace and fierce power of nature. Shows a group of students gripped by tension and fear. One of them, sword in hand and eyes full of determination, yells in anticipation of a clash, while his comrades watch with cautious concern. In the darkness of the forest, tension builds as two mighty beastly shadows growl, piercing the silence. A brave young man with sword in hand shouts back, full of determination and fearlessness, ready for battle. His cry, like a challenge, reflects the anxiety and excitement of the coming confrontation. As if in response to his challenge, the beasts rush to the attack, their menacing figures rising against the night sky. Their menacing grins and luminous eyes suggest primitive strength and savagery, but the courage of the heroes does not fade in the face of this challenge. The battle begins with full force. Swords flash, sparks fly, and each blow of the heroes echoes in the silence of the forest. Despite the fear that lurks in their hearts, their spirits are not broken, and they are ready to fight to the end. In the twilight of the forest, where every ray of light shines through the foliage, the young sorceress is about to show her power. Concentrating on her spell, she thrusts her hands forward, and a bright light flashes in her palms, promising a miracle. With a tense face, she summons her magic that was meant to stop the impending threat. The power of the light she emits fills the surrounding space, and it seems as if her inner strength could turn the outcome of the battle. But suddenly her magic fades away, leaving her at a loss. "Why isn't my magic?" she begins, but her attention is diverted by her comrade's shout, "Hey, look ahead!" Her confusion is evident, and the air is filled with tension at the possible failure. In the heat of battle, when despair seemed near, the gleam of the knight's sword cuts through the darkness. The boldness and agility with which he maneuvers testifies to his skill and courage. He is like lightning, changing the outcome of the battle in an instant, his actions as decisive as they are swift. Then comes the moment of triumph. The monsters fall one by one, giving way to victory. Their defeat marks not just the end of the battle, but also a testament to the strength and determination of the heroes. After the battle, the knight listens attentively to the wise words of his companion, who lavishes him and his comrades with praise for their fortitude and heroism. His words bring healing, like a gift of light after a long night. And in the final scene, the encounter with the mysterious entity gives the events deep meaning. This moment of realization of why they were chosen and sent here opens a new chapter in their saga, filled with foreknowledge and foresight. After the battle, in the silence following the storm, a sign of higher powers appears. A sacred silence envelops the battlefield, and in the midst of it, a mysterious woman with eyes closed and hands folded in prayer sends a heavenly message. Some male god is just, was there really a reason? Words that penetrate the heart and mind, offering a profound reflection on divine intervention. In the next moment, light illuminates her face and we see life return to someone who seemed lifeless. A certain innocent goddess is puzzled. These words are cryptic and suggestive of the hidden stories behind these moments of wonder. With amazement and delight, the surprised man stares at her while the light from her hands spreads, filling him with warmth and new life. His exclamation of "huh?" reflects not only his shock, but also his awe at the miracle he has witnessed. And finally, a voice from the unknown sounded, urging them to continue their exploits. "Oh, great heroes, fight to your last breath." These words, like echoes in infinity, inspire new accomplishments and remind us of the continuous struggle even in the face of the darkest trials. In the moments after the battle, the goddess smiles with a blessed smile and gives peace to the fallen. Her words, "After every death I have to resurrect you," waft a deep peace and healing power through the rustle of the forest. The three young men stand side by side, their silhouettes seemingly unshakable against the giant shadow. They are a symbol of steadfastness and unyielding will, even in the face of the mightiest of adversaries. Suddenly, one of them responds to the words of appreciation, "Thanks for buying time." His voice expresses not only recognition, but also the mutual support that comes from each member of their team. Once again, amidst the uncertainty and chaos of battle, the spirit of struggle does not leave the hearts of the heroes. One of them, with a formidable determination in his eyes, rushed forward, confronting the beastly embodiment of rage. His movements are swift and precise, and he seems to be driven not by fear but by a thirst for justice and the defense of his ideals. Reveals to us a glimpse of someone holding a mirror of fate that reflects not just an image, but the essence of the one who stands before it. Some god praises someone for being collected, the words hovering in the air, as if a reminder that even the gods are watching their fortitude and courage. The smile on a young man's face when he reaches a new level of ability is contagious. His delight and pride know no bounds, for he has overcome himself, reached a new peak of his potential. The words of nobility and divine favor echo through the forest. They are like a message from the higher realms, reminding us that every action and every choice matters, and that even the greatest trials have deep meaning. Comradeship and loyalty to principles become an anchor when they face new obstacles. Their friendship and mutual support give them the strength to keep fighting even when the odds seem slim. Courage fills their hearts, and they answer the call with unbreakable determination. "For honor me! Let us defend our goddess," they shout, while their swords meet the threat, not letting fear take over. Victory comes with its own weight and lessons. It becomes a reminder that even the darkest moments can be overcome with fortitude and unity. Our heroes are enveloped in an atmosphere of celebration and gratitude. The golden-haired girl raises her hands to the heavens, sincerely thankful for the help and support that allowed her to reach a new level of her abilities. Her joy and gratitude spreads around her, filling the air with light and warmth. The other characters do not hide their emotions either. They exchange signs of respect and support, showing the strength of their friendship and mutual recognition of each other's achievements. Beauty, as one of the heroines points out, is also a form of power, a kind of weapon that can inspire and influence the course of events. Her words remind us that within each of us are hidden different forms of power capable of great deeds. On her way to new heights, the golden-haired heroine reflects the light of eternal optimism. Her amazement is replaced by admiration at the thought of a certain laughing god of beauty looking down on her, smiling lightly, leading to the idea that her efforts and struggles have not gone unnoticed. A glow of confidence lights up her face as she exclaims that this is perfect for her, indicating a deep personal connection to the mission and goals she seeks to accomplish. Comradeship comes back into play when her companions declare their willingness to protect her, emphasizing traditional roles and brotherhood. Their statement of protection and support strengthens social bonds and reminds them of the importance of a strong community. Gratitude and trust are intertwined in the air as the hero thanks his companions for their support and loyalty. Fortitude, friendship, and mutual aid serve as the pillars of their shared success. With a smile mixed with seriousness, he recognizes their contributions and willingness to grow stronger together. These are not just words of gratitude. They recognize the importance of each team member in their common journey. Then the invitation to adventure together sounds again, an invitation that brings them together again and reminds them of the continuous bond between them. They are ready to support each other in any new challenge that comes their way. So they continue their journey, bravely stepping into the unknown, but doing it together, with the confidence that friendship and mutual support will make them stronger in the face of all future challenges. In a somber setting where fates are intertwined with divine wills, we see the gods laughing and weeping as they observe earthly scenes. One of them, the god of beauty, smiles with ease, admiring the resilience and dignity shown in the very act of resistance and survival. In the battlefield, a lone figure left apart from the others attracts the attention of the god of war, who ponders the unraveling of death. His gaze is full of contemplation and perhaps questions about the countless paths the fates may take. With each new turn of events, our heroine finds the strength to get up and keep fighting. Her determination and refusal to accept defeat are inspiring, showing that even alone, even in the face of insurmountable obstacles, one can find the courage to continue. In the face of severe adversity, the heroine of our story finds new strength. I can do it! Her words are not just a promise to herself, but a challenge to the gods who watch over her destiny. She rises, filled with determination, and her hands emit a light so bright and powerful that it illuminates the darkness around her. And now, when it seemed all hope was lost, her determination awakens laughter even from the gods of war and beauty. Not only has she survived, but she has proven herself worthy of the second level, a level that promises new opportunities and new challenges. The laughter in the air is not mockery, but rather recognition of her courage. And here she is, already at the next level, ready to meet the next challenges with the same indomitable spirit and the same unstoppable energy. With each new step, she grows stronger, and each victory is a testament not only to her strength, but also to her unwavering will to go forward, no matter what lies ahead. In echoes of her recent accomplishments, the heroine admits with a smile that her journey is just beginning. Although she may not be the strongest or the best, she is confident in her path, and that each new challenge only makes her stronger. The gods continue to watch her progress with various feelings, chuckles, sickness, and even weariness from the endless battles that play out under their watchful gaze. Suddenly, the shadow of a new challenge falls upon our heroine. She finds herself face to face with yet another enemy, and though she is frightened, her resolve does not falter. With a shout, she rises to meet the challenge, even if it seems insurmountable. In the fire of battle, our heroine finds a moment to breathe, perhaps not her best, but she realizes this is only the beginning of her journey. With each new challenge, she gains more strength, each lesson proving vital on her path to greatness. The god of war watches with weariness, but also with hope, while the god of water feels a sense of reassurance at the sight of her determination. Their divine presence is a reminder of the higher powers that may be guiding and supporting her along the way. And when faced with a new monster, the heroine doesn't back down. She accepts the challenge, knowing that her body and spirit are her most powerful weapons in any situation. With this knowledge, she summons her inner strength to defy adversity. In the twilight light that emanates from unknown sources, a girl in a school uniform encounters a magical surge that glows from her hand. Her face is contorted with determination, her eyes reflecting an unwavering will to confront the unknown threat. The energy explodes in a bright light, consonant with the screams and sounds of collision. Dodging a mighty foe, a monster with fangs. Her movements are swift and determined. Her gaze is focused and hopeful. She dodges, leaving a glowing trail behind her as the creature misses, losing her in its clumsy attempts to catch her. A moment later, she gains a new confidence, as if reaching a new level of her abilities. Level 3 inches proudly proclaims her accomplishment, and she turns to the light and whispers, "I made it." Golden letters float above her head, symbolizing a new stage in her journey. She's not alone. A new character appears, a young man with blue hair possessing the same confidence and strength. He stands in front of the other students, who also seem to have powers of their own. The girl with golden hair looks at him in surprise, raising an eyebrow in a questioning gesture. Huh? On the high ground, where the fog clears to reveal a view of the forest thicket, two silhouetted figures are resolutely discussing their next move. "We must go," comes the order, and the response of "good luck" carries with it a hint of the trials to come. Swords stuck into the ground like the last breath from fallen warriors emphasize the tense atmosphere. Soon, at the top of another mountain, the wind caresses two characters dressed in traditional robes, as if blessing their upcoming adventure. The wind god encourages them with a cool breeze that gently ruffles their robes. The shadows advance, and our hero faces the consequences of his journey, a battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen monsters. He is not alone. His companion, perhaps a divine being, blesses the resting place of the fallen, honoring their spirits. Dialogue between god and mortal. The god, with a gesture of concern, asks if the battle was too brutal for the hero. The answer is simple and restrained, not very, noting that there were perhaps several thousand killed. The hero stands, tired and with a drooping head, pondering his status, which he has checked over and over again during the battle. His expression is hidden, but the heat of emotion can be felt even through the shadow of his hood. Against a golden backdrop illuminated by glory and achievement, the words of the curse resonate with the hero's fate. Whispers of a new curse are accompanied by an alarming warning, but there is a more serious problem. The hero's gaze intercepts the light of a mystical glow, reflecting worry and bewilderment. "I can't understand the level." His words are shrouded in a misunderstanding of his own growth, which is displayed in his distorted stats. But divine intervention doesn't take long to arrive. A dark blue figure surrounded by etheric light brings a message of comfort. It's all right. She realizes that the curse, though from an evil goddess, will stunt her development, but will not break her spirit. The hero's announcement captures the essence of his journey. The language of a race hostile to him will be translated. The experience gained from hunting and achievement will be greatly diminished. This revelation brings surprise and the realization that the struggle will be harder than he anticipated. But in his eyes is not fear, but a new determination. In front of the vast space background, the young hero is gripped by despair. My level is not growing at all. His words, full of frustration, reveal his fear of stagnation, in the face of an unknown curse that holds him in its firm grip. The scene then changes to a mystical vision. The goddess, remote and mysterious, gazes out over a distant galaxy where the stars are particularly bright today. Her words, woven into the twilight air, hint at the grandeur and eternity of the universe, which remain beyond the reach of mortals. We see the young hero again, and he is confronted by the dark-cloaked figure he expected to see earlier. "I thought he was going to start taking care of me." His musings are interrupted by an unforeseen discovery. Suddenly the hero realizes the depth of his predicament. But what is this curse? His face reflects horror and bewilderment at the mystery he has yet to solve. A new curse is revealed to him. Bloodshed. Friendly races will be a bit afraid of you and find you creepy. The chances that they will resist your violent actions increase greatly. These words, written in golden letters amidst a surge of magic, promise new challenges and perhaps even a path to redemption or destruction. In the semi-darkness, illuminated only by the twinkling light of the stars, the hero of our story encounters a mysterious figure. It is a god whose light mood contrasts with his weighty task. "I'm really attracted to becoming an outsider," he says, and his words spill through the air like music enveloping the silence. The hero, suddenly realizing something important, turns to a mystical object, a bracelet inscribed with ancient symbols. His gaze is full of surprise. "Huh?" A spark of understanding ignites in his eyes, a fleeting insight that may be the key to unraveling his destiny. Our hero continues his journey, holding the key to his growth, a bracelet of strength that will perhaps pave his way to new heights. "I'm sure I have it all from either humans or elves," he ponders aloud, realizing that his inability to level up is not a curse, but a challenge. And since I can't level up, my only way to get stronger is money. In the forest wilderness, against the night sky, our hero faces a new challenge. Wolf shadows appear from everywhere, their eyes glittering in the darkness. They shriek angrily, demanding human meat, their words echoing through the forest, promising imminent retribution. The hero is confused. Are there still gnolls here? His words are full of bewilderment, for there are only ravenous beasts and darkness around. But the invisible gnolls seem to have already fallen prey to these cruel creatures. The wolf whose name inspires terror, Mimi Ouge, making Healthy cry, stands in front of him ready to attack. His level is 9 and he is a serious threat. A curse of malice lurks in his gaze and his growl is a warning of the battle to come. The hero grips his dagger tightly, as if looking to it for support and strength for the upcoming clash. It seems they came with a plan, that having a numerical advantage isn't enough. He ponders as he prepares to fight. He realizes that this time the opponents are not just wild. The story continues in the forest where our hero faces a new obstacle. Around him are wolf warriors, their voices echoing in the night. Strong meat, my meat. They demand flesh, getting closer to our hero with each word. With unreserved confidence and not a drop of fear in his eyes, he meets their challenge, his sword gleaming in the moonlight. I am glad that such good teachers have come to find me in person, he says, ready to embrace the lessons this battle will bring. The wolves rush to attack, but our hero does not hesitate. He has realized that his strength is not in levels, but in the skill and experience he gains with each confrontation. Thanks to you guys, I've figured out how to use this power effectively, he says, determined to use his new skills to win. The duel becomes increasingly fierce, our hero's sword slicing through the air, his movements precise and decisive. The wolves may be powerful and brutal, but they are facing a man who not only survives, but learns from his battles, growing only stronger each time. In the darkness of the forest, our hero finds himself trapped. Hostile wolves gather around him, their ominous growls fill the air, they demand him to retreat, run. But the hero is not going to run away. Standing boldly in front of the pack, he smirks in the face of danger. No matter how much you call out, it will never be enough, he utters with defiance, showing unwavering confidence in his abilities. After collecting a sack full of gold, he realizes that money is his new power. He can't level up, but the gold gives him options. I was able to collect a ton of gold, he says thoughtfully, though the language barrier is still a problem for him. However, unless he can sell his trophies for their true value, they are no better than stones. He encounters a greedy merchant who doesn't seem interested in a fair deal. Our hero looks disappointed, realizing that the road to financial independence will not be easy. In a forest filled with fog and the unknown, our hero ponders the need for a translator, wondering about the possibilities of an intelligent dwarf to transform into a human. At the same time, he is undaunted by the hope that magical creatures may be capable of such a transformation. But then, from deep in the forest, a new mysterious character appears, causing our hero to wonder. Where did the one who took care of all those gnolls go? He asks, as if expecting an answer from the mysterious stranger. In response, the hero receives only bewilderment and loss, for the language barrier remains an obstacle. However, when he tries to use the language of the people, his words do not find understanding, and he again faces the acute pain of misunderstanding. The continuation of their interactions promises to be interesting, as both characters search for an understanding and a way to communicate that will allow them to come together to overcome common challenges and unravel the mysteries of this world where each creature has its own language and goals. A sudden turn of events comes when our hero comes face to face with the mysterious creature. He yells, gripped by panic, "Got one!" The creature seemed to lie obediently beneath his feet, but then suddenly it stands up and the words, "Don't you understand?" sound like a warning. The mysterious creature dispels any doubt. It declares itself to be a demon, not a dwarf. The hero is shocked by this revelation, and his initial beliefs about demons as powerful humanoids are instantly questioned. He wonders if he really has a demon in front of him, which violates all his previous beliefs about these creatures. Now our hero faces a dilemma: how to proceed when the world around him is full of unexpected discoveries, and when every creature he meets can completely change his path. A powerful kidnapper with a noble appearance declares that the goal of the heroes is the leader of the demons, and defeating the great demon lord will be their triumph. This statement emphasizes the depth of the task facing the characters. To a demon who seemed to be speculating on the nature of demons and gods, If even the gods have to ask for help from otherworlders, demons must be powerful, he concludes about their power and place in the hierarchy of the world. Our hero, overwhelmed with emotion, loudly proclaims, "But this guy, you muak!" Perhaps this exclamation expresses his frustration and bewilderment at the demon's insolence. The character experiences a moment of realization that his views of demons were prejudiced and based on stereotypes. The interaction between the two is filled with sarcasm and tension as the demon assesses the hero, commenting on his sudden and sharp attack as the actions of an inexperienced fighter. The hero, confused by his encounter with such an unpredictable creature, searches for the strength and confidence to resist not only the physical challenge, but also the mental pressure the demon is clearly exerting on him. Mistakenly believing that his blessing is his only strength, the hero soon realizes that the true power lies within him, and that his ability to adapt and learn from his mistakes is what will ultimately give him the upper hand. He begins to realize that in a world where demons and gods vie for power and control, true understanding and wisdom comes with experience and the trials they overcome. The hero turned to look away as if something surprising has captured his attention. His lips utter a quiet, "Hey," as if he sees something unfathomable. The demon, with a green glow in his eyes and a smirk, replied, acknowledging his blessing of observation, giving him the ability to look at the status windows of others. The demon held near his face, rhetorically asking, "I see. How long are you going to keep me like this?" with a lightly mocking tone. In a mysterious forest under a bright sky stands a figure dressed in a robe with an ethereal glow around her. "This is just a show of friendship," she says mysteriously, hinting at more than mere familiarity. Her words carry a promise and a warning. Friendship with her may be worth something more. The young man looks confused in response, but at the same time surprised by the offer and the power of this unknown entity. This is the first time he has encountered such magical power and attention. The demon, with a playful expression, continues to taunt the young hero, drawing attention to his weakness and lack of malice that is often a characteristic of darker entities. It offers a new perspective on a world where even demons can be friends and teachers, and where strength and wisdom can come from the most unexpected places. The hero stands in confusion, his face expressing surprise and confusion. A ghost hovers above him, radiating cold calm and mystery. The text hovering in the air, as if from a deity, suggests that the hero is destined to learn more about the life of this ephemeral being. The hero is in an even more stressful situation. He turns to the man with black horns who holds him firmly by the shoulder. There is a sense of desperation and a desire to avoid conflict in his words. "Just me. I don't want to be a toy in the man's hands," he shouts, trying to free himself from the grip, seemingly unwilling to let him go, but not ready to let go either. In a world where shadows and light play an eternal poker game of faces, the young hero questions the fate reserved for mortals with genuine delight. His words, "Wouldn't an unmarried virgin be sad?" hover in the air, mockingly sparkling in the semi-darkness. The demon, with charisma and dark power, reflects on his carnal triumphs with irony, claiming that the strength of demons is proportional to the number of their partners. But his eyes show not only self-confidence, but also a shadow of doubt when he speaks, with some disgust, of the possibility of becoming the 243rd husband of an old demoness. And in this ominous dance of words, the young man, blushing at the demon's unexpected candor, exclaims, "What a pity," and seems ready to stem the flow of the disturbing discourse of an entity so very different from himself. The demon, his grin wiped away, stares intently at the young man as if probing his soul. "Speaking of which, how do you even walk?" he asks with a hint of bewilderment, as if opening a new chapter in this game of wits. The young hero, in utter bewilderment, tries to grasp the gist of his words. What do you mean?" His reply is full of innocence and incomprehension, the spark of curiosity in his eyes indicating a thirst for the knowledge and experience this strange new world offers. Each of them seems to be holding cards whose meanings they are still learning to understand. The demon, showing his superiority with satisfaction, explains the use of a large amount of paralyzing poison. He claims that such a dose can stop even villains with high natural resistance, billing himself as a master of dark arts and strategy. In the eerie silence, broken only by the echo of his own thoughts, a mysterious character with silver hair weighed a small vial of blue elixir in his hands. Paralyzing poison? His words stretch slowly as a fog envelops his mind, and his eyes are hidden under a shadow of doubt and calculation. The scene changes, and we see a young hero whose face is lit up with the fire of determination and fearlessness. "Remind me of such a howling occasion." His voice is full of defiance and youthful maximalism, as if he is ready to challenge the gods themselves. Their dialogue, a duel of wits and will, continues. The demon, outwardly unperturbed, responds with a chuckle. Heh heh. His reaction is a fusion of ambivalence and irony, and his gaze reads an unabashed interest in the young warrior's bravado. A dialogue rich in emotion and hidden meanings unfolds between the two worlds, mortal and demonic. The young protagonist, mixed with feelings of surprise and disbelief, exclaims, as if stumbling upon an unexpected twist in this mind game. Wide-eyed, full of fear and indignation, he asks his enigmatic interlocutor, "What are you doing?" His countenance expresses purest terror in the face of the demon's incomprehensible act, which seems to simply shatter the binding matrix. The demon, whose gaze becomes confused for a moment, responds with a tinge of distress. What? His response is shrouded in a veil of incomprehension, as if he has encountered something beyond his understanding of the nature of human reactions. The young hero, regaining control of himself, asks a new question with a daring challenge. What is your connection to old age? His words, full of challenge and genuine interest, awaken new emotions in the demon. The demon, with a chuckle on his face, as if amused by his memories, muses on the foolishness of the question asked of him. His eyes shine with confidence, and he seems unfazed in the face of youthful naivety. The young hero, for his part, hesitated, puzzled by the unexpected turn of the conversation. Do you know how many old ages I've met in my life? He begins to realize that old age for him is not just a number of years, but a burden on his soul. The scene changes and the demon reveals a deep page of his past, where a man on the brink of death confronts his fate. His story, like a chilling tale, has the power to bring tears to anyone who hears it. At the end, the demon, with a face twisted by the bitterness of memory, confesses that he has saved this man from the villain's curse. This revelation reveals not only his power, but also the unexpected depth of his nature, capable of compassion and noble deeds. The young warrior, his eyes filled with doubt, realizes the magnitude of what the demon has done. So little, he whispers, claiming that the demon had helped this mute elder as if it was a negligible act for a creature of its power. The light of magical fire flickers in the demon's eyes as he looks at the young warrior, his smile distorted with anxious foreboding. There was you, exclaims the young hero. It is beginning to dawn on him that he stands before not just a mythical figure, but one who embodied ancient legends. The story takes us to a scene with the gathered group, where the coming trouble is outlined against the green forest. Unfortunately, utters one of them, a concerned girl, her face reflecting relief and awe. The rest of the heroes have abandoned their training and returned to the temple. Her words set the stage for a new turn of events, foreshadowing perhaps new challenges and discoveries for all the characters in the story. The two young heroes excitedly discuss the news. All funds and resources will now be focused on the remaining heroes. Cool, exclaims one, his eyes glowing with anticipation of adventure. Prince, who is thrilled that on average, each of them can gain 3 levels per day. An average of 3 levels in just one day is an unprecedented rate of increase. His smile glows with pride and joy. This time he assumes the pose of a magnanimous leader. As expected of the hope of mankind, you are all truly admirable, he exclaims, praising his comrades, emphasizing their virtues. Amid the rushing trees in the background, a horseman galloped up with a determined message. I have a report. We have discovered a knoll in the process of being forged. His announcement promises a new wave of events, perhaps filled with danger and new challenges. The appearance of a knight in full uniform brings the news, his voice full of urgency. The knightly order is now... Switches to 2 characters standing attentively and quietly. They are discussing the level the gnome is on, which is of interest. What level is the gnome on? The girl asks. He's level 5, replies the young man with an attentive look, his face reflecting confidence and deep knowledge. The dialogue continues and the girl asks the next question, and those 3 heroes are also on, aren't they? The young man confirms that their growth is indeed very fast. This is a conversation between 2 experienced warriors discussing the potential of their younger comrades. The prince calls for silence, raising a finger to his lips. Shh. His gesture suggests caution and secrecy as they prepare for the next step in their journey. In front of us, warriors dressed in medieval armor discuss a difficult situation. One warns, he may look shallow, but this dwarf is not so simple. His comrade adds a serious note. He may attack someone who is much stronger, so be careful. An enthusiastic girl, her eyes glowing with admiration. A strong dwarf is even capable of using black magic. Her enthusiasm is a testament to the incredible abilities she attributes to the dwarves. Attention shifts to the Knoll, whose eyes suddenly light up red, clearly indicating his dangerous abilities. "Be careful when his eyes are burning red," warns the character, emphasizing the need for vigilance. The pink-haired girl with the crone standing behind the backs of her companions is worried and apologetic. She fears that her actions may have led to their discovery. Her expression is full of remorse and concern for the general safety. Noble young man whose expression shows the seriousness of the situation. "We'll stay behind," he says, ready to take responsibility and protect his companions. Anxiety grips the group, their faces reflecting worry and uncertainty. "Is everything okay?" one of the characters asks, trying to understand the full picture of what is happening. Finally, a young man with a sword in his hand calls out to the bravery of his friends. "Boys, there's no need to be afraid, if only to buy time. Leadership." His words are full of determination and courage, ready to confront those who threaten their mission. One of the characters draws a quick conclusion about the impending danger from an enemy who, despite his formidable appearance, may be less treacherous than previous adversaries. He suggests that their enemy may be more powerful and urges caution. Excitement grips the group as the pink-haired girl looks up admiringly and shares her observations. A strong dwarf is even capable of using black magic. Her words add seriousness to the discussion of a plan of action. Tension builds as the warning of the enemy's red eyes raises the stakes. This warning emphasizes the danger that now lies right in front of them. One of the characters, with consternation on his face, exclaims, "K-stones?" This indicates a new unexpected turn of events that could change the outcome of their adventure. A moment full of action and adrenaline as the heroes are attacked, their bravery and abilities tested in the face of an immediate threat. In this dynamic sequence of images, one of the heroines prepares for battle. Her eyes are filled with determination, and she directs her magical power against the unknown danger that lurks behind the frame. Next, she, with full concentration and skill, confronts her opponent. The sword in her hands shines brightly, ready to strike. Her stance speaks of fearlessness and preparedness for any challenge. The heroine is in the epicenter of the battle. Her enemy, a giant creature, occupies most of the frame, and its power and fury are felt in every pixel. The force of the blow she strikes is emphasized by visual effects, which adds tension and a sense of danger to this moment of battle. We see the growing tension and active development of events. The heroine is in a leap, high above the ground, ready to attack. Her figure is filled with dynamism and strength. Her movement is directed directly at the sinister creature that occupies the previous image. Then we see the same monster, its eyes blazing red, making it even more intimidating. It stands on the ground, full of determination and aggression, ready to fight. Characters, perhaps the heroine's comrades, are filled with anxiety and fear. What to do now? Their faces and bodies express anxiety and uncertainty in the face of an unknown threat. Of heroes lying on the ground, exhausted and desperate. "Kay, somebody please, save me." His call for help emphasizes the seriousness of their situation and possible near defeat. A dramatic scene full of emotion and tension unfolds before us. The characters find themselves face to face with a powerful beast whose red eyes glow in the darkness. One of the characters, a girl with golden hair, prays in desperation for help, her face contorted with fear and hopelessness. The situation is exacerbated by a mysterious spell that sounds like an echo deep in the forest, promising or portending something unknown, and perhaps even more terrifying than the current threat. Ultimately, we see the beast seemingly succumb to the girl's charms, her pleas and gestures of reverence eliciting a response from the creature. The hearts floating in the air around them may suggest a change in their relationship, bringing a note of surprise to the development of the plot. Where a mighty creature that looks like a wolf or beast with red glowing eyes growls at a girl, it looks mighty and inspires fear, ready to attack or defend. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the monster takes a blow from her sword. A prince with a noble appearance addresses someone, probably his teachers, inquiring about their condition. A magical aura flickers around him, emphasizing his power and possibly magical abilities. Then we see a girl with golden hair who seems stunned or shaken by what is happening, as if she cannot believe the reality of the events or feels a deep fear. Reveals a broad outline of a battlefield where the heroes faced a powerful opponent. One of them is lying on the ground, suggesting that the battle was hard-fought and perhaps with an unfortunate outcome for him. We see a demon with horns called the Worst Devil. He is in a subdued position, resting his hands on the ground, which may indicate his humiliation or defeat. Shows the same character, again at a disadvantage. In the distance stands the silhouette of another character who appears to be his opponent or judge. The darkness around the eyes of this silhouette gives it a threatening appearance, which heightens the tension of the moment. The character with the horns looks emaciated and helpless, his eyes full of despair and pleading, which further emphasizes the gravity of his situation. Takes us to another character who appears to be ready for a fight or argument. His smirk and the words, "Do you want to?" suggest self-confidence, and perhaps that he sees the situation as a game or a challenge. A young demon stands before us, his face hidden by shadows and his horns looming against the flickering light. Magic bursts from his fingers, illuminating the night with energy, as if he himself is creating the aura that surrounds him. He seems immersed in his own thoughts, experiencing the awakening of a power he cannot understand, but which is certainly a part of him. We see our hero, his face reflecting disbelief and bewilderment. Is this an outsider-like ability? He ponders as he gazes into the demon, trying to unravel the mystery of its unexpected transformation. "Defeat it," he remarks sternly, anticipating the battle ahead, his words full of determination and cold calm. And the demon turns to his adversary with a plea for help, shouting overdrive and reminding him of the nearby city, which is enveloped in a terrifying darkness. Emotions overwhelm him. He kneels before his opponent, begging for his life, swearing that he cannot without living it fully. His words are desperate and sincere, and his eyes are full of fear in the face of the inevitable. Against a snowy backdrop, our hero turns his gaze skyward, as if awaiting an unknown outcome as mystical words reverberate in the air, promising to guide him through the second nearest town. His face reflects steadfastness and mischievous confidence in anticipation of the adventure ahead. Reveals our hero in a moment of sudden insight. His words, "Okay, sounds good," reflect a mixture of lightness and determination, while he rejects the thought of the path to be followed, opening new horizons before him and casting away the shadow of doubt. We see him listening to the words of the demon, who looks into his eyes with a serious and intense expression. The conversation reveals the dilemma the characters face, the need for a detour that carries dangers for the demon and challenges for the man. Of the young hero, his eyes fixed on the sky, as if he were searching for answers there. "In that case, there's nothing to be done," he says, his voice mingling with the roar of the whirlwind, reflecting his inner struggle and determination. He stands before the unknown, ready for whatever trials fate sends his way, even if it means facing a bloody barrier. Floating in the air under the moonlight, her face is hidden behind a shroud of mystery, but her presence is palpable, adding an element of mysticism and uncertainty to the story. "To know God of all," she whispers, and her words envelop the world in a wave of magic, a waft of ancient spells that hang in the air like smoke. The plot reveals us new characters walking through the forest at dusk. The conversation is about the picture world and the latrine, hinting at their origins and knowledge, which seems strange and incomprehensible to the protagonist. The protagonist's ignorance of what these characters are talking about adds depth to his character and sets the tone for the adventures to come. A young boy with black hair and a determined look in the frame criticizes the stereotypes of the genre, noticing that toilets are rarely mentioned in novels and comics. His bewilderment and frustration underscore the character's humorous tone and humanity in a world where even the most mundane things can be remarkable. He stands, clad in his armor, contemplating what gold now has to be spent on, practices, armor, and even weapons. His carefree absent-mindedness brings lightness to the narrative, demonstrating that even warriors in epic sagas have earthly concerns. Then we see time stop for the red-haired boy's companion, her gaze full of brooding and longing. Her brooding and outward vulnerability bring an element of deep personal challenge or mystery to the story. A young girl with fiery red hair turns to the boy concernedly, reproaching him for staring too intently. Her eyes express irony and slight irritation, while the light playing in her hair adds warmth to the scene. The guy, as if caught off guard, responds with a smile, downplaying the situation and making it seem effortless. His carefree expression and lightheartedness are contrasted with the seriousness of her mood, creating a contrast between the characters. Next, he talks about blessings and luck, wondering about his place in the world. His discourse is interrupted by a question to the girl, as if he is seeking confirmation of his words from her. The woman turns to the guy again, her face expressing genuine bewilderment and outrage at his inattention and lack of common sense, especially after their previous unfortunate interaction. The emotional tension between them hangs in the air, creating an additional level of drama in their relationship. Uncertainty and confusion cloud a guy's eyes as he tries to express his feelings when confronted with an unexpected statement about personal space. While he searches for words, the girl with red hair is already offering advice filled with seriousness and concern. Her warning about the forest and its dangers hangs in the air while he turns around to look at her, reflecting understanding. She looks at him intently, seeking confirmation of his understanding. Her gaze is full of genuine concern as she waits for an answer. He responds with a confident smile, demonstrating that his memory is up to the task, despite the flippant tone that may mask a true awareness of the seriousness of the situation. In the forest chill, a guy and a girl stand before each other. He, turning to her, listens with a slight smile while she, with visible concern, says something to him. Their dialogue, though inaudible, can be felt in the airy bubbles of text hanging between them like an echo of their thoughts. The guy looks up, his face lit up with a smile and confidence. He strives to be proactive and positive, despite the dark clouds of doubt that hover over him. The girl suggests that the boy calm down and stand guard. Her words are filled with care and caution, emphasizing the importance of vigilance in their unpredictable journey. Rank and power level, important elements in a world where they are searching for their place and calling. The text in the image makes it clear that the guy is in search of his path, and every choice here has weight and consequences. The boy looks up hopefully, holding a compass in his hands. The symbols hovering around his head emphasize his connection to the magic of this world. The text beneath the image reveals his achievement, a new level of Bagato compatibility, which means new opportunities and power for him in this world. The girl looks out into the hazy forest and notes the absence of dwarves, which is unusual. The boy responds by gazing pensively into the distance, sharing her concern. Their dialogue points to a mysterious incident in the forest that they have to solve. We see a guy confusedly questioning himself about a strange event that happened unexpectedly. His reaction and words show his uncertainty and bewilderment in the face of the unknown they face in their adventure. Girl, holding a scroll in her hands, shares her thoughts on the problem they are facing. Her determination and plan of action to find the 5 right dwarves are expressed in her words, ready to be the guiding star for the next steps in their journey. In the open air, where a light breeze brings a flutter to the foliage, the demon and the man step side by side amidst the green of the dungeon. The man, clad in armor and with eyes full of determination, says that the path ahead will be difficult, as if warning of the dangers ahead. His companion, a girl with fiery red hair, follows him, her gaze expressing anxiety and distrust of the path the young man has chosen. The young man turns to his companion, a smile playing on his lips, as if he knows something she doesn't. "It's okay, trust me," he says, confidence in his tone, his smile meant to reassure and inspire confidence. The girl hesitates, her eyes widened with concern. She questions, "Why are you so confident?" She notices something that causes her to react violently, as if she has seen something unexpected that requires an immediate reaction. In the serenity of the sunset sky, the young adventurer is suddenly confronted with an abrupt change. "What?" His surprised cry echoes through the forest as he encounters something that breaks the silence of the evening. The next moment, a glow of magic and a spray of light explodes in front of his face, revealing a vision of a ferocious beast materializing out of nothing. The creature's eyes burned with fierce flames, and its huge sword cut through the air, heading straight for the boy. The adventurer, overwhelmed with shock, makes a sharp bounce backward, trying to avoid the threat flying at him. He whispers, trying to find the strength to counterattack or at least flee from the sudden danger. Meanwhile, his female companion, a fiery red-haired warrior, rushes into action, her voice full of determination. "Mr. Ohanu, pull yourself together." She rushes to the rescue, forcing her way through the danger, her look and actions showing that despair is not about her. In the heat of battle, the red-haired warrior slashes through the darkness with her sword, her battle cry of "Livia" tearing the air. Her movements are swift and decisive as she seeks to protect her companion from an unexpected threat. The beast, a purple-eyed monster full of rage and savage power, responds with a loud growl. Its gaze sizzles, and its teeth gleam in the darkness, anticipating the confrontation to come. The warrior assesses her opponent. It's too complicated. Judging by its steel armor, it's a monster with a name. Her eyes narrow as she analyzes her opponent, trying to find a weakness in his defenses. The battle continues, and in the final image we see the monster looming over the adventurer and his plucky companion. "Mr. Hanu, can you get up?" she shouts, trying to raise her spirits and mobilize him to fight. The light of magic sparkles around them, creating a tense atmosphere. The mystical beast, dark and powerful, stands at full alert, its deep growl of "Grr" echoing through the night. The red-haired warrior comes face to face with this giant, her sword already in her hand, ready to strike. "What? Ah, yes," she shouts, urging her comrade to be vigilant against the monster with a name. The adventurer, the young guy in orange, watches with bewilderment and admiration. "So it's Tommy," he whispers to himself, as his gaze wanders over the intricate patterns of the sword that may be hiding the key to defeating the dark beast. The situation escalates when the warrior, flying through the air, bravely confronts the two monsters, her cry of, "Oh," full of determination and fighting spirit. She is like a whirlwind, ready to crush all obstacles in her path. She stands with her back turned, her hands clutching her red hair in a bundle as if gathering her thoughts. "Mr. Hanu, listen carefully," she begins, and you can hear the weight and seriousness of the moment in her voice. We see them together back to back, in the thick of battle, ready for their next move. She says confidently, "I'll get their attention somehow, so try to escape." Her plan is bold and daring, and her comrade, though smiling, knows there can be no joking around. Suddenly, the young adventurer finds himself in the epicenter of chaos, his face contorted with pain, and all that is heard from him is, "I can't, CGH." Unexpected pain strikes him, leaving the viewer in suspense. The stunned young adventurer struggles for consciousness, his face illuminated with a light that reflects the internal battle and painful realization of his situation. Blood trickles from his mouth like a silent witness to the trauma he has just suffered. "A" is the only thing he can utter while his consciousness is lost in a haze of pain and confusion. His comrade, a warrior with red hair, emitted a desperate and powerful cry, "Mr. Hanu, Mr. Hanu." Her voice, full of pain and terror, cuts through the silence as she sees him fall. Suddenly, there comes a moment of decision. The young hero hears a voice from afar. It comes to him like an echo coming from somewhere in the back of his mind. Nobody believes it, rolling on the floor with laughter. Some god wants to play everything. His response is a groan of horror as he realizes that something unforeseen, incomprehensible is happening. Wah! What's wrong with the tones? His scream is filled with fear and confusion, reflecting the chaos and disorientation of this unexpected. In a moment of sincerity, she turns to her companion. "Have you come to your senses? I've taken care of everything." Her voice is gentle and relieved, as if the weight of a heavy burden has been lifted from her shoulders. Her comrade, a young adventurer in orange, looks at her with confusion. "Huh?" His amazement turns to shock as he realizes the unforeseen turn of events. What happened to her? There is guilt and anxiety in his voice. He can't believe what has happened. But she quickly reassures him, "No, it was my mistake. Don't blame yourself." Her eyes full of compassion and forgiveness, she accepts responsibility for the situation, deflecting blame away from him. He stands, consumed by the gravity of what has happened, his gaze lost in the shadows that emanate from his own. "Damn it. How can I call myself that after something like this?" he says, his voice touched with internal struggle and self-recrimination. A warrior with red hair urges him on, "Pete, wait, there has to be a way to cure you. Maybe I can—" Her words are cut short as she tries to find a solution, her voice full of despair and hope at the same time. He, hearing her words, can't help his excitement. "How can I stay calm?" he asks, unable to understand how she can remain so calm in this chaotic situation. A slight smile plays on her face, full of reconciliation and peace. "It was my mistake, so please don't blame yourself." Her words carry forgiveness. They are like balm on his wounded soul. He stands, a smile running across his tired face. "Ha! So the effect of this bloody blessing? Just absolve me of the guilt of my mistakes?" His words are light, but his eyes reflect the heaviness of his heart. Suddenly a voice appears out of nowhere. "Don't laugh, you guys find this funny?" he shouts, his outrage breaking the silence of the air, and his eyes sparkle with disbelief and questions. When he hears the threat, his face lights up with laughter. "UDHAHH." His voice is filled with laughter as if he found a strange amusement in this despite the danger lurking in the shadows. "Is this like a curse for me?" He looks thoughtfully at the glowing object in his hands. He realizes that even in this critical situation he has a choice. Give in to fear or laugh in its face. The red-haired warrior, confused by his reaction, insists, "You keep talking to yourself. Did you tear your head in the fall?" She looks at him with concern, unsure of his condition. Suddenly, she resolutely enters the discussion, trying to regain control of the situation. "AU, is it possible?" Her words are cut short as she tries to convince him of the seriousness of the moment. "Is that the meaning of goodbye? My dreams of torment with a pretty girl?" He realizes the absurdity of his situation, and even at this moment finds room for irony. She stares off into the distance, determination in her gaze. "Let's go back to the city. If more monsters show up, we fight and we will indeed be in danger." Her words sound like a call to action, to move away from the pointless clash and return to safety. He only squeezed her hand tightly in response, his determination not relenting. "Okay, let's go back," he says, confirming her suggestion. Hope glows in his eyes that the holy power they seek is in the city. The world's holiest energy must exist to restore her hand. He whispers under his breath like a prayer, believing in a miracle that could change their fate. But then he states with firmness, "I'm going to take charge and fix your arm, because I am a hero of legends." His voice carries not only a promise but an inner strength. We have before us a scene where the protagonist and the demon come face to face. He, with a hard stare and bright eyes, demands, "Now, say your name again." His voice is full of defiance and intransigence. The demon, clothed in the darkness of night, replies with undaunted calmness, "You're asking who I am, aren't you, when we've already spent so much time together?" His voice is cold and calm, and he calls himself Cogmos. Cogmos? Is that an alias? The hero asks, his intonation expressing doubt and amazement at such an unusual name. "It is not an alias, and it is not sacred," the demon continues, its words devoid of emotion and its tone of voice discoloring any mystery. She introduces herself more fully, highlighting her status and place in the hierarchy. "I am the 23rd child of the 348th wife of the 14th Demon Lord's 348th wife." Her words are imbued with pride and confidence in her uniqueness and importance. In the silence of the night, the male demon stands with dignity, the light of the moon emphasizing his sharp facial features and horns rising to the stars. His voice, deep and calm, fills the air with the weight of millennia. "Humans attach demonic significance to royal status," he begins, and his words are wrapped in an authority that requires no affirmation. "In the essence of demons, right can come before name. On that basis, not every demon's royal status can be equally important," he clarifies, addressing the protagonist with a note of contempt for those who do not understand the true meaning of power. With a smirk, the protagonist jokes with the demon, as if addressing an old acquaintance. "In short, among demons you are nothing, and your name is nothing, ha-ha." A mocking smile plays on his face, and he looks directly into the male demon's eyes, not at all afraid of his powerful status. The demon, whose dark outline cuts through the night, responds with the dignity and serenity that only centuries have acquired. "Oh, I'm sorry, don't loom." His voice sounds almost monotonous, reflecting the age-old weariness of meaningless talk of power and status. With sadness in his voice, he continues, "Moss, it's a nickname given to me by an old friend. She became the 425th wife of the 7th Demon Lord." His words give away a past filled with intrigue and power struggles in the demon society, as well as a personal history he would rather forget. In the depths of the night, the demon stands courageously in front of the pale figure holding the newborn. His eyes, filled with longing and regret, radiate quiet pain. "I couldn't even congratulate her after her firstborn was born." The darkness of the surroundings makes this moment even more dark and mysterious. On the other hand, the main character observes the scene with a smile, his smile hiding understanding and perhaps some sympathy for the demon. A reflection of his own experiences appears in his gaze, as if he sees a part of his soul in the demon. "I feel sorry for this demon who has his own history of obsession with marriage. But it's hardly as hard on him as it is on me, who is being devoured into a world of fantasy." Their conversation is interrupted by melancholy notes of fate, as if the gods themselves were commenting on their situation. A certain god yawns rather widely. A certain god is singing, asking to leave this dull forest faster. These words give their encounter a sense of fatality and timelessness, as fate and fateful decisions intertwine in a dance of destinies. The main character with piercing red eyes and dark hair looks around his surroundings pensively, a backpack slung carelessly over his shoulder and light clothing speak of his wandering lifestyle. "God was not pleased as long as I was with elves or humans," he ponders aloud, addressing an unseen interlocutor. His eyes stare off into the distance, asking a rhetorical question about the reasons that make him act differently than the demon. Gives us a view of a mysterious footprint left in the soft ground. "We are finally here," says an unseen voice, and the caption beneath the image mysteriously asks, "What?" This hints at the beginning or continuation of a search, a mysterious journey that entails discovery. A demon with black hair and horns appears weary, sitting on the ground. His wandering companion, standing nearby, comments on his impending departure from the forest, to which the demon replies, "Sounds great," but a note of concern can be heard in his voice. "Don't let your guard down." Standing at the edge of an impenetrable forest, looking out at the moon's glow, one of them, possibly the protagonist, notices that they are in orc territory, which adds a sense of the unknown and possible danger to their onward journey. With confidence in his voice and a spark of anticipation in his eyes, the protagonist expresses his curiosity for the upcoming encounter. "I look forward to it," he says, pondering whether there might be worthy individuals among the orcs. The celestial light reflects in his gaze, adding intrigue to his musings. The young man, listening intently to the demon's wisdom, is taught a lesson about the power of the orcs, who, he says, are much stronger than the gnolls you've met. His serious gaze and focus on his companion's words emphasize the importance of this warning. The next scene reveals to them the dark silhouette of a mysterious figure hidden in the shadows of the night. "You can see them over there," the demon says, pointing into the distance. A questioning "where" hangs in the air as they both gaze into the impenetrable darkness, trying to discern the lurking creatures. In the silence of the night, against the twinkling starry sky, the orcs, these formidable creatures, display an unexpected element of everyday life. They quietly go about their business, herding animals, creating a contrast between their warlike image and peaceful activity, causing observers to wonder, "Do orcs raise animals?" And suddenly the silence is broken. One of the orcs, with a large and powerful build, turns his attention to the uninvited guests. "Huh? I can sense a human," he exclaims, his attention completely absorbed by his new discovery. Meanwhile, another orc, somewhat more judicious and cautious, makes his assumption, "I sense a man." He highlights the difference in tastes, the preferences of their tribe, but also reveals a pragmatism in being able to use what he finds for survival. "They're not as tasty as women, but at least we can get full." A sudden cry of "there" sharply breaks the silence of the night, and the demon, with an accusing look, faces the consequences of their inattention. "Damn, it's your fault," he says to the protagonist, who asks, somewhat puzzled, "What is?" The next scene shows the protagonist with his characteristic red eyes glowing in the dark. The demon admonishes him, "Your eyes, which glow red like a gnoll's. Did it ever occur to you that they are very noticeable in the dark?" The questioning "huh" emphasizes the protagonist's unpreparedness for such circumstances. The demon recalls with reproach and regret that he had forgotten the glow of his companion's eyes, something he had long since gotten used to. "That's right, I forgot since I was used to it." The protagonist seems to have forgotten about this critical aspect of his appearance as well. The demon, its horns looming against the night sky, looks at the protagonist with desperation and rage. "Better?" His words drip with venom as he rebukes his companion for his short-sightedness. "If you could have saved them, why didn't you do it sooner?" He reads both disappointment and resentment in his voice. The young man, with a slight grin on his face, seems unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Looks cool," he says with genuine delight, unaware that his innocent remark is only fueling the demon's anger. Then the frame shifts to his eyes, which glow red in the darkness like two lighthouses. "Huh? I didn't realize they were so visible?" The main character's words are lighthearted. He doesn't even realize that such a glow can attract unwanted attention. The hero begins to count orcs. Their ominous silhouettes in the darkness are clearly visible. 1, 2, 3, 10 in all, he counts, emphasizing the looming threat. A turn of the protagonist's head exposes his profile, on which the dark light of the starry sky plays. His eyes stare into the distance, and he seems remarkably calm in the face of danger, which only emphasizes his inner courage and determination. "They seem pretty calm," he pronounces with an ease that provides a contrast to the tense atmosphere around him. The demon, however, does not share this calm. He is tormented by doubts and accusations. "This is your fault too," he declares to the protagonist, giving his words the weight of his frustration. "Orcs have traded slaves as well, so they know the value of reward," he adds, indicating the complexity of their current situation. Of the protagonist that glows in the dark. "You look like a tired, third-rate mercenary," says the demon, but then adds more gently, "But you smell like money, so of course they're going to take a look at you." This comment highlights the fine line between danger and opportunity that characterizes their relationship with the orcs. Captures the movement of the protagonist in a leap. "Well, why don't we try talking to them?" he suggests, preparing for an unexpected diplomatic turn. This action, full of determination and courage, emphasizes his willingness to take risks to achieve peace, even when everything seems against them. The demon looks at the battle preparations with determination and indifference. His face expresses restrained approval. "Fine, do whatever you want," giving the protagonist free rein. His words and gaze express a mixture of trust and nonchalance, emphasizing his willingness to accept any outcome. The protagonist meets the orcs with a challenge and a mocking glint in his eyes. "Hey, orcs! Fat pig!" he shouts, trying to provoke them or perhaps divert their attention from the more important strategy they are plotting. The protagonist, with a perplexed look on his face, puzzled by the orc's reaction to his words. "Fat pig letting off glory. I'll give you all I've got." He seems to be taking an unexpected approach to communication, which could either be a cunning move or an unknowable tactic. Shows the orcs, who meet the protagonist's words with bewilderment and annoyance. "Fat pig, don't you know the language of pigs?" asks one of them, heightening the tension of the moment. "Who are you calling a pig? I'm a human being," replies the protagonist, coming face to face with a possible clash of worlds and cultures. One of the orcs, with amazement in his eyes, reacts to the unfamiliar address. "Pig, is that a talking orc?" His confusion expresses both bewilderment and potential recognition of the protagonist's intentions. When the protagonist calls the orcs fat pigs, they react with sarcasm, showing surprising insight. "A fat pig knows the language of the orcs. Very smart," they respond, drawing attention to his ability to communicate in their language. This creates a sense of unexpected respect despite the offensive words. The protagonist's doubt about the outcome of their encounter. He recognizes that the orcs seem more bloodthirsty than the gnolls, but perhaps not intelligent enough to talk to, which suggests some difficulty in communicating with them. Next, we see the moment of decision as the protagonist clutches the hilt of his sword. His gaze is serious, and he recognizes that he has no choice. "Most said they're much stronger than the gnolls, right?" He recalls his mentor's words as he prepares for the inevitable clash. The protagonist comes face to face with the orcs, his sword already in hand. "Hey, green piggies, why don't you give it all you've got instead?" He challenges, offering to turn the situation in his favor using a combination of cunning and strength. In the shadows of the night, the tension reaches a climax. The protagonist, with glowing red eyes and a smile of determination, faces the orcs. His actions speak of an unwavering spirit and fearlessness. "Can I defeat them?" It's best not to think about it. The protagonist leaves doubts behind, relying on his skills and instincts in battle. This is a reflection of his inner strength and confidence in his actions. "That's my slogan." The protagonist accepts the challenge, preparing for battle. His words sound like a battle cry, mobilizing him to fight the orcs. The orcs, confused and annoyed, try to figure out what's going on. "What's wrong with this pig? This is no time for alibi questions." They didn't expect this turn and are now forced to react to an unexpected threat. In the midst of a night fight, the protagonist, with sword in hand, prepares for further confrontation. "What that demand? That's a new one." One of the orcs recognizes the new threat in him. They issue a challenge. "You want to fight?" Demon standing behind the protagonist, mixing seriousness with a sarcastic squint. "I remember you saying that orcs are stronger than gnolls," he reminds, which hints at the current situation of their unexpected superiority. "That's right, you're weird," the protagonist replies, keeping things light even in the face of danger. Orcs are scattered on the ground, bearing witness to the recent battle. The protagonist, standing over his defeated foes, ponders, "I thought I'd let it be about them. It was easier than I expected." His comment reflects the unexpectedness of their rapid fall. The hero in thought, contemplating his next steps. "But listen, if you consider me a rival, you should remember." His words are cut short, leaving a question in the air. What exactly does he mean? In the whirlwind of events, the protagonist continues to stand against the orcs, his gaze filled with determination. "What do you do?" asks his companion, a demon, with visible curiosity and mockery. The protagonist seems absorbed in his action, creating a blinding light. "What are you doing? It looks really dangerous." His words carry a sense of possible threat, which only adds to the tension of the moment. Suddenly, the demon's gaze lifts to the sky. "Peep, look at the sky!" His voice is filled with surprise, hinting at an unexpected development beyond their current confrontation. The majestic sight of a dragon rising into the sky. "Wow, so big!" The main character exclaims in surprise and admiration as the magical creature towers above them, shrouded in a glow. Where's he going? The protagonist looks up, where the demon has apparently already taken off on a dragon. Riding that dragon is a saint flying. His words emphasize the miraculous and mysterious appearance of a new character that could completely change the course of their adventure. The protagonist, watching the receding figure on the dragon, says thoughtfully, "Holy, that's right." His words carry wonder and deep reflection on how the world around them is becoming more and more mysterious and inexplicable. The demon standing beside him looks confused and disappointed. As expected from a boring orc society, to daze me at this distance, and to strike so accurately, He reflects on the range and accuracy of the attack they just experienced, which may speak to the might of an unseen foe. The heroes discuss the villain kingdom higher up in the heavens. Apparently, something happening there compels them to make the journey. The demon asks a rhetorical question about his ability to escape death, but faces the uncertainty of meeting one of the two saints in the world. The protagonist ponders the reasons for the saint's actions. Why is she flying to the villain kingdom? Is it possible? His musings are interrupted when the demon, still under the impression, draws attention to his injury. Hey, your lower half is almost completely burned off. The demon, weakened and exhausted, realizes the seriousness of his condition. Such wounds are nothing to a demon, he says, but recognizes that even his strength takes time to recover. He asks the protagonist, "Carry me." The protagonist replies emphatically, "No." He faces a dilemma between duty and reason, faced with having to make a difficult decision. The demon continues his musings on life and death and how his existence in this world seemed like a mistake. Not only was I kidnapped into this stupid world, I've also been close to death many times. His words reflect deep fatigue and resignation. The protagonist remarks, not without irony, that he has never carried his parents to now ride this dumb-headed demon on his back. This moment emphasizes the strangeness of their bond and the situation in which they find themselves. The protagonist stands near the hovering demon, clearly skeptical of the invisible forces telling him to feed the orcs. His face is contorted with an expression of annoyance and disapproval. The demon, with a grim determination on his face, recognizes that if anyone finds out about the help he received from the man, his chances of getting married are gone. He faces a moral choice that could determine his future. The demon turns to the protagonist with a question that made him a bit confused. "Are you really human?" he asks, questioning his humanity against the backdrop of recent events. The protagonist looks off into the distance, remarking thoughtfully and with some smugness, "I'm definitely not an ordinary person. I've almost become a hero." This is a reflection of his inner growth and self-esteem after overcoming adversity. The demon's sudden question, asked with surprise and disbelief, makes the protagonist freeze. "What, you almost became a hero?" The demon's facial expression is full of doubt and irony, emphasizing his shock at the protagonist's supposed heroic accomplishments. The protagonist, whose face is shown in close-up, defends himself to the demon, sarcastically noting that his heroic act has gone unnoticed. His eyes are filled with surprise and annoyance. Clearly, the discussion of his heroic deeds is not turning out the way he expected. A demon standing in front of a bleak background. It is a clear illustration of the irony of fate. The demon, who claims to be the hero, looks vulnerable and ridiculous, which reinforces the contrast between expectations and reality. The protagonist, absorbed in thought, shares his impressions of the strangeness of the fantasy world, where the boundaries between valiant heroes and ordinary life are blurred. His gaze is full of thoughtfulness and wonder, reflecting his attempt to make sense of the situation. Finally, we see a demon who, with sadness and disappointment on his face, realizes the gravity of his situation. He wonders how an ordinary man can deal with demons and still be kind. This is a reflection of his inner conflict and confusion about his place in the world and his relationship with the protagonist. Austalder's blessing, as if it were something incredible and unfathomable. "Hey kid, you managed to do that?" His words are infused with irony and a slight mocking tone as he hugs the hero from behind, as if showing his superiority and perhaps even mocking his confusion. The protagonist seems oblivious to the demon's taunts, and while the demon looks serious and thoughtful, ponders the meaning of the word Austalder. He confesses that he has never heard the term, despite his many adventures, which adds a shadow of mystery to the subject at hand. The protagonist, focused and self-assured, asks a rhetorical question about whether the demon knows the true meaning of the word Austalder. His gaze is distant, and he seems absorbed in inner musings about the depth and real meaning of the word. The demon, with a complex facial expression that mixes confusion with bewilderment, speculates about his wounds, which are not healing, and how this may be related to Austalder's blessing. He questions the mysterious nature of this blessing, and how it may be affecting his life, emphasizing the complexity and multifaceted relationship between the characters and the world in which they live. The stalwart protagonist turned his back to the starry sky, his silhouette looming against the twinkling lights. "It's true," he begins, having an internal dialogue about the meaning of the word Austalder. He admits his ignorance, noting that the word may carry a deeper meaning than just a set of letters. Of the protagonist surrounded by fallen enemies, His face is illuminated by a pale light, and he looks directly into the camera. No matter how much experience you gain, he reflects on the importance of growth and development, emphasizing that status is nothing but a transitory concept if it does not lead to inner improvement. Suddenly, the main character, caught in a moment of confusion, opens his eyes wide and utters, "Huh?" reflecting his surprise and bewilderment at the unexpected turn of conversation or events. His gaze staring off into the distance, towards something invisible and meaningful. "So how can you get stronger despite—" He begins to ask an important question, perhaps about the underlying principles of strength and becoming. The hero stands next to the demon, both of them looking at the mysterious masked figure standing in the distance. "Your word has meaning," says the hero, addressing the demon, while the masked character remains silent, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and anticipation of the denouement. The protagonist's face is reflected in a close shot, his eyes red pensive, and his mouth is slightly ajar, as if he is saying a silent prayer or incantation. The text in the cloud says, "Some god sighs," giving this moment a special, almost sacred connotation. The hero's gaze then moves to a figure standing in the distance, surrounded by an aura of mystery and tranquility. "A certain god calmly remembers the past," we read in a text block that makes us wonder about the depth and past deeds of this being. The protagonist, with amazement and bewilderment in his eyes, whispers, "Ostalder's god?" trying to piece together the bits and pieces of information he had received earlier. A guy in a business suit who seems outraged or confused. His actions are full of energy and movement, and he yells, "Why the hell aren't we generating heroes, even though we're constantly failing?" This moment emphasizes the chaos and tension that reigns in his world. The guy responds by appearing determined and confident. His face expresses steadfastness, and he replies, "You're not the only one confronting, so stay calm." This statement may speak to his inner strength and ability to maintain equanimity even in the most unpredictable circumstances. The students, immersed in their new world, are in a state of surprise and bewilderment. One of them, a girl with pale hair, sits on the steps, looking shocked as if she has just witnessed an unexpected event. "No, it's because—" she begins, but her words are cut short, leaving an unfinished thought in the air. Prince, his golden hair and bright smile radiates optimism as he shares his knowledge. "The forces of darkness are becoming many times stronger, but you can easily defeat it once you level up." His words are filled with promise and encouragement for students who are just beginning to master the skill of swordsmanship. Another student, a young man in a school uniform, says with surprise and uncertainty in his voice, "Mago," as if he is trying to make sense of the new reality in which he finds himself and his place in this strange and dangerous world. Again, the prince, with a serious face and a subtle note of worry in his eyes, shares his thoughts. "On average, they have a quarter strength, all that is good so far. But now we lack enough dwarves to hunt them." His words reflect the importance of preparation and the need to find additional resources or allies. His companion, whose expression became even more tense, asks, "Find out anything else?" The tension in the air increases as both realize the task before them is not an easy one. The prince continues, "Our initial hypothesis is that these are the actions of disguised units deliberately entering the service by null forces." This statement sheds light on the possible background of events that occur beyond their immediate perception. The prince, for his part, looks worried and confused. It's all because the sword techniques of all the fields were identical. It's rather strange. He ponders the unusual circumstances that might indicate a hidden threat or a hidden plan of the enemy. Finally, the prince concludes, "To allow the heroes to hunt freely, we have forbidden entry into the forest." This decision seems like a strategic move that should provide security and an advantage in the ongoing confrontation with the unseen enemy. Shows the results of a recent battle, the battlefield strewn with fallen creatures. The text emphasizes the gravity of the situation. And you're telling me that for the last Riller Order walked in and destroyed the territory in one night? This revelation hints at the power and determination of the enemy they will face. The prince, with doubt in his voice, expresses his thoughts, "No, it's impossible." His reserved tone and determination indicate deep doubts about what's going on around him. "Commander, ah sir," responds the voice, emphasizing the hierarchy and military discipline that reigns between the characters. Students in a new world looking tired but ready for new tasks. "It's a little early, but our preparations for the heroes' hunt against the orcs," one of them says, expressing the need to be proactive and adapt to the current conditions. The commander, with a stern and worried face, asks a question that points to an important strategic decision. "What about the distribution of vanity? handed over to the Intelligence Guild. The retrieval of our captives is something we can't handle on our own. His words emphasize the complexity of the situation and the need to cooperate with other groups to successfully solve the problem. The prince and the commander walking together share a moment of privacy. "Understood, sir. As for the heroes and I," begins the commander, foreshadowing a serious conversation about future plans and everyone's roles in the upcoming events. The prince, shocked by a recent discovery or news, cries out, "Hey!" His reaction indicates the importance of the information that has been presented to him and may change the course of their next action. A guy who shouts with surprise and perhaps concern, "Hero o Hanu." This expression may indicate the urgency or importance of a situation involving another character named Han. The boy continues his scream, this time with even more despair and horror on his face. "Where is the saint?" His question is full of urgency, and he seems shocked by the absence of an important person or thing. Then the camera pans away and we see 3 characters standing in the hallway, one of them belligerently saying, "Call the saint!" This command emphasizes their need for help or guidance from someone more powerful or knowledgeable. The 2 students discuss the situation with confusion and surprise. "Hanu, didn't he leave to train alone?" they ask, trying to understand the sudden disappearance of their comrade. The boy now looked even more shocked and frightened. "I heard she went back to the temple. Where is she?" His words reflect panic and urgency to find someone who is apparently of great importance to the current crisis. The prince, turning to the lad, respectfully asks, "Hero o Hanu, please mind your manners." His demeanor reflects a well-mannered manner and an understanding that the situation requires a certain level of protocol. The guy seems puzzled and agitated. "I'm sorry, Prince Aldous, but because of me, a girl's life is at stake." His words and facial expression reflect guilt and a dire need to act. Suddenly the princess appears, and the boy, seeing her, cannot hide his surprise. "Oh my God, you—" His reaction emphasizes the significance of her appearance, and perhaps his surprise that she returns at such a critical moment. The guy standing next to the red-haired girl looks determined and says, "I'm just a simple mercenary now, though I'm thinking of retiring and going back." His words speak of an inner conflict and contemplating his future path. The red-haired girl looks at the guy with a slight smile, as if comforting him or sharing her inner wisdom. It just so happens that her comment may foreshadow further developments in their relationship or events in the story. The guy turns to the princess with surprise and excitement. Princess, would you mind—" His words are interrupted, indicating the urgency of the situation and perhaps his embarrassment or shyness in front of her high status. The saint replies with a serious expression, "It's too noisy. Holy, what's going on?" Her question emphasizes her status and authority and her desire to understand the problem. The hero about Hanu has returned, and the princess takes notice of his arrival, which may portend a new turn in events. A guy in a state of stress and turmoil utters, "I have a request." "Ah." His shout reflects sudden danger or unexpected interruption, which adds tension to the situation. A large military character sternly orders the lad to stop. "Stand there." At the same time, the saint, with a detached expression on her face, asks, "Forgive me, reprimand me." Her calmness and confidence contrast with the chaos and tension that engulfs the other characters. The saint, focused on her thoughts, asks herself, "This is pretty shocking. On the first level, more about treasure?" Her words suggest that she is faced with something unexpected that requires her attention and possibly an important decision. A guy who exclaims with enthusiasm and joy, "At least I have found a wonderful comrade." His delight reflects the positive outcome of his adventure or quest, despite the difficulties and trials. In one scene, the princess, subtly expressing her doubts, ponders her status. The blessing of ineffable level in, isn't she a Manga? She might even be the daughter of a duke. She asks questions that might indicate a hidden identity or unexpected origin. The boy, with admiration and awe in his voice, says of the saint, "She protected me at the cost of her life. She is truly worthy." His words reflect deep respect and gratitude for her actions and sacrifices. The saint, with nobility and patience, addresses the hero O Hanu, showing her greatness and compassion. "Hero O Hanu, please look around." Her words can be a call to awareness or an important reminder. The saint asks gently, "Please give this back." Her manner of address and calmness indicate that she's asking for the return of something important or valuable. A warrior in full armor speaks to the boy, insinuating that he has seen higher-ups in Rilshar above the 13th level, and asks a question that underscores the gravity of the current situation. Who would gladly sacrifice their lives for the Velat of humanity? This dialogue raises the theme of sacrifice and service to the common good. Guy looks at the warrior with open surprise and recognition, saying, "Exactly how remarkable is she compared to them?" His question expresses admiration and appreciation for the significance of the saint's actions. The princess, focused and quiet, remarks, her pure heart, that's not enough, I'll ask again." She wonders what makes the saint so special and how her purity of heart is different from others. The guy cries out in desperation or fear about her potential, which could mean his realization of her hidden abilities or potential that has not yet been fully realized. The red-haired girl says with confidence and warmth, "I see. I'm sure she will be a fine young lady in a few years." Her words reflect faith in the future and the saint's potential, emphasizing that with the passage of time she will reach her true destiny. The guy says with realization and confidence, "Right, no, I'm talking about her talent." He emphasizes that his admiration is not simply due to the saint's noble background, but to her inner qualities and abilities. The saint, with an expression of seriousness and responsibility on her face, points out the burden of knowledge and wisdom. "You forget that you already have friends who exude a sea of talent." Her words are a reminder of the importance and value of those around her and their contributions to the common good. She continues by pointing out his current situation and opportunities. "While you're stuck at level 1, in the last 5 days, some of them have been able to move up to 6th. This expression may reflect her expectations of his development and progress. The boy, reflecting on her words, gently admits, "That is the talent." His confession suggests that he is beginning to realize the depth of the saint's true talent and her influence on those around her. With burning eyes, which gives them a sinister and powerful appearance. One of them says, "After that show he put on, the horror, is he still on the 1st level?" These words may allude to previous events or battles the guy has been involved in and their bewilderment at his current position. The saint, with a slight hint of bewilderment, asks, "Is there anything else you want to say?" She waits for additional comments or explanations, assuming the guy has more information or feelings he wants to share. The fellow, with enthusiasm and perhaps a sense of discovery, exclaims about a special comrade who seems to have made a significant contribution to their adventure or journey. His words and manner of expression emphasize the value and importance of this person to him. Warrior, with surprise and disbelief, asks the saint, "Hero Ohanu, why should I part for your duty?" His question may indicate a misunderstanding of the situation or a discrepancy between his expectations and reality. Saint replies with dignity and patience, sitting down in front of the guy and addressing him with an important message. Hero. Her manner and actions may foreshadow a serious discussion or decision that will affect their future relationship. She continues by asking a question that may cause the guy to rethink or gain a new understanding. "I don't think you realize the significance of the 5 saints." Her words may suggest that the saint has a special status or role that has not yet been fully appreciated or understood. The warrior in white armor addresses the guy, asking a rhetorical question that underscores the seriousness of their mission. "Then, why didn't you share the results of the miracles I wrongly performed?" This hints at an underestimation of his actions, or perhaps that the results of his actions have not been fully recognized. An elder in a robe shouts with excitement and perhaps frustration, "To the treatment of the great elder. You're next." He may be upset about the current course of events, or the need to continue the healing ritual. Magical artifacts such as 15 spirit swords containing the essence of the forest, 200 spirit wood spirits, 600 inflicted binagors, 15 phoenix feathers. This emphasizes the mystical and valuable nature of objects that can be used for ritual or magical purposes. 2 students in school uniforms observe this with stunned amazement. One of them says, "And also 40 other items." Their reaction reflects amazement at the sheer number of magical items they have to consider or use. The saint, with a slight smile and wisdom in her eyes, says, "You see, that is the proof of my worth. Are you able to prove yours now?" Her words offer the lad a challenge, giving him an opportunity to prove himself and his abilities in the trials or tasks ahead. The guy suddenly comes to a realization, perhaps grasping the depth of the situation. "Then consider this a press-heavy situation. I'll get stronger quickly and—" His determination and desire to improve is evident in his words and facial expression. Saint, standing beside the guy, supports him, showing understanding and compassion. In that case, the conversation will have to be postponed. She is willing to concede to give him time to think or to develop further. The guy seems to have a moment of inner epiphany or realization. He used to run away so fast, yes, he acted like he knew everything. His words point to past events that now take on new meaning in light of the current revelations. A group of students standing in the shadows watch the conversation, and one of them asks thoughtfully, "What is he thinking?" Their curiosity and bewilderment emphasize the difficult situation in which they all find themselves. The guy seems confused and devastated, uttering, "No, yeah." His despair may be due to a sudden realization or a hard choice he has to make. Some god says debt is paho. Some dice-playing god is disappointed that you've squandered all your pride. Her words may reflect a deeper spiritual message or a warning that the guy needs to rethink his values and choices. The young woman in the red jacket apologizes as if she's interrupting or asking for something important, her hand gesture and careful manner suggesting politeness and restraint. She addresses her interlocutor with a request, perhaps offering an exchange. "May I make this medal my comrade?" The same girl seems pensive and focused on herself. She speaks of herself with doubt, perhaps feeling insecure about her importance among the characters, reflecting an inner struggle and introspection. It seems that for some reason she's an outcast among the characters. To the saint, she replies with a certain regret or doubt, perhaps thinking of the potential consequences of the young woman's proposal. If a wonderful hero like you is interested in her, it's entirely possible. The saint offers her hand for a handshake, expressing hospitality and openness, while the woman in red looks surprised and a little confused by the gesture, replying, "What? Huh?" In the glowing light shimmering through their fingers, the two figures hold hands, symbolizing union and promise. Green runes hover around them, creating an aura of magic and the significance of the moment. The text above them sounds like a proclamation. "From this day forward, you will be the sword and shield of the hero in the fight." A saint whose face is illuminated with light and hope. With a quiet but confident voice, she says, "Don't forget this until you die. I just hope it doesn't pull the hero down." Her words are filled with seriousness and fear for the future. A girl hesitates with her phone to her ear, her expression both confused and concerned. She asks the question, "What are you doing?" and quickly apologizes. "Excuse me?" Her reaction may be in response to an unexpected turn in the conversation. The saint is radiant with joy and contentment, she says. "Go to the hero's wrestling immediately." Her smile reveals relief and willingness to accept what is coming, as if she has found the answer or solution. The saint looks after the young woman in red who is walking away and says, "We have lost too much time on this minor incident." Her words and tone reflect frustration and a sense of wasted time, perhaps on insignificant matters in the context of a larger mission. In the warm light of dawn, the prince with bowed head and serious gaze said, "It is time to speed up." His words carry the weight of a decision and the foreshadowing of imminent deeds. His assent, "Yes, Holy One," reflects a willingness to follow the call of duty. The boy, kneeling and looking back, ironically defies his fate. "Good luck then, Hanu." His words, "Let's sing," and a wistful look ahead, mixed with notes of hope and doubt, as if he wonders what the next twist of fate will bring him. The prince re-enters the frame with a heavy silence, his gaze impenetrable and full of undisclosed thoughts, while the man in orange is still on his knees, as if awaiting an order or message. The prince's command when he sternly but justly addresses a man, "Lift up your head, hero." These are words of recognition and perhaps a reminder of the role he must fulfill. Finally, the princess appears, her entire image exuding warmth and confidence. She addresses the man on the floor with a benevolent smile. "But you are mistaken, Hero Hanu." Her question, "Princess?" carries playful intrigue and the suggestion of a new perspective or unforeseen twist in their story. The princess with pink hair and a benevolent smile recalls the past, her words tender and grateful. "You were the one who brought the aria to the temple." Her memories are intertwined with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my childhood friend." This revelation carries warmth and a deep connection to the past. The boy, his face expressing surprise and bewilderment, as if the princess's words have awakened long-forgotten memories or revealed an unexpected connection he didn't know he had. A childhood friend? The word forces him to rethink his past and perhaps his identity. The princess stands before the man, surrounded by magical light and symbols that hover in the air around them, as if marking the importance of what is happening. She extends her hand to the man and asks with confidence and hope, "Please be my second disciple." This offer may signify a new beginning or a turning point in their destinies, an entry into a new chapter of their story. In the soft light imbued with magical symbols, the princess radiates brilliance and majesty. She addresses the man before her with an important proposal, surrounded by an aura of power and wisdom. "Please be my second apprentice." This offer seems to carry great honor and responsibility. The boy, stunned and puzzled, faintly whispers, "Mom?" His gaze is full of questions and searching for answers, as if he is relating the princess's words to distant memories or trying to understand the hidden meaning behind her words. Shows his face in close-up, full of doubt and indecision. His thoughts of a second apprentice, mom, reflect an inner struggle and sudden insight, perhaps related to his past and who he really is. The princess moving away leaves behind a questioning note. Well, her words, all the best, Hero Hanu, sound like a farewell, but with the implication that their stories have yet to intertwine. Guy is left alone with his reflections, his hand still touching the princess's light. His words, I didn't know, reflect deep confusion and the beginning of a journey of self-discovery. The boy, with a slight smile and closed eyes, recalls the princess's words, feeling warm and grateful to have found himself chosen. His reaction is a mixture of happiness and gratitude for his past deeds and the new role he is to fulfill. Words of blessing flash before him as if reminding him of his path. Some daring god steals the damage of a piece from a shield. Some god diamonds you for your own players. Some unbroken god of the dice game places you at 10. With enthusiasm and renewed energy, the man in orange declares, All right, let's start over. His posture and gestures are full of determination and joy in the face of new opportunities and adventures, reflecting his willingness to move forward despite any previous failures or challenges. The protagonist who, overcoming difficulties, fights a giant monster. His movements are swift and decisive. He defies danger despite his fatigue, which shows his courage and bravery. His admonition, another day, another mob that picked a fight with me, shows not only his fighting spirit but also the daily trials he faces along the way. The hero looks around at the plain surrounding him where his comrades are in need of help. He realizes there is nowhere to hide, but he doesn't give up. These guys don't call for help from their comrades, unlike the crowd. His determination and ability to accept reality as it is emphasize his leadership qualities and ability to act in any circumstances. The protagonist, clad in his cloak, stands in the open air, his face reflecting a kind of thoughtfulness and unforeseen contemplation as he utters, Also. His gaze is staring off into the distance, as if he is searching for answers or waiting for a new challenge. Turning to the creatures that now surround him, he humorously remarks, This is not food. Heh heh heh. These things the orcs gave me stand out too much. The hero takes the situation with ease, despite its strangeness and his unusual position among the creatures. With his usual optimism and good-naturedness, he addresses one of the creatures, Good boy, eat this better. His actions show warmth and caring. Even in such an unfamiliar environment, he finds a way to establish a friendly relationship. The demon says, You look keen, and continues, Look who's Ukum. Of course I'm fine, so I set you free. His expression and manner emphasize the self-assuredness and perhaps some mystery of his persona, emphasizing his confident strut. You have great regeneration. Do you think you're the wittiest? Words full of challenge and boldness, implying a deep self-awareness and self-confidence. The protagonist exclaims with amazement and wonder when stumbling upon an unexpected revelation about his comrade's abilities. You'll come by your horn with magic? His questions reflect bewilderment at the possibilities of magic and the upcoming route to the city they must soon reach. The demon in black, with power and confidence, considers the matter practically, speculating on the consequences of their actions and noting that it makes it harder to regenerate. His words, would look strange, refer to the appearance and logical implications of magic, which adds depth to the understanding of their magical world. The protagonist, showing concern and reflecting on his companion, shares his feelings and thoughts. I was worried, but at least this guy is smarter than the crowd. His assessment shows respect for the demon's intellectual abilities and relative relief. He continues, trying to gather information and determine his location in relation to the world around him, but he said it was the second closest city. This revelation of the distance to their destination introduces an element of planning into their journey and emphasizes the need for thoughtful action in their upcoming journey. The scene comes alive with action and movement. The carriage rushes furiously, leaving behind a trail of dust and explosions of emotion. Voices echo in the air. Ha 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 ha, give us everything, you simpletons. The cries of the pursuers reflect their aggression and intent to plunder. A sinister warrior dressed in armor, weapon in hand and a malevolent smile, shouts contemptuously, Ha ha ha, you can't get away, son. Stop already. His words and actions are filled with confidence in his power and superiority over his victims. Screams fill the atmosphere. Ooh and ooh. while the scene is consumed with chaos and turmoil mixed with desperate attempts to flee from pursuit. The formidable leader, standing majestically before his subjects, utters contemptuously, "Foolish multitudes of simpletons! How dare you fight us?" His grandeur and disdain for his enemies emphasize his confidence in his power and dominance. With a menacing glint in his eyes, the words, "It's your time to die," sound like a death sentence, heralding the ruthlessness and relentlessness of his attackers. The protagonist, standing back, stares into the distance and asks a rhetorical question full of doubt and concern. Will they manage without your help? His silence and thoughtfulness speak of an inner struggle and a sense of responsibility for those who may be in trouble. The demon stands before him, calmly and with dignity, answering the challenge, confident in his powers and freedom of choice. Even if you are a demon, you don't have to swear allegiance to the overlord. His response reflects a deep understanding of his nature and independence. The protagonist turns around and his face expresses determination and confusion. Let's see for now. I can get my revenge on them later. He allows for the possibility of delayed revenge, but his conscience and duty remain unshaken. The orc warriors, laughing and taunting, continue their plundering occupation. Ha 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 ha! Are you tired yet? Their brute strength and audacity expose the cruelty of the world in which they exist, a world where strength rules and weakness leaves no chance for survival. The orcs engage in dialogue with crude mockery and obvious contempt for their victims. One of them, with obvious confidence in his power, says, "Hey, smell no strong girl." His comment not only demeans but also highlights the orc's brutality. He calls for action. "Let's just grab the food," and expresses impatience. "It would be better if we got hungry and ran away as fast as possible." The woman in the carriage, with a serious and determined look, is ready to fight. Her questioning look and firm speech, "Simpletons, girls," shows that she is not going to give up without a fight. Another woman, standing at full height in front of the enemies, shouts out, "Ha ha ha, you should stay where you are, you stupid simpletons." Her words are sharp and defiant in the face of danger. A young girl turning to magic casts a spell with desperation and fear on her face as she summons magical fire. Ooh! Her actions and fear show that she is not ready to surrender, despite the preponderance of her opponent's strength. A storm of magical fire encompasses the scene where the female warrior displays her fighting skills with bravery and power. She aptly manipulates magical spheres, surrounding herself with a protective barrier while preparing to attack. Her gaze is focused and determined, and her posture suggests she is ready for battle. The orc, with his mouth wide open and a startled expression on his face, exclaims in surprise and bewilderment, "What?" His stunned by the man's magic, disrupting his expectations and probably plans. Chaos and panic grows around them, the soldiers shouting out in terror, "Ooh!" and "Yo, yo, 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 yo!" Their reactions reflecting the suddenness of the situation and the power they are facing. The main characters stand nearby, observing what is happening. "It seems pretty powerful. Is it magic?" One of them shares his impressions, his words reflecting respect for the warrior's abilities. The demon beside him, with a nonchalant and cold-blooded look, notes, "What a load of crap." In the shadows of the coming twilight, the protagonist admits with discontent and anxiety, "I don't like it." His words reflect an inner conflict and unwillingness to witness impending events that he feels may bring more trouble. The demon he is speaking to calmly and confidently expresses his view of the situation, drawing attention to the importance of the lives of the innocent. "Aren't you glad that innocent people are going to survive?" His question points to fundamental differences in their worldviews. The protagonist, with an open expression of regret, recognizes the missed opportunity for revenge. "I regret that I missed the opportunity to take revenge on them." His words suggest a difficult choice between personal grievances and a greater duty to others. An inspiring battle scene is revealed before him. Two girls struggle like the lights of this world, embodying hope and despair in the face of an incredible confrontation. Their courage and bravery show that even in the darkest moments, there is room for light and heroism. And suddenly, a discharge of energy and delight overwhelms the protagonist. He exclaims, "There's a very beautiful pig girl here." This sudden declaration is perhaps an attempt to ease the tension or find a ray in the darkness, demonstrating his indomitable spirit and ability to find light even in the darkest moments. In a dramatic turn of events, the protagonist voices his anxiety. "I don't like this." His instincts tell him that something is going wrong, and this makes him uneasy. The demon stands nearby, maintaining his composure, and shares his thoughts. "Aren't you glad that innocent people are going to survive?" His words reflect a deep understanding of the value of life and the significance of the moment for those in danger. The protagonist speaks with regret about the lost opportunity for revenge. I regret that I missed the opportunity to take revenge on them. His words reveal the inner conflict between the desire for revenge and the realities of the current situation. As the battle rages on, the women demonstrate their strength and determination by challenging their enemies and defending those who cannot defend themselves. Their actions are inspiring and show that even in the darkest of times there are sources of light and hope. One of the orcs, with the certainty of impunity, chortles, "Ha ha ha ha, my girl pigs." His words and laughter emphasize the dominance and threat posed by him and his companions. Finally, when the soldiers come face to face with danger, their frightened exclamations express terror and confusion before a violent encounter, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the need for immediate action to survive. Tension is building on the battlefield. The warrior girl with the fireball in her hands is puzzled by the sudden discovery of her opponent's power, and her shocked look suggests the unexpectedness of the situation. "Oh!" Her surprise emphasizes the magnitude of the challenge before her. The demon ponders the enemy's strategy. Recognizing their cunning, he used the Zovan curse to create the orcs. His analysis shows a deep understanding of magical powers and their potential use for manipulation and control. The protagonist, determined and ready for action, says, "Now let's help these people." He is ready to intervene despite his own doubts and moral hesitations. But is that what you wanted to do? Sometimes plans change. He recognizes that circumstances require a change in his original plans. The clash between orcs and warriors grows increasingly violent. A certain god offers to let them die. "Please shake me this time, God Ascalder." Here is a plea for help from above that may decide the outcome of the battle. And as the battle reaches its climax, the protagonist doesn't lose his sense of humor, calling out to the orcs, "Piggy's girls are tired, ha 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 ha, corral them." His words add levity to the heavy moments of the struggle and emphasize his unwavering spirit and ability to find rays of light even in the darkest of circumstances. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere of battle, the warlike orc orders with cruel pleasure, "These pigs are mine, kill the rest." His order reflects the ruthless nature of the orcs and their willingness to go to any extreme to win. In response to these words, the warrior girl, caught by surprise, is shocked and frightened, but her look indicates an unwillingness to surrender. "Oh." Her response indicates despair, and at the same time an unwavering spirit. The protagonist, weighing the situation, offers a tactical solution. "They still look a little... maybe I should wait a little longer." His words show strategic thinking and the ability to use time to his advantage. The orc, furious and full of rage, does not hide his annoyance. "What's wrong with that fat pig?" His question emphasizes anger and bewilderment in the face of unexpected resistance. The protagonist, realizing the greatness of the moment, boldly declares, "I just..." His unfinished thought leaves in the air the expectation of decisive action and the possibility of an unexpected turn in events. A large orc, belligerent in his formidable majesty, pronounces with unwavering confidence, "Apostle of the god Ascalder, laying by." His words are filled with power and fierceness, and he has no doubts about his superiority. In the next moment, the situation escalates as the orc shouts, "It's worth killing you!" He is filled with rage and determination, and is ready to follow through with his threats. The action is in full swing as the protagonist boldly and decisively enters the fray, his movements swift and precise as lightning, emphasizing his willingness to fight. He recognizes that all orcs have the same reaction. This is said with contempt, but his words have not only a fighting spirit, but also an element of playfulness inherent in his character. The orc, exuding menace, orders with fury in his voice, "Let me borrow this for a while." His sinister intentions are clear. He wants to use what he has captured to increase his power. In the next moment, the scene is filled with action. The belligerent figure pushes back with a cry of "Give it back," ready for a desperate defense or counterattack. The two girls, absorbed in the battle, are momentarily puzzled by what is happening. Their surprised "ooh" speaks of unforeseen circumstances that they are barely beginning to comprehend. The protagonist, face to face with the confrontation, recognizes its inevitability, albeit with disgust. "Oh, it's quite fun, but so disgusting." His words reflect an internal struggle between recognizing the necessity of action and personal feelings. The protagonist, soaring through the air, full of determination and fighting spirit, shouts, "Wait, fat pig!" His words are accompanied by decisive action. He is ready to face the enemy face to face. Looking straight into his opponent's eyes, he utters with confidence, "Now I can see your rush attacks." He analyzes the situation, anticipating his enemy's movements and anticipating his next moves. Suddenly, his confidence is replaced by dumbfoundedness. He is stopped in his rush. "Careful, what?" His reaction to the unexpected turn of events emphasizes that there is always room for the unexpected in battle. And at the moment of the clash, when he rushes into battle, his figure becomes synonymous with the bravery and heroism necessary to defeat the onslaught of the enemy. The demon of fighting spirit exclaims, his voice full of unwavering energy, "Mamo, why do you save the batality?" He looks directly at the red orc, and his words break the silence of the battlefield. The girls standing nearby are discouraged by the sudden reversal. One of them, shocked, admits, "Damn, I'm tired of being scared by a surprise attack." Emotions are intertwined with the chaos of battle. The protagonist, shrouded in an aura of determination, prepares for action, saying with concentration, "Now I can suffer such a thing." He knows the risks, but his will to win is far stronger than his fear. Finally, another character, puzzled and cautious, utters, "Nothing? Forget it." His words are terse, but there is a sense of depth of experience with their current situation. The orc, whose muscles are tense from the recent battle, scrutinizes his new, unexpectedly red skin tone that has appeared as if out of nowhere. Is it something similar to the Gnosis ability? He mutters thoughtfully, pondering the possibility that what he has in front of him is not an enemy, but the key to new knowledge. Maybe we should study it instead of killing it. The armored soldiers, their faces reflecting bewilderment and horror, exclaim, lost in their speculation about what is happening. "What?" bursts out from them as they stare at the unexpected miracle. The main character, with a small smile, says, "Not bad," noting the soldiers' gratitude for their rescue. His confidence and calmness infect those around him with optimism. "It's probably not dangerous," he begins, realizing it's time to start learning some words. Learning is starting to pay off. His voice is full of determination, and the anticipation of new discoveries is in the air. A mysterious being wrapped in a cloak of shadows. The creature tells the man that a certain god is inconvenienced by things, indescribable actions, as if offering to correct them. The man seems to accept this apology with a slight smile, replying, "Please bear with me." Two orcs, strong and formidable, prepare for battle. One of them, excited, shouts, "Who strong pig?" Emotions explode in the air as they discuss that their opponent must be tired by now. One of the orcs stands with his sword outstretched, gazing at the severed hand on the ground. A gruff grr, "What was that?" trying to understand what happened, not hiding his annoyance and bewilderment. The protagonist, brave and confident, stands before the orcs. To them he speaks in their language, causing surprise. "Fat pig, why do you know our language?" His question, though asked with ease, carries a weight and meaning that foreshadows a change in their relationship. The protagonist, with a smile and an unwavering gaze, asserts his superiority, stating with ease, "I am the only one asking questions here." His self-assured posture and the corner of his grin emphasize his dominance in the conversation, while his interlocutor, hidden from our eyes, remains anonymous. Our hero stands over his defeated enemy, calmly and even happily stating, "Well, I feel great." His relaxed and casual manner contrasts with the tense atmosphere around him. Serious expression on his face, directing the protagonist to look the other way. "Not you. Look over there." This brief intervention adds mystery to the current moment of the story. Soldiers in armor, puzzled and full of bewilderment, stand before the lady in elegant dress, the center of attention. Their silence and expressive faces suggest that the situation is exceptional and full of surprises. The protagonist stares into the distance in a concentrated manner, his gaze filled with determination. "I inadvertently used too much power," he says, as if accepting his mistakes and ready to face the consequences of his actions. His hand trembles lightly, acknowledging something inevitable that has yet to be understood and accepted. The next moment, he enters into a dialogue with the people gathered around him. "I am Mai Cosmos, and he is Medic Kang Hansu." He introduces himself and his companion and adds, "I'm sure you remember by his unique name." His tone hints at the fame and respect they enjoy in this world, but also at the distance he is trying to establish. His face lights up with confidence as he observes someone who is a quick learner, concluding, "And he's not bad. Makes up that nonsense so fast." There is a sense of irony, and perhaps even some admiration in his words. Puzzled looks at the dazzling burst of magic. "Ooh, how come Kenjaku, ooh?" His gaze is full of amazement and admiration before the inexplicable phenomenon. The demon says with a shrewd look, "Just like the lady said, he's wearing the hero's curse." His words are full of importance and emphasize the depth of the situation in which they find themselves, foreshadowing the further development of the story. The protagonist, with his eyes immersed in thought, touches his chin as if weighing each word. It is a marvelous symbol of trust, destroying that. He seems absorbed in contemplating the consequences of his actions, pondering the limits of trust and power. Surprise slips into his musings. His powers seem to require a pause to recharge, representing a new and unexpected moment in his story. In the next moment, the main character's eyes light up red, reflecting his inner fire and indignation. "Wait a minute! It's all originally the fault of that damn goddess." His words are filled with accusation, and he seems ready to face the cause of his recent problems face to face. We see the girl with a sweet smile, her eyes glowing with trust and hope. She says she's sorry she doubted her savior. The main character's words are spoken with a note of irony and lightness, despite the gravity of the previous accusations. The protagonist sighs with relief as he turns to the girl. "I found a really great translator. Finally, the locals are starting to trust me." His words reflect progress in their relationship, and he seems pleased with this small but significant achievement. In a tense scene, the protagonist is seen, his face contorted by a scream, while text appears from above. A certain god feels uncomfortable. This creates a sense of divine intervention or possible displeasure in response to his actions. We then see him with a confident smile standing in front of the background of a god struck by painful outbursts, accompanied by the words, "Some god realized that only death awaited the traitor apostle." The protagonist comments with obvious regret but also irony, emphasizing the complexity of the situation. God looks troubled, as if struggling with inner demons. "Calm down, God Astarter. I will tell you a secret." These words hint at mysterious knowledge or a possible conspiracy, which adds complexity to their relationship. Shows the lonely protagonist sitting by a fire in the night, surrounded by peace and quiet. It is dark all around, and only the flames of the fire illuminate his figure. The inscription reads, "Some god watches," suggesting an unseen presence and perhaps an ongoing vigil. In the image, the protagonist appears pensive and centered, while a divine presence hovers in the air, asserting that it is not a sin to be impotent. This conflation of divine decree with earthly affairs seems to add complexity to his inner conflict. Further, the protagonist hears the explanation that all of this is the result of his blessing. His profile expresses reflection and perhaps hidden regret at the consequences of his choices. "Though I suppose I should be glad you are no longer sad." His words carry depth and meaning. Shrouded in the warmth of the campfire and the evening light, it mentions Astarter. The cipher of this blessing is closely related to the fact of being a huge minus, indicating the ambiguity of the powers bestowed and perhaps their dual nature. The protagonist sits by the fire, immersed in reflection on the time that has passed and the actions he has not performed. "It's been so long since I've done anything." His words reflect thoughtfulness and perhaps fatigue from the incessant struggle. "How's Hansu?" The mask of worry has been removed from his face and he seems ready for a frank conversation, while his interlocutor reacts with bewilderment. This may foreshadow the beginning of an important conversation or clarification. The footage shows a girl with wide-open eyes filled with amazement and possibly admiration, saying, "Ah, I think her name is Achul." Her words seem warm and tender, filled with memories of a legendary case, something that has left a notable mark on the Academy's history. The protagonist looks confident and a bit mischievous in response, his half-smile hiding his tiredness when he remarks, "That's a bit of a quandary. My damn translator's already asleep." His words suggest a lightness of character and the ability to look at a situation with humor despite the severity of the circumstances. He further looks pensively at the fire, reflection readable in his gaze. "Did she call my name just to say she was far away?" He ponders, and the words seem cryptic, emphasizing undisclosed emotions and thoughts that he has yet to unravel. Suddenly, the protagonist reacts with surprise and indignation when he hears his name, Kang Hansu. His sudden movement and question, "What? Why?" indicate an unexpected turn in the conversation that may lead to an important discovery or revelation. Against the starry sky, her face expresses seriousness and determination. A magical aura glows around him, as if he's preparing for a ritual or battle. This moment emphasizes the importance of the upcoming event and its potential connection to cosmic forces. The protagonist, Kang Hansu, addresses the girl with a question full of bewilderment. "What? Why?" His face is distorted with disbelief and surprise, perhaps in response to an unexpected statement or question from her. The girl standing in front of the protagonist shares her thoughts, looking a bit puzzled but confident at the same time. I think her name is Akal. Her words are perhaps referring to a third person, someone she has just learned about or who plays an important role in their adventure together. At another point, the protagonist, with a slight smirk and a bright gleam in his eyes, offers a demonstration of his abilities. Oh, would you like me to show you too? His confidence and slight smugness may indicate hidden talents or knowledge that he is willing to share. The protagonist makes a magical gesture accompanied by cryptic symbols and the words, "Okay, look closely." This may foreshadow a demonstration of power or an important discovery that will change the current course of events. The girl looks in wonder at the sparkling magical energy surrounding the protagonist, emphasizing his magical abilities and possibly the beginning of a new phase of their relationship or adventure. The protagonist watches her reaction with a slight chuckle and asks, "What's wrong with her?" His interest may be piqued by her unusual reaction or by something extraordinary that is happening at the moment. Then, he manipulates the magical energy to create a red glowing object and addresses the girl. "You don't like that it's too small? Here, is that better?" His actions and words express confidence and ability to control the situation by adjusting to her expectations. The girl, finding herself perplexed, replies, "Ooh, ooh." Her response may reflect mixed feelings or bewilderment at the protagonist's magical abilities. The protagonist, turning to the girl, hears the deity's words. A certain god says that an impotent man had better not think of such things. His face expresses skepticism and perhaps disbelief at this advice, while the deity seems amused by the situation. In the image, the boy says with surprise and disbelief in his voice, "But I'm a hero too." His words and facial expression show a desire to be recognized and respected, perhaps against the doubts of those around him. Then he is taken aback by another character's response, "You're a loser hero, what?" This statement perhaps questions his status and causes him to feel confused. To a serious conversation in which the guy is asked to choose one of three options: leaving the temple, losing support, take out one of three options. This suggestion introduces an element of choice that will influence his future. Shows the sage explaining the consequences of one of the options. The first is to gain the Yaren of independence and surrender. This choice may denote a sacrifice or compromise that the fellow will have to accept. The guy repeats the words of the sage in shock, "K executed," which expresses his fear of reality and the possible consequences of his choice. We see a hand gesture symbolizing the second choice, with the accompanying text. The second is to go back to training. After all, until you show promising results, you won't be supported. This emphasizes the importance of showing progress and success in order to gain recognition. Shows a boy, shrouded in shadow, surrounded by his classmates who are apparently ridiculing him. No? Apparently I'm going to be ridiculed by my classmates. This may reflect his fears and insecurity about his position among his peers. The boy asks in bewilderment, "What's the third one?" He is looking for an alternative to the options presented to him, hoping to find a more acceptable solution. Reveals the third option, which is self-sacrifice. The third option is to bring the rick of your body to collapse. From finding an Araki for a woman to retirement, we suspect everything. But you won't be able to leave the temple until you die. This choice is presented as the most extreme and perhaps the most dangerous. The boy seems to have made a decision. Then I will choose the first option. I can't live in a domesticated house all the time. His facial expression reflects an inner struggle and determination to take the path that will lead him to independence. In religious attire offers him a seat. "Okay, then please apply. Submit." This suggestion implies the beginning of a process that may involve major changes in his life. The guy then looks at the contract. He has a document in his hand and he asks, "This is a contract. Why do you need a contract?" His disbelief and wariness is evident on his face. He feels the weight and possible implications of this document. Explains, "It's a kind of insurance. It would be bad if someone who ruins the reputation of the remaining heroes leaves the temple." This statement emphasizes the seriousness of the situation and the fact that the guy is making a commitment that has long-term consequences. Before the lad is a view of abundance, bundles of gold coins and a jewel shining with its value. Here is the aforementioned Yaren of independence. The text says, suggesting that this wealth is a symbol of freedom and an opportunity for the lad to start a new life. Shows his surprise. "What the? This is so different from the novels. His comment may reflect the gap between expectation and reality that he experiences at the sight of the treasure. He then interacts with a religious character who is apparently perplexed by his words. "What?" he asks, to which the guy replies, "I was talking to myself. Please ignore it." This may indicate his internal dialogue and indecision before making an important decision. Moment when he looks at the document. In fantasy novels, the protagonist leaving the temple is seen as the surviving evil, he reasons, and this statement may emphasize the complexity of his choice, the fear of possible consequences, and the dilemma between personal good and public perception. The boy with enthusiasm on his face shares his plans for freedom, and I can use that money any way I want, can't I? He seems enthusiastic about the prospect of autonomy and control over his destiny. He then pensively contemplates the future, imagining an alternative path to his heroic journey. "But marriage, that would be a nightmare for a hero. I'm taking a different path." His words emphasize his determination to follow his own path and his desire to become a true hero. The caption reads, "Some unspectacular dice god follows you around with popcorn in hand." This may symbolize the watching divine forces awaiting the outcome of his decisions, like an audience watching a drama unfold. Is represented by a figure towering in the light that radiates an aura of peace and transcendence. Her majestic appearance is emphasized by a single word, holy. She seems pensive and centered in a quiet and secluded space. The hero Ohanu has abandoned his mission, she says, marking a significant moment of departure from the destined path. Further, the saint reflects deeply on the consequences of such actions. Is it so? The number of heroes from this moment must diminish. But there will be betrayal if this continues. Her words reflect anxiety about the future and the possible risks to the balance of power. The saint, facing away, looks to the horizon where a new phase or challenge begins. There are two saints on the continent of fantasy, and until the real fight begins, I must take care of everything. Her words hint at an upcoming important role in events yet to be revealed. In the image, the saint, imbued with sadness and regret, says, "While I was wooding the core, everything has shrunk considerably." She seems saddened by the diminution of something important that is perhaps essential to her world or mission. As if assessing the situation, she says, "The Order of Knights allowed about so many Udamas? Are you sure?" Her words reflect her responsibility for the Order and her concern that they may have overextended themselves or encountered something that could undermine them. The saint further shares her reflections. They think it was a small elite unit practicing one art of possession. Her words seem to be a reflection on the superficial perception of the others and emphasize the complexity and depth of the actual skills and knowledge this squad possesses. Ready to fight, inspiring fear and determination. There is a theme that lives for their extermination, and the little Zilitinka of the Order of the Wart will do, even if it were a whole order of knights. Her words and posturka express her willingness to defend her people and face any threats. A saint who doubts the power of demons, a demon lord then, perhaps? Her doubts may indicate a more global conflict or hidden threat that she is trying to understand and confront. The saint is seen with surprise on her face, reflecting her sudden insight or urgent understanding, accompanied by mystical symbols and a single word. Yarrrr. Next, the saint, with sincere apology, placing her hand on her heart, pronounces, I apologize for my excuse." Her facial expression and gesture emphasize her sense of guilt or regret for her recent actions or words. Warning of unintended consequences. Unintentional judgments can be dangerous. She warns against jumping to conclusions that can lead to risky situations. The saint, standing in the background of the temple, ponders the potential connection between the signs and the demon lord. But it is true that this could be a sign of an invasion by the demon lord. Her speculation about the intervention of dark forces may foreshadow a new threat. Is facing her back, perhaps opening a new path or chapter in her journey. This is the edge of the West. Her words suggest that her journey or mission may lead her to the edge of the known world, or to a new endeavor. In the image, the saint scrutinizes the map, noting the importance of the great demon possessions in the east, and ponders the significance of certain active ones in the central region of the continent. Her words suggest strategically important points that may influence the overall picture of the conflict. Further, she reflects deeply, pondering the implications of freedom of decision. It would be nice to have us free resources to solve this case, but her interrupted thoughts indicate unresolved issues and hard decisions to be made. The wise elder brings a new element to the conversation by introducing a message from the academy. His presence and the news he brings may change the current state of affairs. The elder continues, "They say they would like to invite heroes to celebrate the start of the school vacation." This statement may introduce an element of surprise into the saint's plans, perhaps offering a new perspective or challenge for the heroes. Saint, with obvious concern on her face, asks the question, "Do they know about the heroes coming out? Where did the information leak from?" She expresses her concern about the leak of sensitive data, which may indicate a potential security threat. The wise elder ponders the possible source of the leak. The student saw the status window about Hanu through the eyes of the mercenaries. His words suggest that the information may have spread through a student who observed a certain situation, which could lead to unintended consequences. Saint further admits that he gave too much leeway. "It was a mistake to let him act freely. I thought he would quickly exhaust himself and come back." She is worried about her decision, which she now realizes may have led to undesirable outcomes. The saint continues her reflections on the complexity of the situation. It is good that the existence of the heroes in real actions remains to be made known, but they are still too weak. She realizes that although the heroes have begun to act and become known, they are still not ready for serious challenges, and this worries her. The elder says with a deep sense of responsibility, "Tell them we agree. Yes, I will contact them immediately." His words and facial expression indicate that he is ready for action that carries important consequences. In knightly armor addresses the saint in a hurry, shouting her title loudly, "Saint!" This emphasizes the urgency of the situation and perhaps that her immediate attention or solution is required. The knight continues by demonstrating a willingness to provide something meaningful. "I have proof." He is willing to present important evidence or information that could change the current situation. The saint seems surprised and perhaps even concerned by this news. "We found a scroll that supposedly belongs to a hero." "What?" Her reaction shows that the information she has just received is unexpected and could have serious consequences. The protagonist and the demon, both men, sit on the steps. The protagonist, with an ironic expression on his face, discusses with the demon about hiring mercenary girls, suggesting that this was the obvious solution. This scene gives the impression of levity or possible skepticism to ideas or suggestions presented by other characters. Ryder, probably one of the mercenaries, addresses the protagonist about the quality of his training and expresses surprise at his progress despite his recent start of training. His tone may be humorous or ironic, which adds an element of camaraderie or rivalry to their relationship. The demon and the protagonist engage in conversation. The demon, with a serious face, offers to inspect the scroll they have found, implying that its origin may be linked to some catastrophic event. This moment emphasizes the gravity of the situation and the potential danger associated with the found object. The protagonist reacted sharply to the demon's comment, perhaps defending his method of training or responding to teasing. His emotional response and sarcastic tone may indicate his displeasure or annoyance, which adds a dynamic to their relationship. The main character reflects on the fact that being fearless is common for a mercenary. This shows his reflections on the realities of life and what qualities are valued in their dangerous profession. The demon, presented in a serious mood, warns the protagonist not to speak carelessly about death, even though death in battle is a frequent occurrence for mercenaries. His words emphasize the weight of their occupational risks and perhaps carry a lesson about the importance of life. The protagonist, expressing surprise, questions the reasons why mercenaries continue their work despite the danger. His question reflects an attempt to understand the motivation and psychology of the mercenaries, their commitment against all odds. In response, the demon explains that mercenaries receive not only money, but also valuable experience that comes as a reward for completed tasks. This aspect raises the question of the value of experience and knowledge versus material compensation. The protagonist, by repeating the word experience, seems to be reflecting on the new information received from the demon. This may be a moment of realization for him when he begins to value not only the financial side of being a mercenary, but also the opportunity to learn and become stronger. The protagonist exclaims in shock as he holds the glowing sword, and he seems to be confronted with an unexpected discovery or event related to the weapon. He comments that it is a penalty for an experience that stunted his growth, and that it is not what he expected. This emphasizes his quest and desire for power, as well as the possible difficulties he encounters on his journey. The demon, with an unwavering and calm expression on his face, responds to the situation with, "Is something wrong?" showing his interest and possibly skepticism, suggesting a dialogue or discussion between him and the protagonist about the current state of affairs. Then the protagonist, with a cheerful and confident expression on his face, as if he has found the answer to the question of what it takes to become a mercenary. He seems determined and optimistic about his next step, which could signify an important moment in his development and growth as a character. The protagonist and the demon returning to the city. The protagonist joyfully announces their arrival, while the bottom of the frame states that they have finally arrived in the city. This suggests a new chapter or the next stage in their adventure, where new challenges and opportunities await them ahead. The protagonist looks serious and pensive, while the demon comments on his facial expression, suggesting that the reason for his gloomy mood is the rain. This creates an image of deeper inner conflict or reflection in the protagonist. They are standing at the gates of a city where various people are gathered. The protagonist seems preoccupied, perhaps indicating tension or danger related to their current situation or mission. As the protagonist, with a smile, asks the demon about what feels worst after bathing in orc blood, to which the demon responds with the rhetorical question, "Really?" which may express irony or disbelief at his words. The demon, with obvious irritation, indicates to the protagonist that he is not the one who should be talking about pushing someone, emphasizing their different views or previous actions that may have caused conflict between them. Shows the protagonist and the demon walking through the city, where the protagonist notices that the mercenaries disappeared as soon as they entered the city, which could indicate some sort of conspiracy or unforeseen circumstances they will face. The demon addresses the protagonist, assuring him that there is no need to miss the life of the mercenaries, mentioning traveling, battles, inns, stealing smithies, and adds that the taste of booze is delicious. This emphasizes the brightness and richness of their lifestyle, full of adventure and new experiences. The protagonist, overflowing with joy and having his hands full of fruit, exclaims, "All this time I've only heard meat and pig," which shows his genuine delight in the simple joys of life and the diversity he is beginning to discover in the world around him. The demon reminds the protagonist, "But before that, we were supposed to talk. What business did those ladies want to talk to us about?" This indicates that they have more important matters that need attention, perhaps related to some sort of errand or assignment. Further, one of the female characters asks with a pensive face, "How do the Jansi?" without finishing the phrase, which creates intrigue and may hint at a mysterious element or unresolved issue in their story. The demon clarifies the protagonist's situation with one of the women by pointing out her desire to fight for her life, which she consequently proposes to settle in one permanent courtyard. He expresses his approval of this plan with the words, "I don't mind," with a smile on his face, as if to say to himself, "Please be kinder with magic," while the text instead above reads, "A certain god grumbles that this is not a bad thing." This may hint at his inner dialogue or musings on magic and divine entities in their world. The demon looks back and warns, "So when are we going to the mercenary guild? Help if you don't want to be forced right after entering." This indicates the tasks ahead and perhaps some sort of danger or challenge they will face. The protagonist, while investigating the magical creatures, exclaims, "They eat dirt and stay. It's like a real washing machine," and adds, "That power I really like." This shows his interest and fascination with the magical world, as well as his childlike joy at discovering new things. The demon, with a serious face, talks about the trained power, adding that it is very expensive, and ends the thought with, so don't even think about stealing it." This emphasizes the value and rarity of magical power in their world, as well as the possible moral or ethical dilemmas associated with its use. The protagonist, excitedly addressing the magical creature, inquires, "How expensive?" and continues admiringly, "It's literally worth its weight in gold." This shows his amazement and admiration for magical creatures and their unique properties. The hero, with a smile from ear to ear, embraces the creature and says joyfully, "I don't believe it. Being so dear, it makes you even cuter." His delight in interacting with the magical world and its creatures continues to grow. The demon, with a serious expression on his face, reminds the protagonist of the seriousness of their task, saying, "Stop playing around and change already. Didn't we say we'd go masked later? I don't have any disguised clothes." This emphasizes their upcoming plans and readiness for the next steps in their adventure. The demon, having taken a few things with him just in case, makes the comment, "The Agetamas should take in advance and wait for the deeds to manifest." His comment may hint at upcoming magical actions or preparations for certain events. The protagonist, addressing the demon, says, "I don't understand why you are still unmarried. You completely fulfill the requirements for an Aegetian." He expresses surprise and bewilderment about the demon's personal life, which adds a comic touch to their dialogue. He seems slightly concerned or hesitant, pondering something important. Did I really have to change my clothes? So annoying. This may reflect his reluctance to change or his discomfort at having to adopt a new look. The demon stands in front of the three women, and from their facial expressions and the exclamation marks above their heads, we can tell that some unexpected or exciting exchange is taking place between them. This scene perhaps shows the beginning of an important dialogue or event. He ponders. He does this even though he looks at people like animals. The inset at the top reads, "A certain god from the wilderness looks down from the water." The character continues, "I hope they get some kind of divine punishment." This may hint at some sort of divine presence or observation of the character's actions, and perhaps their influence on the character's world. Two characters are apparently surprised or amazed at what they see or hear. One of them utters, "Uh-oh." Two girls coming down the stairs, one of them waving in greeting or farewell. The surroundings and their clothing give the impression of elegance or an important event. Girls, one of them smiles happily and apparently said something, to which the other woman responds by saying, "Oh, The demon and the protagonist are standing next to each other. The demon says, "We just got here too, so we just came in, don't worry," and continues, "Oh, he's been at it for so long." This could indicate that they have arrived at a meeting place or important event and are discussing someone third. The character who expresses his opinion, "Whatever. First, suggest we go out to eat something nice." He suggests a simple but enjoyable activity, which could be a way to relax or build a relationship. The demon approaches the women with a suggestion to go to a restaurant that he says they might find unsatisfying, specifying that the place is connected to their ancient journey. He suggests a bite to eat to begin their introduction to the city. The girls react to his words, one with interest and surprise, while the other seems confused and curious, which may indicate some misunderstanding or possible distrust of his suggestion. The demon continues, stating that he agrees with their choice of location, but recommends they start with the restaurant he has chosen, perhaps trying to show his hospitality or knowledge of the best places in town. The protagonist reacts cheerfully to the situation, jokingly suggesting that the demon suggests they eat out because he wants to present himself in a better light. His reaction emphasizes his carefree and optimistic attitude. Finally, the protagonist admires the citizens of this fantasy world, again emphasizing the wonders and beauty of the world around them. His opinion of the new place is filled with enthusiasm and positive emotions. A guy standing in the street looks stunned, uttering, "No way." His reaction may indicate something unexpected or shocking that he has seen or heard. He then looks at the building and wonders, why does the slave market stand so proudly? This reflects his amazement in the face of the social reality of this world and perhaps his opposition to such practices. Further, something catches his attention and he exclaims, "Oh my God, look at his body!" This may express admiration or even envy of another character's physical perfection. The girl comments on the appearance of the muscular man, suggesting that he would be like a giant and errand boy. This emphasizes his impressive physical status and how he is perceived by those around him. The guy reflecting on the situation says, "Hey, say something, boy," addressing another character, perhaps calling him to dialogue or action. A large man yells in anger at a child lying on the ground, "Walk normally, you useless thing." These words may reflect rudeness and aggression, perhaps in the context of discipline or training. The same man, pointing toward the boy leading the group of children, "You guys are going to be given to re-education." This statement hints at some kind of reforming or educational process. The guy whose gaze is fixed on the side wonders, "Oh my, look at his body." His look and words may express surprise or even concern at what he sees. The attention then shifts to the building where voices are heard. "Unbutton yourself. The pig has no fear from this." The captions above the building say, "Some vicious god is offering a wager. Some immature dice-playing god agrees to the wager. Some god." The guy walking off to the side says thoughtfully, which may reflect his reflection on the events observed or on his next move. The girl noticing the guy behind the bars expresses surprise. "Huh? Is that you, Janu?" She apparently did not expect to see him in such a place. The boy, disturbed by what he sees, says only, "You." Someone else, perhaps a salesman or a visitor, addresses the guy. "Are you here to buy slaves too?" This question emphasizes the seriousness and bleakness of the context they are in. A muscular man standing nearby comments on the situation. "Well, something started that." He looks confused or puzzled by what is happening. Another character addressing the guy makes the remark, "Seems to be the same thought on the bed. You weren't satisfied with the demands either, and you're already with the money, aren't you?" This statement may hint at common problems or similar thoughts they have about the current situation. The guy comments with bewilderment, "It's a secret. Training? This guy that I wrestled on the first day?" His words reflect surprise. perhaps related to a memory of a recent fight. The other guy hugs the guy with a smile and says, "Ha ha, relax, we should get along as long as we're in the same boat. I'll even share some useful information with you." This suggestion may indicate an attempt at friendship or an upcoming collaboration. The guy, looking confused, responds to the offer, "Useful information?" He seems doubtful or unsure of his interlocutor's intentions. Same guy. That guy is the responsible one. If he finds out you're a hero, he'll present you with the best slaves that aren't in the demonstration. This statement raises questions about the guy's status and role in this world and how he is perceived by other characters. This guy's words, "You can't stop someone from viewing your status rock, so now you haven't broken our contract." This may emphasize some kind of agreement or rules that have been established between the guy and the other characters in the story. The guy says doubtfully, "Can we look at the status windows of others?" and adds thoughtfully, "To think a contract has such a critical flaw." The interlocutor, grinning at the guy, says, "Anyway, have you decided which slave you're going to buy?" He continues, despite the guy's resistance, "I wasn't going to reveal to you." In the next moment, the same man suggests that if the lad shows his strength, everyone will fear him. If then show considerable strength, make your way to the east courtyard at the east gate of the city. This sentence may hint at a strategy or plan of action. The interlocutor stands confidently in front of the guy, commenting, "He's surprisingly cautious." He also says he has an interesting addendum as to why. This may foreshadow a plot development or additional information he is about to reveal. The character in the fur collar apologizes while smoking a cigarette and promises to be busy next time, showing his indifference or lack of seriousness about the current situation. The guy then asserts his intention with a smile. "I'm here to buy." His expression may reflect his intentions or social status in this world. A guy standing in front of something like a card screen seems pleased or satisfied. The screen displays information including his name and various statuses, which may be related to his accomplishments or reputation in that environment. A friendly man greets him with, "Welcome, hero of legend." This greeting may indicate the respect or admiration the character has for others. The salesman addresses the guy with the question, "So what kind of slave do you desire?" In proposing the transaction, he points to a piece of paper, perhaps a list of available slaves. Guy seems confused by this suggestion and unhappy with the current situation, which is evident in his reaction. "A strong warrior woman." The salesman smiles and asks a counter question, "A strong warrior girl? You don't have one?" He's probably checking to see how specific the guy's wishes are. The guy decisively answers no, emphasizing his desire to find exactly what he is looking for. The salesman, pointing to a door, invites the guy to go further. "Come this way." This suggestion foreshadows a new stage in their interaction and perhaps the beginning of a new challenge or adventure for the guy. In front of a group of people standing in a row, seemingly preparing for some kind of display or demonstration, one of the figures, a woman, asks, "Are we outside?" He apparently wonders if they are outside the building or room they were in before. The salesman representing the slaves points to one of them and suggests to the guy, "How about this slave?" He waits for the guy's decision, who seems focused and perhaps contemplating his choice. In another shot, the salesman talks about a warrior who has spent 7 wars in the northern regions of the kingdom of Rialfer. He praises her as a famous person, which should probably increase her value and appeal to buyers. The guy listening to the seller seems interested and asks, "Please show your status window to the customer." He wants to see evidence of her skills and qualifications, which are probably displayed in some magical or technological device that shows character stats and abilities. A character card is presented, showing his name and various characteristics. The character's name is Simad Murgus, and the card displays his level and other attributes such as combat skills and bravery. The rules or conditions for slaves, which states that buying all of their rights will result in the status of a thing, and if someone buys against their owner's rules, is subjected to excommunication for 50 years. This indicates the brutal laws and orders in this world. The guy, visibly puzzled by what he read, utters, The salesman confidently states that he has no intention of selling his personal slave cheaply to the hero, showing his satisfaction with the trade and perhaps the profit he will get from selling such a valuable one. The guy expresses his desire, "I want a strong but at the same time slender woman," emphasizing his selection criteria. The seller, surprised by the request, repeats, "A slender woman?" perhaps not expecting such a specific request from the buyer. The seller, addressing the boyfriend, suggests using his mother's blessing, asking a rhetorical question about the need for protection, and offers to cast spells to demonstrate power. The lad, despite the seller's doubts, confidently states that he can choose for himself and is convinced of the effectiveness of the blessing. The salesman agrees and suggests he go right ahead, suggesting the next step of selection or demonstration. The salesman then comments in surprise at the guy's quick return, who says he's finished choosing. The guy chooses 3 characters, to which the salesman reacts with surprise by saying, "Ha ha, you fooled me." This may indicate that the guy made a choice that the seller did not expect, perhaps choosing the best slaves or those who were the hardest to sell. The girl stands in front of us, gazing into space in the distance. Her words about a status more powerful than her sound confident, but there is a note of thoughtfulness in them. She reflects on rank and ability, setting the tone for future events. A group of men are discussing a plan of action. One of them, with wings over his shoulders, asserts his right to give instructions while the others listen, agreeing with his decision. His words, full of determination, hint at the importance of their next steps. The man with the fire glow in his hands smiles as he announces the beginning of a new dominion. His enthusiasm and power of action indicate a significant turning point in their history. Shows Guy smiling, accepting his new status, while his predecessor smiles back, ready to follow any command. Their mutual understanding and readiness for new challenges is read in every gesture and look. Finally, the stone that has fallen into the character's hands symbolizes the vow he has taken. His words about his promise to never betray if he will remember it fondly sound like a vow embedded in the very object that witnessed this solemn promise. A fellow with an energetic expression earnestly invites his companions to follow him, dreaming of the beginning of new adventures. His eyes glow with anticipation, and he seems full of determination and optimism, ready for new endeavors and accomplishments. The shot captures the reactions of the 3 companions. One responds with awe, "Yes, master." Another, with resignation in his voice, repeats, "Yes," and the third, with a note of respect, adds, "As you wish." Their expressions and words illustrate the hierarchy and respect inherent in their relationship. The depictions of deities busy with their own affairs bring a note of humor and detachment to the narrative, presenting them as observers of earthly events, perhaps with unconcealed amusement. A guy with a look of surprise on his face expresses disappointment at the failure of the new hires. His words, "Damn," and the text that follows suggest unexpected complications and unforeseen problems that bring confusion to his plans. Shows a paper with magical symbols illuminated by a soft light. Here lies an important message or spell that seems to be pivotal to the protagonist. He ponders the meaning of these signs, feeling the importance of the moment of discovery. The boy is staring intently at the paper, a quill in his hand, and he is diligently writing something down. He notes with slight surprise that a signature is required to register with the Mercenary Guild, as if this procedure were new and unusual to him. He suddenly explodes with emotion, shouting about his irreplaceability and uniqueness, emphasizing his importance and his unwillingness to be replaced. The demon grinningly advises him not to be embarrassed by his inability to write his name, as if teasing him about his clumsiness. The demon then tells him how to copy the name correctly, holding out a piece of paper with the inscription, his gestures full of confidence and guidance. The boy continues trying to copy the signature, but his face speaks of the difficulty he faces. He observes that even a task as simple as copying can be difficult, and his words suggest that there may be something more behind the ordinary activity. With delight, the hero waves the piece of paper above his head, exulting in his good fortune and his accomplishment. He triumphs, "I've finally done it," as if he has just conquered an impregnable peak. The demon looks on with obvious smugness and slight sarcasm, smoking his pipe and mouthing the word as if commenting not so much on the success as on the very process that led to it. A new character appears and looks at the demon with surprise and bewilderment, ready to finish registering for the hero. This raises questions and bewilderment from everyone present. The hero looks dumbfounded at the glittering piece of paper he is holding, and his facial expression suggests that it is something much more important than a simple paper. The demon with a sly grin reminds the hero that he should thank the 2 people behind his first grade, adding mystery to an already confusing situation. The 2 women discuss the hero's abilities, rating them with their mercenary ranks. They suggest that the hero express his gratitude for the assignment. The demon gives the hero wise counsel that gratitude is something he should express on his own, emphasizing the importance of personal initiative. The demon then offers the hero a children's picture book with a slight nudge, alluding to his recent difficulties with signing, and jokingly warns him against treating adults like a child. The hero, surrounded by 3 characters, receives a book with a mission. They discuss his first mission, and he asks in surprise, "What's that?" When they hand him a document that reads, "Your first mission," and he reads the assignment, "Conquering Orcs," his facial expression suggests that this assignment may be a much greater challenge than he had anticipated. The hero is enthusiastic about the news of the mission, seeing it as an opportunity to show off his abilities and skills. His reaction is animated, seeing the assignment as a cool job. With a slight hint, he implies that the mission may not be so easy, leaving something unsaid. The woman in front of the character looks at him with interest, as if assessing his abilities as orc bait, which causes the other character to wonder. The demon, for his part, states that a certain god asks if there will be another bloodbath, and the hero replies emphatically that there will not. Finally, with a mysterious chuckle, the demon says that this time a certain god absolutely does not care, creating a sense of indifference to the possible consequences of the mission. The hero approaches the task with focus, his eyes full of determination, and he declares that it will be extermination, emphasizing the seriousness and danger of the challenge ahead. In an epic confrontation, the hero flies into the air, in his hands a sword that glows with magical light. He attacks with a mighty cry of "Hiya," full of determination and fighting spirit. The orc stares with shock at the approaching threat, his face illuminated by the light of magic, and he makes a menacing "ugh" sound as he prepares to clash. Suddenly, the heroine is in danger. Her face reflects consternation, and her attention is completely focused on the threat. She screams in fear. The orc, confused, shouts "Ajuma," meaning lady, and demands "let go of my head," showing his displeasure and possibly misunderstanding of what is happening. Shows the moment of explosion when the magical energy meets the orc's power, the outgoing light and the sound of "ooh," foreshadowing a powerful collision. The heroine exclaims in gratitude after being freed from danger, and her savior looks pleased with himself, enjoying the moment of heroism. She warns against underestimating the enemy and asks if he realizes how many enemies have already been defeated. The heroine confidently replies that everything is under control and she can handle them without any problems. An orc, annoyed at being addressed as a pig girl, expresses his indignation, and there is a hint that his food was inadequate. The situation unfolds so that the orc and the heroes end up in a confrontation where, after a time, the Devshuk were able to destroy the orcs. The heroine, with a wistful look, shares memories of the many personalities she has met, including kings, knights, mercenaries, and villains. Her words are filled with nostalgia and reverence for past adventures and acquaintances, each of which left a mark on her life. The hero, looking over his shoulder, notes that among all the characters he has met, none have been as special as himself. His gaze is confident and shrewd, as if he has suddenly realized his true significance and the role he has to play. On the battlefield, the hero demonstrates skill and strength as he fearlessly confronts the orc hordes. His movements are precise and decisive, his every step and blow executed with impeccable accuracy and fighting spirit. The portrait of the hero, surrounded by a magical glow, emphasizes his status and strength. His gaze sparkles with determination, and the smile on his lips speaks of unquestionable confidence in his abilities and impending victory. The hero, in full battle readiness, faces the orc, and a fierce battle ensues between the two. The hero's sharp sword crashes through the air, creating a bright flash of light that foreshadows victory over his mighty foe. The hero stands at full alert, his silhouette looming against the glowing background. The narrative around him suggests that, despite the apparent ease with which he conducts himself, he possesses ominous signs and qualities that might lead one to suspect the essence of a demon. This, the text suggests, is a strong indication of his exceptionalism and power. Next, the hero yells enthusiastically on the battlefield as he continues to show off his skills and confidence. His face radiates satisfaction and joy in battle, and he seems to savor every moment of the battle. Meanwhile, his companion, with a noticeable concern on her face, remarks that they too should make an effort, to which the heroine gratefully and respectfully replies, "Ah," acknowledging her remark and perhaps agreeing with the need for action. The hero, on the other hand, soars through the air above the orcs and emits a powerful battle cry, which becomes a testament to his fearless spirit and military prowess. In the final shot, he readily faces the orcs, declaring that it will be enough, showing his confidence in a speedy victory over his opponents. The heroine, with visible strain and concern on her face, calls for a short rest. She cries out, "Let's have a little rest, please." Her face expresses genuine concern for the well-being of her comrades and perhaps the outcome of the battle. The hero, turning to her, seems puzzled by her words. His surprised look and open mouth indicate that he did not expect such a suggestion in the midst of battle. The demon standing next to the heroine supports her, saying, "Ah, I said we should have a little time before we breathing." His tone suggests that he agrees with the need to take a pause to gather his strength. The heroine, sitting on the ground and wiping sweat from her forehead, smirks and jokes, "Huh, what's with his stamina?" Her slight sneer indicates a friendly and supportive atmosphere between the two. The hero, still at a loss, says, "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's interested in all the orcs in the area, but he didn't even break a sweat." His comment reflects admiration for his comrade's endurance and fighting spirit. The heroine, with a slight smile and genuine interest, asks her companion if she is surprised to have gotten past the first break. Her facial expression is soft and friendly, concerned for her team's well-being. Her companion responds, her eyes full of laughter, and she jokingly admits that she is indeed surprised, but she also looks ridiculous, coping gracefully. The heroine, pretending to be offended, jokingly declares that this is not true and that the stain is actually on her robe. Her cheerful laughter diffuses the situation, bringing lightness to the moment of relaxation. However, in the back of her mind, she recognizes that Kang Han-soo is indeed impressive. Her gaze expresses respect, and perhaps even admiration for his strength and courage. Her companion agrees with her, adding that while this is gratitude, there is still some uncertainty in their words. The implication of her words suggests that despite all the jokes and laughter, the group appreciates Kang Han-soo's contribution and resilience in their shared adventure. The heroine turns to her companion, asking a question that reflects her concern. "Are you tired?" She continues, noticing with surprise that her companion has endured the first break without any visible signs of fatigue. The companion, with a laugh in her voice, replies, "And that's coming from you," emphasizing the irony of the moment, as she believes that the heroine looks more tired despite her comments. The heroine, laughing in response, says, "That's not fair. You've got a stain on you." Her cheerful mood and joking tone emphasize the friendly atmosphere between them. Next, she shares her thoughts on Kang Han-soo's talent, admitting, "But this Han-soo is really admirable." Her words express admiration and respect for his fighting abilities. The companion, with a note of doubt in her voice, replies, He says it's Thanksgiving, but..." Her words leave open the question of what exactly is behind his modesty and Thanksgivings. A book is in the hero's hands, and he asks with bewilderment, "What is it?" The cover of the book has symbols drawn on it, and the caption reads, "Step-by-Step Universal Language, a picture book for children." He proceeds to read aloud. "Man, demon, Zulbak, mercenary." His voice is filled with surprise, and he exclaims, He's learning." This shows his desire for knowledge and learning despite his circumstances. The heroine guffaws with ease when she says, Pardon me, teenage heroine, you don't want to take me into battle around teasing orcs. Stop." Her words humorously reflect the ease of their relationship and understanding. In response to her own assertion, she exclaims happily, "Oh, a lot, I've just reached a spotty level," her eyes sparkling with excitement and reaching a new milestone in her development. The companion, looking on, ponders, "The gap has gotten bigger." Her words could mean both the growing difference in their skill levels and the increasing distance between their personal goals and ambitions. Against a backdrop of starry skies and mystical runes, like a page from an ancient book, the truth of a system where the greatness of ranks determines the fates of students is revealed. It is a system where high rank helps raise the level. It is unforgiving and fair, where every effort and every success is judged on its own merit. And the higher the level, the easier it is to get a better grade, as if promising that every step up will make it easier to go further. A girl with an unwavering gaze candidly shares her accomplishments. "This time I am assigned to rank B." Her words are full of determination and confidence. She is not afraid of the challenges ahead, knowing that it is a step to even greater heights. Her companion, wide-eyed, doesn't hide her surprise. "What? Rank B? But you might suffer from too high a load." Her concern is genuine. She fears that ambition might turn into an unbearable burden. But the heroine, with a slight chuckle and a spark of defiance in her eyes, replies, "Don't worry. If you only knew how many fights there have been here. But this time it should go well." Her answer reflects her willingness to face any difficulties, for she is not alone, and her confidence in herself and her abilities does not desert her. A young man is engrossed in reading a book, his face illuminated by the light of pages full of mystery and knowledge. His gaze is focused, and nothing around him distracts him from the magical words he is delving into. "This guy," the girl begins, watching him. "He seems to be more than focused on the cat." She's thoughtful, realizing that his interests are deeper and more varied than it might seem at first glance. The two girls exchange thoughts, and one of them says with mild irritation, "I thought you said it was interesting in the dirt." She interrupts, noticing the attention directed at her, and adds humorously, "But I see you keep thinking after him." The interaction between them is full of subtext and understatement. They explore the limits of their understanding. A sudden cry of "Zulbaki, Poitamal" breaks the calm, and one of the girls, with concern in her voice, repeats, "Already?" They're synchronized just a little bit more, speaks of an unbreakable bond and a common desire to reach the goal despite any obstacles. The young man exclaims with renewed confidence, as if he has found the answers he was looking for in the book. You're the best, so poite mal. His energy and enthusiasm are contagious, and he is ready to lead and inspire others by his example. Freezes on the girl's face with a serious yet affectionate look, she says, as a magician and a disciple. These words carry wisdom and the realization that their bond is deeper than mere companionship. It is the union of mentor and student exploring the mysteries of the world together. In front of us is a boy immersed in reading, framed by the clear sky behind him. He is engrossed, and in his eyes is a reflection of the quest for understanding. His genuine interest is admirable, and he seems so familiar, like an old friend with whom to share any mysteries. In the silence of the sanctuary she stands, noble in her silence, surrounded by an air of concentration and sacredness. All is right, the elder pronounces, confirming the truth of what is before him. His words seem to be the final verdict, the voice of experience and knowledge. Again the phrase, all is right, is uttered, but now it is her own confirmation. She stands facing her mentor, and in that short word resounds the confidence and willingness to follow the path before her. On the table lie objects foreign to this world, each one a testament to distant wandering and searching. These items are definitely not of our world, she ponders as she contemplates them. Yes, this is amazing printmaking, the craftsman admits, his words filled with admiration for a craft that transcends the usual boundaries of art. In the shimmering glow of the moon, a mysterious item was found under a huge tree of the forest where the heroes of the past trained. This backpack, as if left behind in a hurry or forgotten, now lies lonely, as if waiting for someone to come for it. Majestic in her calmness, she asks, including you, how many people currently know of her existence? Her words weigh heavy in the air, each syllable laden with meaning and importance, her gaze filled with curiosity as well as caution. Doubt and anxiety as she continues her questioning, and what are the chances that the commander passed this information on to Prince Albus? Her face reflects a deep distrust of possible betrayals within her own ranks. The soldier, visibly puzzled but filled with a sense of duty, replies, None. I was ordered to report to you at once. His tone is dry and businesslike, and he looks ready to carry out any order without thinking of the consequences. She reappears, serious and adamant, and says, Of course, I have also examined all the heroes who left the temple. Her words emphasize the sense of responsibility and duty she carries as a guardian of order and truth. The soldier, having been recognized for his efforts, involuntarily blossoms a smile. Well done. Thank you, he replies, and in these simple words, one reads sincere gratitude and pride in the duty done. I guarantee you can work for the temple for the rest of your life. Her words promise not just work but devotion, service to a higher calling. She stands, and her words reek of coldness. Your choice. Forget all about this bag or die an honorable death. The tone of her voice brooks no objection, and in its resolve one hears iron will and steadfastness. In front of the elder she maintains her dignity and composure. Please allow me to serve. Very well, follow the priest. His reply is brief and restrained, but there is a deep respect for her choice and path. Captures her in profile, in a moment of inner reflection when she utters, You've heard it all, haven't you? Her words, full of doubt, suggest that there is another story behind the scenes that we have yet to recognize. The mysterious priest, with a veil of wisdom over his face, says, Yes, Saint. Recognize the letters from one of the characters in the temple and find out how it is pronounced. His words carry a new assignment, and in them resounds a command to action, to unlock the secrets that could change everything. She stands with a stony expression, clad in a mantle of duty and secrecy. You must not reveal your intentions. I will keep that in mind. Her words carry a warning, and the knowledge that even the most hidden thoughts can have unpredictable consequences. Captures her in a moment of doubt as she touches her lips, musing, The existence of this bag is definitely a mistake on God's part. But a perfect God made a mistake. Would concealing this case be for the best? Her internal dialogue reflects the deep struggle between faith and reality, between duty and morality. In the distant perspective of the temple, she shares her discovery. Holy One, I know you are concerned right now, but I have a report. Her voice is confident and serious, but there is also a sense of some anxiety before the unknown. What does it mean? She turns and her gaze is full of anxiety. I thought the incident would have been covered up. At the request of the village elders, her words express disbelief that such events can simply be covered up, the realization that the truth will always find its way out. If 30 more supposedly disappeared as a result of the subject's actions are found, as well as sacrificed elves, Her story leads to darker and more serious events, in which echoes of the past carry new threats. According to the villagers, these were the actions of the vengeful spirit of Atlasdar. A vengeful spirit? Her question hangs in the air like a fog that is just beginning to dissipate to reveal its secret. A look of surprise and a hint of fear slips from her lips. They said that the dead Atlasdar had returned in the form of a vengeful spirit. Atlasdar said, her words are shrouded in a fog of mysticism and ancient legends coming to life among the temple walls. Captures her in thought, her face piercing and open. Usually they say cleric, prophetic. Maybe their appearance was strange, like the clothes of heroes. She tries to unravel the meaning of the villagers' words, looking for a connection between ancient prophecies and contemporary events. Under the glow of the sun, she says, "What is that mark? And the survivor who came back to stay?" Her words hint at a great discovery, a sign that could change everything they knew before. He sits in front of the fire, pondering, his silhouette looming against the night sky in flames. To begin, step and get a drawn-out vision of the future of Atlasdar. His actions resound with determination and willingness to face mysteries that exceed human comprehension. Plunges us into the stillness of the night, where she whispers, "All is well to sleep." Her words bring calm and peace, closing out a day full of discovery and an unknown future. Against the backdrop of the night sky, a young man candidly confesses, "I am forced to learn from a picture book meant for children." There is a slight awkwardness in his words and a sincere desire to learn despite the unusual method. The mysterious cloaked figure ponders, "A certain god delights in small pictures." Her brooding and misty silhouette add to the mystery of this confession, as if she herself is part of some ancient ritual or spell. "Do you like the picture book?" she asks, and her interest seems genuine. "A certain god says he really likes it," replies the young man, and you can hear the confidence in his voice that his path, though unconventional, is approved by the higher powers. "And to the other gods?" His question sounds light and casual. "A certain god says he's not sure." His words are filled with humor and self-irony, and in this dialogue one can feel the warm connection between the student and the unseen mentor. The young man's words sound resolute. "I need to know where they are so I can drive them out." His determination indicates the seriousness of his task and his willingness to confront the mysteries he has to solve. In the heart of darkness, under the light of the pale stars, the voice of the god echoes softly, promising that the components of his will are hidden in this direction. An arrow shining through the gloom, like a guide to the uncharted depths of night, points the way. She subtly observes the uncertainty in the god's words, his tacit admission of ignorance. Her doubts are framed by the glow of the stars, for even deities can waver in the face of uncertainty. Pensively, with a touch of her lips, she recalls a drawing found near the edge and wonders if it could be the key. The gentle light of the moon illuminates her face, which bears the hope of a clue. The words about the saint to whom the vault of the god sitting by the fire is also promised sound like a call of duty. She realizes that her presence is important not only to her, but also to the gods she serves. The urgency of his task becomes clear when he realizes the need to move quickly to the northeast. His determination allows for no delay, and each step forward brings him closer to his goal. He will not stop until he reaches the mountains, until he is strong enough. In his gaze is the determination of one who is ready to overcome any obstacle to his destiny. Finally, the god offers perhaps a new source of knowledge or a new challenge in his path. But first he must learn the lessons of the moment, consolidate the knowledge he has already acquired. He wriggles with tension, a desperate plea in his eyes. "All right, stop pushing me." The young man feels the weight of the expectations and demands being heaped on his shoulders. In the twinkling starlight, his companion asks the fateful question, "God, let's read the book another time." Shadows thicken around them, and the young man realizes they are surrounded. They are not orcs then. Humans? There is fear and bewilderment in his voice at the unexpected turn of events. The shadows grow, and the god expresses his displeasure that their reading has been interrupted. The responsibility of interrupting a sacred action may lead to undesirable consequences, a divine punishment that may be inexorable. In the midst of the darkness of night, the command is heard, "Hey, Cosmos, rise!" The words, full of urgency, break the silence, and the young man realizes that it is time to act, time to respond to the call. "Oh, what's the matter? Middle of the night." His companion, confused by the sudden awakening, tries to gather his thoughts. "Quietly get up. We're surrounded by people who are on the same level as these cases." He realizes that they are facing a reality that may be as dangerous as the myths they have just emerged from.